Hello, little chatfish. Hello, and welcome to another little bunch cast, my little chatfish friends. Today, we're going to be covering something new, something a bit different, what we've touched on before, but we never really fully delved into. And it's called the Great Brain Drain. Now, the Great Brain Drain really refers to, in the creative sphere, the idea that a lot of people are leaving or shifting or moving from place to place. And so these people who come up with ideas leave for some other reason or another, or worse, like Brandon Sanderson, they change, and they change so radically that they become different people almost. So their entire thing that they had created becomes upended and changed because, in effect, you drained your brain, you know? In the case of Brandon Sanderson, that could be said doubly so. But jabs aside, chatfish. We're going to be talking about brain drains in franchises and IPs, video games, and movies, as well as comics. Because this is something that is a completely, I guess you could say, is affecting every aspect of the gaming and creative sphere in general. Especially now that it's gotten so big, right? Because it blew up in the 90s, it's somewhat in the 80s, and like in the 2000s. And then now, because it's been over 30 years for a lot of these people, 30 to 20 years, a lot of them have either retired, have moved on, or moved from another project because they got sick of working on one to another one, or got bought out or sold it. And so they've transitioned away, and new people have taken up these charges, these projects, and these new people have taken them maybe on different directions that aren't in line, maybe different genres. And so, in a way, this great brain drain refers to the loss of identity. The loss of identity of a project, be it a comic, be it a movie, be it a video game. And so we're going to talk about some examples of the great brain drain and how it negatively affects the industry. In the same way we did with FOMO, but because there's so many different facets of the industry, and there are so many aspects of what determines why things are degraded and why people might feel that games have kind of stagnated or plateaued. And there's a validity to that because in a lot of ways they do, or they have gone backwards because they've sort of betrayed the foundations of what they were about. The first game we're going to talk about, and the first IP, is under Ubisoft's umbrella, and it's a rather big one. It's a rather major franchise and has a lot of adaptations of it. And it's called Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed has been affected by brain drain, without a doubt. It's a franchise that has been going on since 2000s. It's been about 20 years. Damn near close. 2000, I think 5 or 6 was the first Assassin's Creed release, if I remember right. It was pretty early.
I'd have to look it up.
It was pretty early into the 7th gen consoles, if I recall correctly. So it's had a lot of time to cook, but also a lot of time to have people shift away from the project. And so when it comes to Assassin's Creed, we have to look at the games, right? The first one is about a guy you play, Altair.
2007.
Okay, 2007, gotcha. So almost 2 decades. The first one's about a guy you play, and his name is Altair. And Altair is an assassin. He goes around assassinating people, and you have to deal with these Templars. And the second game more or less follows in line with this, but moves the timeline a bit forward, right? The third game does this as well, and it sort of still is staying consistent with its identity and what it wants to be. Even Revelations stays consistent in this regard as well as Brotherhood. But because there's about 5 games, but after you reach the 5th or about the 6th game, they start to diverge. Now, this original divergence, I don't think was met negatively. I think a lot of people liked Black Flag because they viewed it as refreshing, right? I think a lot of people were happy with it. It was like a new idea coming into view. It was like, wow, pirate game. And it had very little to do with the overarching plot about Abstergo, the Templar orders, you know, modern stuff. And it sort of dropped the whole Desmond Miles plot entirely.
Thank God.
And yeah, and a lot of people were relieved because a lot of people were not very happy with the direction that the games were going in, right? Because Revelations kind of soured people in some aspects, and so did 3 with like the way they portrayed the Founding Fathers. Even though it had aspects people liked, it was kind of just not as strong. It felt like it was kind of losing a bit of itself and getting this sort of same syndrome. There's a lot of Ubisoft games in this particular era that actually do this, but we'll talk about the other ones next. But when it comes to it, after this, Assassin's Creed would lose its way to so much a degree that it would kind of get very samey. It would get like, let's skip forward to the point where they get Unity. Unity is the one that's based in France. And it's very forgettable They did one in Britain, and nobody really talks about this one either because it's just like
The
nobody.
Syndicate.
Yeah, Syndicate. Nobody really cares. Like they become samey, formulaic, and they have no sense of progression. The games have now reached a plateau point. This plateau point, it then pushes them to make a massive radical change to the overall franchise. This radical change comes in the form of Origins. Origins shifts this game entirely away from what it was originally about, being an assassin running around the city, parkouring and killing people, to more of an RPG with RPG mechanics such as grinding, gear level, item levels, rarities, and stuff like that.
Though I think Odyssey came first before Origins. And
no, I think it was
Odyssey had the
Origins
Spartan.
and Odyssey, wasn't it? Because
No, I
Origins
think
first,
Odyssey
then Odyssey
came first because it was Odyssey, then it was Valhalla, and then I think it was Origins next.
Wait, you're talking backwards, right?
No, as in the game release, right?
No, because Origins came first. Origin was the big revolution to RPG mechanics. Odyssey came after Origins because it tried to expand on this, and it was a lot bigger. And then Valhalla came. And while people received Origins really positively at the time because of the genre shift, because people were so bored of what was basically plateaued, when Odyssey hit, people were kind of like, it's a bit grindy, and a lot of people didn't beat it. It has a lot of DLC. And when Valhalla hit, they hit that same plateau. But what you can real quickly see when you look at the Assassin's Creed franchise is that even Origins loses its way. And so the first misstepping in the entire franchise is the plateau effect, where they don't know how to push the franchise forward.
Origins came first, and then it was Odyssey. Yeah, okay.
Yep. And so the brain drain started to kick in.
Mirage is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Because if we look at the evolution of the franchise, right, they expanded on it with 2. They refined 2 was a refinement of 1. 1 was a bit rough. 2 refined 1 quite a bit in terms of gameplay. 3 refined it further, but then started to add more to it, like the ability to purchase areas and buy things. And so they were expanding the view set. Like you were now the chapter or the grand master of the order, basically. And so it's like you're becoming something more. They're expanding mechanics, adding some sort of strategic level to the map. They even added a multiplayer mode that was really cool as well. And so the game is still expanding. Where this all starts to plateau is actually around Revelations, where they don't really do anything with it. And it's sort of just like, okay, there's like capturing territories and they capture it back. But beyond that, it doesn't really expand the game forward. It's sort of reaching like a plateau when it comes to imagination. And 3 just added naval mechanics, and that was about it.
So Ezio in Revelations is a good simulacrum for the series as a whole at that point, where he was really old. It's not really working well for him. He still can do a lot of the things that he's known for doing, but you can tell cool. he's aging out. You could tell that he's not there anymore as in his prime.
Yep, because he's also old. Like even in the cutscenes, and it's kind of funny that you mentioned it's a simulacrum because it very much is. Revelations kind of represents the wornness of the franchise at that point, because after Revelations, despite 3 trying to push the timeline forward and adding guns and boats and stuff, it was kind of just more or less the same. And Black Flag opened it by being a lot more open and exploration based, but it wasn't really like assassinating anymore. Assassin's Creed, you were just a pirate, and it was loosely connected to the Assassin's Creed stuff. It had lost its way from what it was about, even dropping the Desmond Miles story, right? And the problem with dropping Desmond Miles' story, even though there's a lot of complaints that I have about it, abandoning it probably wasn't the best idea either, because there was nowhere to go.
What they did was they killed Miles and then just moved on from it altogether.
I know, but it's like what they did by killing Miles, they killed up all that buildup of 1, 2, 3 Revelations, and 3, that had been basically building and building and building, and then they just cut the line. And so now it's like, okay, so all these games were building to something, and then that never reached it, because we all know what they were building to. A modern themed Assassin's Creed game where you're running around modern cityscapes and like there's helicopters and other things, right? And they dropped that idea.
The issue is that by the time they wanted to actually fulfill that, Watch Dogs had already come out
and bombed.
Yep. Because they even added Abstergo and like a couple other things into Watch Dogs.
Yes, because they were actually intent. It's I like that you bring that up because it reminds me. Yes, they were actually intending to make those universes connected. Watch Dogs was basically a test bed for what the modern Assassin's Creed game was actually supposed to be, with like hacking and like modern skyscraper stuff and like all the stuff, so that it brings it into the modern world. It was testing features that were planned for a modern Assassin's Creed game.
Watch Dogs could have been good though if they actually made it competently.
If it was anything like the fucking
Trailer.
EA reveal trailer, then yes, it would have been amazing.
Oh my god, even the graphics too. Yeah, completely fucking.
They put
lost it.
Peter Molyneux to shame, by the way.
They did. They did. I mean, Peter Molyneux's been outdone by almost everybody now. He was big back in his heyday because he was so good at disappointing people. But
No, but
Watch
he's
Dogs
back now.
trailer, yeah, who cares? Fuck that guy. But Watch
He's
Dogs
so
trailer
back.
is so radically different than the game. It's like we can hack things and like the visuals look great and like it looked very good.
Actually,
Go ahead.
so bring that up. I was gonna say bring up the trailer if we're gonna talk about it.
Oh, just go ahead and drop it in chat and I'll plump it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, you can put it on mute while it's playing, so we can watch the the fucking the water effects.
It's so
The
good.
NPCs actively interact with you as if they're real.
Yeah, it's
This
like, hey, how
claims
you
it's the
doing?
Watch Dogs trailer.
There's the exposed trailer in E3 2013.
Is
that
the
one
CG
one
trailer or
grab?
is this an actual in-game one?
It's the in-game one.
Because Killzone did this as well with these fucking false trailers.
It's
Okay,
good.
I think I have the correct one.
Okay, then I'll delete mine.
Yeah.
Gosh darn
That's-
it, you little goofball.
So that's the regular trailer.
Think you want an exposed trailer?
I'll go find the thing if you can't.
Awesome.
Amateurs.
Did you just grab a CG trailer? He did.
Yeah,
Well,
it's the exposed trailer, right? That's the one you're after, right?
No.
I'm gonna go find the gameplay.
But other way, while he looks for it. So
Oh,
basically the big thing is that what everyone was expecting this game to be was basically what they kind of wanted the modern Assassin's Creed game to be, but like you could interact with modern technologies, learning information about people and things like that, and exposing people through all this stuff like hacking and all that, chat rooms and all these logs, and then tying it to like an Assassin's Creed stuff. So basically pushing the genre forward, right? Because we talked about how Assassin's Creed 1 established a franchise, 2 refined and polished it, 3 aka Brotherhood, because they technically number these wrong, Brotherhood
there you go.
basically adds more mechanics like purchasing items in terms of like building and sort of building like an empire, so you can actually build stuff. Okay, now I'll pull it up. And so
you pull up the gameplay. Then.
you can see what they're doing,
The E3 one, yeah.
where they're basically slowly expanding the ideas of the game and what it can
Mhm.
do. And then this is actually what we call a test bed game. A test bed game basically is a game to expand mechanics that will later be added into another series or into its main line, right? And so they're like, okay, we're adding this, we're doing this. And this is all supposed to connect together to make this great game because everyone had high expectations. I remember talking with my friends at the time in high school and middle school as well about what we expected the modern Assassin's Creed game to be about, right? Like, sort of like what the Watch Dogs trailer looks like. Yes, this is the right one. Oh my god, this is such a fucking... This is nothing like the... The visuals look absolutely spectacular in this too.
For 2012, mind you.
Best part is the game actually has some decent visuals, but they actually like turned that off because of performance, because consoles, and they didn't want the PC version to outshow the consoles. There's a lot of controversy with this game. Not having proper development time, not enough resources. But yes, this trailer was what was hyping people up, because right now, this is all intents and purposes looks very in-game, right? He's walking around, the wind blowing leaves around. And it's very atmospheric. It very much pulls you into the world. And at the time, 2012, this looked basically like photorealism right now. And what was crazy was like the fact that you could interact with everything. Like you could see those CT cameras over there that I can interact with. You can see you can hack those to disable them so that they do something, or you can hack literally anyone's phone, see who they are, and the fact that it has all this detail makes the world feel like it's expansive, like a ton of people live here, you know? And you can see this was supposed to be the evolution of Assassin's Creed. But what did we get? You know? Was Assassin's Creed ever built on top of itself and having more things? It hasn't.
No.
You got shit.
And not only that, the enemies in Assassin's Creed became ultra spongy.
Oh god, you're absolutely right, they did.
That's
Oh.
because they introduced gear and other
Origins is what introduced that because they
shit.
turned it into an RPG.
Yep.
Which is not what Assassin's Creed was about. They genre swapped. And originally people applauded it. But in reality, they applauded it because they were so bored of the original formula. If you actually go back and play Origins now, and without the rose-tinted glasses, it feels like a betrayal of what Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and like Revelations or 2 felt like, you know? Where they were trying to
Yeah, look
expand.
at the dynamic in the vapor atmosphere in it. The volumetric stuff.
Volumetric lighting. There's no way the 360 could run that. There's no way the-
It'd fucking die. And all this was rendered in the engine. And that was what was the big thing.
Like the people
the
and how they're
promise.
interacting with each other. That guy with his arm around the girl.
Yeah.
Like it. Again, this is one of those tailored sections where this is all crafted in the actual engine. The engine can do this. It's just they kneecapped it.
Look at that fucking shiny jacket.
Hello, I am a Chinese man. I am a
Like
Chinese-
the art, the quality, if this was the true game, would hold up
today.
even today. Yeah.
You know, it would have aged rather well. But due to console limitations, they kneecapped that, and due to I think also just hardware limitations, they couldn't have these expanded mechanics where you could hack almost anything, interact with so many things and characters.
Yeah. No, in reality, when this game came out, there was almost nobody on the streets because they couldn't get the NPC crowds to work right.
Yeah. Oh, crowding. That's always something the developers always struggle with. More than 5
How do we get a
NPCs in
crowd
scene,
without the
I'd
game
rather
fucking shitting
die.
itself?
Xbox. Yes, because the actual console version would have like you see how many people are in this room? Like imagine that, but reduce it to like 12.
Yeah. Spread out.
Spread
Kind of like
out.
that Mass Effect 1.
Yeah, only has like
It's
the
funny.
bar has like 8 people in it when you actually count, but they're spaced out a little bit, and then there's like a cluster of them dancing. And there's only like 4
The
people.
Hitman games did a decent job of actually having crowds, but that is much later than this, obviously.
Blood Money.
Yeah.
Blood Money had incredibly good amounts of NPCs on screen, and I think the big issues is because they tried to make these NPCs so dynamic with their behaviors, and the fact that they're so complicated, right? So in Hitman, you don't really have details on every individual person in Blood Money. In fact, you don't. They're just regular NPCs that are scripted to walk around and do stuff. Versus here, a lot of these characters you could interact with, or they'd have like unique dialogue, and so there's all this code tying them in. Like there's a lot of custom animations right there she's having as this girl is having this conversation, and so it has to be able to load and then like handle all this stuff going on at the same time. And so right now, chat, what you're seeing is what Assassin's Creed ultimately lost. This is what Brain Drain basically took from what Assassin's Creed was going to become. So now,
You saw the lighting, right?
yeah,
On the wall.
oh, the lighting is really good. It's just what really sucks about this whole goddamn thing is that not only did we lose all of this, but what we got out of this was basically Origins,
The rain.
Valhalla.
Look at the rain on the ground, kids.
I know it's what the
Say
water effects
Valheim,
look great.
Look at this.
actually.
I did
Your
say Valheim.
fucking Xbox would just nuke itself trying to run this.
Yeah, no, it could not. I think you can restore most of these graphical effects on the PC version, if I remember right.
I recall hearing mods try to return it to.
The issue is, even though you can restore a
Right.
lot of the good visuals, because the rain is spectacular,
Even the
You-
wind, everything.
you can't really fucking restore the mechanics because I think mechanically the game is just shot.
Yeah. Now understand that I think they ran a test like this. Yeah.
Yeah, because that looks cool, and this is to create a distraction, right? A traffic jam.
Look, even the person goes out to help them and pulls open the car door. All of that was a lie.
You can see it's an engine though, because like the car bounced a little on the right there because that's a bug graphically. So this is actually gameplay that they'd set up this set piece.
Yeah, it's a set piece thing.
Oh god, don't remind me of the Destiny trailer where they shoot at you when you're behind a car, or not Destiny, Division trailer. You get behind a car and the door shoots open, and then you play the game. That never happens.
Literally, the Division, one of the advertising things was you will close doors as you go by them. On cars.
The fact that you can pull out a person who's alive in the car and save him, I don't think you can do that in the other game, in the actual game.
No.
Nope.
Like 90% of the things we're
This
watching
trailer-
is not a thing.
This trailer, I think, is the #1 compared to Halo 5 Guardians as one of the most deceitful fucking trailers of all time.
Because, man, this game would... Dude, this would be a game we'd still be revisiting today if it worked like this.
Yeah.
I need to go grab Halo 5 show now, because that one's fucking
I don't even
fucking
remember
funny
that
as shit.
This
Chief
person's
versus
recording is
Locke.
artifacting something. Fuse.
Look at that.
He break his arm. The rain, the effects, the lighting. Yeah, it looks very, very visually impressive. Even by today's standards, this would still do well.
Guy is actually covering his face, which you don't see in the newer Assassin's Creeds.
Yeah, because the reason why... This is why, again, because it has Abstergo references in this game. This game was meant to tie into the Assassin's Creed universe,
Mhm.
because Watch Dogs was supposed to be connected. Because Assassin's Creed, this is the vision of what Assassin's Creed was for the future. This is what the developers wanted to have happen. But so many things went wrong behind the scenes that it just did not happen. And there you can see the police getaway mechanics. And this is where we can see like how they wanted to tie it into the modern world, right? So that when you're escaping, it's not just climbing buildings, but now you have, high-speed car chases, like where you could raise bridges and then jump across, and then now the police can't follow. There's so many cool ideas, and this, again, like we talked about earlier, is them expanding on the foundations of what Assassin's Creed was building, right? So that you imagine if you had everything that you had in Brotherhood on top of this, right? You were the master of the order. You could, own businesses and shops and get money from them. You could fight for territories against the Templar Order through this, unseen war that's being waged with, basically, the Illuminati, et cetera, et cetera. It would be something really, really cool.
Now, Kibbs, how would you say a studio reverse itself from brain drain?
Reverts itself from
What would
brain
be
drain?
what would be the mechanism to do that?
The mechanism would actually require, so there's a couple ways we can reverse a brain drain. The first and most easiest way would be to hire a lot of the key personnel back. But let's assume that for whatever reason they can't do that. The next best way to do that is to now open up the book, so to speak. Look at all the notes that the studio had left before on working on things, or ring up some of the original people that worked on the project and just interview them. It's like, okay, maybe they don't want to come back for whatever reason because they got a better job, right? That's okay. But a lot of these developers are very passionate about the projects they worked on, and you can actually talk to them about it, and they'll actually open up. And from seeing their work thrive in the future, they want to see that. Most of them will do. And so what they could do is just arrange meetings and just, hey, let's meet for lunch. Let's discuss, what were your designs behind it? Why did you want to have hacking? What was the idea? What were you going for here? It's like, okay, so this is the original idea. We wanted to take Assassin's Creed, but move it to the modern era and incorporate modern technology in a way that built on top of everything we had established before. And it's like, okay, so by the process of disseminating this information to the actual team, because you need the entire team on board with this too, by the way. then they basically learn from the previous team what they were doing and then trying to respectfully recreate that. The reason why we occasionally see good remakes that do this is this reverse brain drain has been done before and has been done rather successfully in the Command & Conquer remaster, where the EA team responsible for it actually went out and reached out to the previous developers and even hired some of them back on for the project, bringing on Petroglyph to work on the CNC remaster and opening up the archives and then basically just remastering everything that was made. Now, that was for a remaster. Another case of this happening was the Dead Space remake, where you have a director, the guy who worked on For Honor, who basically inherited the Dead Space project for the remake, and so happened to be a massive fan. And so he understood a lot about how the game worked and also went through great details of reading the lore, reading what the game was trying to do. Not only doing that, but looking at the sequels and then connecting the remake to the sequels in the most respectful ways possible. This is exactly the kind of stuff we want to see, where they're doing extensive research on what the team had done, right? It's like, if you notice some games, they'll watch like movies to prep for work. Horror game companies usually do this. They'll watch some horror movies, maybe couple hundred, to get an idea for what kind of vision they're going for. And they'll basically mandate these watches in the studio or the consuming of this media, or like, hey, like this game has really good gameplay, like Resident Evil 4. Let's play this game. And let's everyone in the studio, let's play this game and understand it and how it works. What do they do right here? What do they do wrong? And by playing and practicing and engaging and consuming media is actually an important process of creating, because research, much like in the case of writing, is 90% of the work you need to do. You need to be researching. And so if you're trying to reverse brain drain for a franchise, we could make the Assassin's Creed game we never got today if we research it.
Yeah. Do you think that the if Ubisoft hired like a dedicated lore nerd, like the lore master, an archivist, and then tried to remake Watch Dogs into the thing it promised it would be, do you think that would turn around their decay?
That would probably be the first step, but they would need to make sure other people in positions of power are also of the same vision. Because you got to be careful about different people with executive authority with conflicting opinions, because then they fight, and that's bad.
They could have done that, but they also made the second Watch Dogs game, and I don't think they learned any lessons.
Well, I mean, we're not talking about them learning the lesson. We're posing the hypotheticals on how to correct brain drain, right?
A big thing that needs to be done as well to try to correct brain drain is actually hiring people and then keeping them on and building up their skills instead of just cycling out
investing in your
every
personnel.
couple of...
Yes.
Yeah, because the norm right now is just
we can talk about
workers.
The programmer thing in greater detail when we get to EA and specifically the Frostbite engine, because that's a great example of that. But go ahead.
Halo.
I mean, the big thing is like, you know, we seen resistance to brain drain and just overall collapse of quality with the way Henry Cavill does things.
True.
So I'm wondering if we have somebody who does have that unilateral authority to not allow it the company to fuck its own IP.
Yep, somebody who's respectable and shuts down people who try to subvert a project to make it what they want it to be, because that's the big thing, right? A lot of these people that inherit projects that are already existing want to make their own game, and that, to be fair, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people in the industry, so how do I explain this? I've met a lot of people that work in the industry, and a lot of things they always talk about, almost universally from every studio I've talked to, they always have their own dream projects they want to work on, all of them, and that's more than respectable. But what happens is they try to, like, oh, I'll never probably be able to make my dream game, but I could make it in the Assassin's Creed setting, or I could make it in this setting. And so when they eventually get into positions of power, despite not being able to get the resources to produce their own project, they try to subvert that game or that franchise into what they wanted to make, which is still bad because they're taking something else and making it into something it's not. In the case of Assassin's Creed, it became an RPG, and Assassin's Creed isn't an RPG. It's an action sort of pseudo-stealth. Stealth-like, because the stealth mechanics needed expansion. Like, that's the other things that needed to be built upon. It's stealth mechanics, and they never expanded on it. It stagnated and plateaued and had brain drain, and so the modern Assassin's Creed stealth mechanics are so abysmal that it barely has them.
God, yeah. because I wanted what I really wanted is an Assassin's Creed set in World War One.
Mhm.
It's like
Mhm.
getting closer and closer.
Like you're in
Mine.
Vienna or something, trying to figure out stuff that the enemies are
So
doing.
you're an assassin trying to get through the trench warfare.
You have to get to Germany or to get to France
Yeah.
to do something, and you have to go back
Mhm.
and forth. That could be cool.
Who would the Templars be? Because given the modern
Well,
Ubisoft,
remember
they
these-
just make them Nazis.
Usually, how these organizations work is this is like the Illuminati equivalent.
They're in
Right.
all the governments.
They're in every
Yeah.
government everywhere, and so are the assassin order, right? So the assassins have people in Paris, they have people in Germany, but you now need to get between these two places, and these two states are in an active state of war.
Yeah, because I would have wanted the Assassin's Creed Syndicate and the Assassin's Creed Unity to tie into the World War One.
That would have been really cool. That would have been a great way to start expanding on like technology. Like imagine like they could have things like grappling hooks and other mechanics that could be really interesting
Yeah,
because of the technology, the ability to deal with zeppelins and stuff.
because it would really make sense for like either World War One or World War Two, where you had to stop like Germany from using like mustard gas or what was the more
Sarin gas?
what was
No.
this?
Mustard
was a highly
gas,
There was another one,
Gas.
but
Chlorine
Yeah.
gas?
chlorine. Chlorine was a bad one.
yeah. But basically, you had to stop them from like killing like hundreds of
Oh.
thousands of people on the front lines.
Chlorine, phosgene, and mustard.
Yeah,
The big ones, yep. Nasty shit. Not good. Makes my lungs tickle just thinking about it.
gross.
My lungs tickle, my eyes burn.
But yeah, but that's what I really wanted. I didn't want this like, oh, Abstergo is running a video game company. We're just tongue in cheek. It's Ubisoft. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, that's what it became after they did the Black Flag thing. Because Black Flag is like Abstergo's like an evil video game company is what it turned into.
Mm-hmm.
And it's oh my god! So brain drain, right? The brain drain is where you notice the setting stops taking itself seriously, and becomes a joke. Because settings will do that, and when a setting stops taking itself seriously and becomes a joke to itself, then the whole thing deflates narratively.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the
Because-
world's in danger and that there's an evil fucking organization that's hell bent on controlling humanity.
Because you could really have made the Habsburgs Templars really easily.
It would definitely make sense that their entire dynasty was related to the Templar Order. Yeah. Considering how much power they had, they would have had
Yeah.
some connection.
And then Archduke Franz Ferdinand was either killed by an assassin or he was a turncoat.
Yeah, no,
working for the assassins.
there's so much you could do to tie in alt history, especially as you build towards the modern era.
But they gave up on that.
They did. They as soon as they did Black Flag, that was pretty much where they made the turn point. And while people liked Black Flag and I enjoyed it for what it was, it took the franchise in a direction where they just gave up on the main story. Then they did Origins, and it's like, okay, now we're going further back in time to antiquity. And then they did fucking Odyssey, and it's like, okay, Greek antiquity. And then we're doing Valhalla, so it's like, okay, now we're doing like Viking Age stuff, so 800 AD.
Mhm.
But this is all way before the Crusades, so this is all we've
Yeah.
gone backwards, not forwards in time.
Yeah, that they should never have moved backwards in time. That was the fuck up.
That was them just, we need something new time period, new setting. And then they just
Mhm.
kept doing that every
And it's like
other game,
this,
just
the
entirely new setting.
assassin
entirely new
orders
setting.
everywhere. It's like it's in China and one of the mobile games, and India. It's in fucking Viking land. It's like, okay, so like they've lost the plot, and this is again the brain drain. No longer is it about the original vision that was inspired in the beginning. The brain drain has gotten so bad that they've lost what they were about. Abstergo is
Mhm.
now not an evil corporation controlled by the Templar Order, and that is basically controlling people and threatening people in the modern world. It's a video game company.
Yeah,
It's not serious. It's not serious. It doesn't take itself
it
serious.
became Apple or Google.
Yeah, basically. That's very much the feeling that I remember having when Black Flag, when you walk around, it's like it just has like a Google themed logo. And it feels like you're working for some large tech company, and that's just to get video game ideas. And yes, there is an underlying plot in the game where they're still connected to the Templar thing, but they very much are trying to shift the tone away from what it
Mhm.
was about. from what Desmond Miles had going. And yes, well, Desmond Miles' plot, we know it has problems, but it was far better than what they've been doing now.
Yeah. Because there's like so many things that they could have pursued, like Desmond's father and his stuff, his adventures.
Yeah.
Because he was a true assassin on the farm, I think. And that's why Desmond ran away. Also, Deeth has been a member for 24 months.
Yes.
Make the Archduke a Templar and his wife an assassin.
Damn. They both got shot though.
I mean, didn't Franz Ferdinand have a body double that worked at a bar, like a doppelganger almost?
I think so.
There was also a dono before that.
Yes, there was a €6 donation from JJ Sickman for cookies for the brains.
The brain
Nice.
drain.
I
But yeah.
actually didn't read that one.
Yeah, there's Napoleon with Assassin's Creed would be funny because you can make Napoleon also corrupted by the Templars.
They feature Napoleon in the French one.
Yeah.
The big
But
thing
he
is
didn't
what I
look
liked
good.
about what I did like about the third Assassin's Creed game, the one that takes place in our American Revolution, is that they didn't have the revolutionary generals a part of the order of the the assassin order. Rather, they
Yeah.
were independent. So it still felt like this war of knives and daggers under the table stuff was like another layer to the world.
Yes. Well, no, in reality, like a lot of them were Freemasons anyway.
Yep.
So they weren't part of the aristocracy, and I could see the Templars holding on to the power of the aristocracy anyway.
Because they do establish that the Templar Order was also the Roman Empire because they were the seat of power.
Yeah. Ooh, maybe even a
Oh yeah, we're getting another Assassin's Creed game in Japan. I forgot
Yeah.
about that game entirely.
Apparently, that one did another. I don't know what it
Oopsie.
was, but apparently they made an announcement for release date on apparently a
yes.
well known in Japan tragic event.
Yeah, so they moved it to March 20th, which was the largest terror attack in the Tokyo subways, which was the sarin gas attack. That killed 19 and like injured 1,000 people.
Listen, you gotta look at the, I have no idea what they're doing actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't you know they researched extensively the Japanese culture and history.
Now, Liam
Seriously?
McNeil says another defense against brain drain is keeping top executives from driving talent away through constant interference. Ubisoft is very bad for that. Oh, it's not just Ubisoft. The three big evils, as I call them: Activision, Ubisoft, and EA.
Well, another issue I know of is that there's two ways to go about this. A video game being privately owned is far better than it being publicly owned in almost all cases.
Yes.
Mhm.
It always ends better because usually the privately owned companies and indie companies
Don't have stockholders to answer to.
Yes, because that was a big problem for like Dead Space. It was for a horror genre, but the horror genre was kind of niche and the game was kind of niche, right? And it sold well for what it did, but it didn't sell the numbers that the stock people wanted. And so they started meddling and interfering with the design, converting it from horror in the third game to action and action co-op because that was hot during 2012 and 13. And that completely lost the core audience. And because it was never an appeal to people that like that genre, co-op and action, they weren't really interested. That's a big problem when you do that. Oh my
Yep.
god. Yeah, because you cannot shift genres, right? You can shift genres by doing spin-offs. Halo did this with Halo Wars. Now, Halo Wars' success being a console exclusive is what killed Ensemble Studios. Had it been also made for PC, Ensemble Studios probably would still be with us today. But
Yeah, they could have made two then.
yeah, console
Wow,
exclusive.
the Syndicate established that Templars controlled the industrialists, not the aristocracy. That's weird.
Actually, a good example of a game switching genres, even if the game's good, not doing well, would be Doom 3.
Becoming a horror game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good example. So, well, I like Doom 3 because we streamed it the other day. Doom 3 actively tries to make the game into something it's not. I like Doom 3. I want to say that. I think it's good and you should play it. But yes, Doom 3 tries to make Doom into a horror game, a horror shooter. And ultimately, that's not what people wanted from a Doom experience. They wanted more action and more speedy movements rather than, having to pull out your flashlight, shoot something, staying to where lights are and working with lighting, which is a completely different idea of what Doom is actually about if you play Doom 1 or 2. And Doom 2016 is more faithful to the original vision, which is an example of reverse brain drain actually working out. Now, what I will say is they do have some brain drain with Doom right now, because Doom Eternal fundamentally betrayed some of these ideas as well, which is strange that they chose to do that by introducing more platforming, which is a very bad idea to do for a shooter game. It just adds awkward moments where it's like, why are you doing platforming? And
They also
2016
made-
had this too, and they shouldn't have done that because it's the philosophy of we have to change up the gameplay because the players are going to get bored. It's like, we'll just make the gameplay good and they won't get
Make
bored.
it boring.
If you make two different types of games, like a platforming section and a shooting section, and you don't develop them thoroughly, like make the high-speed car chase section interesting, even though it's only for like 50 minutes, then you've just wasted 15 minutes of everyone's time. And you wasted 50 minutes of, or God knows how many months implementing that. And all it did was just add a car scene that nobody liked. That could have been just a cutscene.
Doom Eternal also has the issue of turning the gunplay into pretty much a puzzle of, oh, it's this enemy, I have to switch to this gun. Now I have to
Yes.
switch to this gun.
They do puzzle game design with the guns, and they limit. There's a lot of problems Eternal has versus 2016 because they take away the weapon sandbox, and the weapon sandbox is part of what makes Doom Doom. But whatever.
All right, let's pick the next one.
All right, next
On the
video.
line.
Halo.
Do Halo 5 Guardians.
No.
Yes,
We can just follow the line
Yeah,
here.
we're following the line. Assassin's Creed is done.
This goes right into a great fucking example
Oh God! So let's
of
just
forgetting what the fuck you are.
look at these two things.
That's literally the main page for Call of Duty now.
So
Yeah.
Call of Duty has brain drain pretty fucking severe. As it's gotten bigger, it's sort of lost the plot of what made Call of Duty, especially as people also left the project and the new people that joined the project, as well as executive meddling. So pushing out the creatives who wanted to push the franchise into a more like sci-fi setting to try to expand things and expand mechanics, the sci-fi people got pushed out, and what got pushed in and replaced them was the modern crowd, and basically appealing to the modern thing, having random singers or like crossover skins for things. And so instead of evolving the franchise in a positive direction, because for a while Call of Duty did, right? So starting with the original Call of Duty, it was an answer to Medal of Honor, right? A standard sort of action set piece shooter where you play as a soldier and you go through a set piece level. They do this all the way up until I think
Battlefield 3.
I mean Call of Duty.
Yes, no. They do it all the way up until Battlefield 3, and then they have Battlefield hanging over their head for the next decade.
Yeah, because Battlefield catches up to them, because Battlefield 2 was mostly a PC thing, and then Battlefield 3 comes out for consoles, and EA is now dominating the shooter market, which forces them to respond with things like Black Ops. And Black Ops starts to expand on the ideas of the campaign, because they were starting to stagnate there for a little bit with Modern Warfare 3, where you actually get decisions, and you can start impacting the story. You get to do this in 2 quite a bit, to the point where you literally change levels and certain things based on your interactions. And so the campaign and the single player campaign starts to expand and start to go forward, because for a while Call of Duty did get plateaued. The levels were just very samey. It's like point A, point B, shoot bad guys. Now it's like, okay, point A, point B, but you can also choose your weapon loadout, and the stuff you did in the previous mission is going to affect the characters in this mission, as well as what you do, to the point where even in Cold War, your ending, you literally betray the team you're working for and start shooting them to get like an evil ending where you launch nukes at America or something.
Yeah.
Which is really cool, like when they start expanding the campaign stuff like that. But again, then they plateau again, where the brain drain as those people are pushed out because the sci-fi games didn't do well, right? Because Advanced Warfare? No, Infinite Warfare. Infinite Warfare bombs because it has a troubled launch, and due to it having a troubled launch, the game flops, and that's where the entire franchise takes a spin. In the same way that with Assassin's Creed, you always have this normally like key incident where one thing goes wrong, and because one thing goes wrong, the execs overreact and overcorrect and then change the game completely into something else, where it loses everything of what made it what it was.
So I think one of the last great Call of Duties was Call of Duty World at War.
That one was also
Um,
dark as fuck. Like, that was the first time I
Yes.
started getting bloody, gory, like arms are being blown off. The music itself was rather interesting because there's actually a controversy surrounding the music of all things. And it's because games journals at the time were like, it's too actiony in a period which should be sad. And the director came out and said, like, firstly, it's not really actiony. And if you actually listen to my music, like, it's basically like, or no, it wasn't him that said it. It was people that come out to defend him. 'Cause I don't think he actually said anything. But basically, if you actually listen to the music, it's very bleak, very dark, and yes, it does have guitar and stuff in it, but it's done in such a way that it's dark, it's gritty, and it's good.
Yeah.
World of War was
I
a pretty
have-
good campaign.
A great example of how Call of Duty, because we're talking about this with Assassin's Creed and stuff, how it doesn't take itself seriously at all, because they added things like unicorn finishers for assassins for when you kill people in melee,
Oh yeah.
as the Terrifier.
which
As
I
the
posted a
Terrifier.
clip of.
Okay, let's pull it up.
There's also a skin for the gun, turns it into a bomb, and you can smoke the bomb.
No, that's the
That's
Cheech
fucking
and Chong
dope.
one. Yep.
I like how you know what that is.
Because they're so dumb, I remember it.
But yeah, like, what made...
This is so fucking stupid.
Oh my god, that's so Reddit. But either... I'm not even...
Like, they do
Oh,
nothing is serious
God,
anymore.
That is exactly what happened to Red Faction. It lost its plot too, where you get the fucking unicorn ass gun.
And like the skins that people have.
Yeah, the
like,
skins are goofy. It doesn't really feel connected to Call of Duty and what made Call of Duty Call of Duty. It's lost its identity. So you can see that the brain drain has already affected this to the point where it's got elements of what it is, but it's definitely lost what it was.
Yeah.
Visually, it's become a joke.
It's become a parody of itself.
Yeah, that's sad to see. Oh my god. It's ass, literally.
So fucking stupid.
This is brain rot, not brain drain.
Yeah.
Well, it's a
Because,
byproduct of brain drain.
Because I think World at War was the last full game in Call of Duty to take itself like extra seriously with the topic. I mean, you got Black Ops, but I don't. As much as I want to say like Black Ops is like hyped a lot, I don't think people particularly care too much about Black Ops, especially the storyline. Because I think was it Black Ops 5? Did you even have a campaign or something?
What?
Swilly?
It didn't?
Black Ops 5. Let me check.
What? Yeah, Black Ops, no campaign.
That's fucking awful.
Cam Pagan.
Like, campaigns are the
Like,
campaigns of Call of Duty
previous
is what
entries.
made them like defeat Medal of Honor and dethrone Medal of Honor, because Medal of Honor was king.
Unlike the previous entries, Black Ops 4 will be the first entry to not feature a traditional single-player campaign.
There you go. Yeah.
It will
so
only
it's a-
contain it will only contain multiplayer, zombies, and a new battle royale mode called Blackout.
So they didn't give a shit about their IP so much that they had no campaign.
That's fucking... That's bad. That's actually bad. Yeah, Blops 4. They just didn't care. Because in World at War is the first Call of Duty, I think, to introduce the choice thing, because Reznov, during his campaign, you get to choice to, like, kill Germans or not, to show mercy or to be brutal or cruel. And if you're cruel, it changes how he talks about you in the end. It's like, yes, we were here for revenge, but, you know, we did it honorably or something like that. Or we were bloodthirsty, you know, we slaughtered them all.
They got what they fucking deserve.
Never on their land.
Their blood.
people.
It was dark. And it's honestly the last Call of Duty to be that dark. Because while Modern Warfare was fun, it was never as bleak or as serious as World at War. And honestly, I kind of regret that the franchise never got as serious as it did with World at War again. Because World at War got intense in terms of how aggressive it was and how bleak it was.
I
And
mean, it's so much so that it spawned the Nazi zombie game type.
Mhm. Yeah, because they used the burning models. Oh my god, yes. The story about how Nazi zombies came to be because the burning models for people being burned to death were so horrific with the animations with them running and being wounded. They were so grotesque that when they looked at it, they're like zombies when they were animating it. And that's because it was so grotesque, it's what led to Nazi zombies. Because they were that violent and brutal with World at War. It spawned an entire game mode based on those animations because all they had to do was reskin him. Because you can actually see those animations in the base game when you're actually playing it, especially with like the flamethrower. My God.
And now it's just a weed smoking, Cardi B having, King Kong throwing fucking multiplayer game.
Yeah, weed smoking, Cardi B having.
Yeah,
Piece
like
of
when I
shit.
look at modern Call of Duty, I just don't see. It doesn't like it's like the name Call of Duty has almost become so tainted with what the franchise has become, even more than Assassin's Creed, that it's become a negative connotation in gaming as a whole.
Yeah.
Call of Duty's just become the
Schlop.
like meme
Garbage.
from like Modern Warfare time, the meme of like the 420 Blaze It, Doritos, Mountain Dew.
Yeah, it
Like
lost
like the meme shit from that. Like that's all Call of Duty is now.
Yeah,
And that's why I don't want to go anywhere near modern Call of Duty.
it lost its uniqueness, it lost its soul, it's lost its personality. It's actually sad to see. And the worst part is because it's what we call a stratosphere game, it's so high up there that it's just going to continue to derail itself further and humiliate itself. That's a rather tragic fate for a video game. It's a rather very tragic.
It's third person mode too. Yes. So here's another thing. Like people keep saying that, like Todd, he says, oh, it's just FPS Fortnite. No, see, that's where you're wrong. Fortnite modded Call of Duty 2 and 1 into Fortnite better than what Call of Duty can currently do. Have you seen those mods?
Yeah.
I have not.
So there are mods for Fortnite that actually turn into Battlefield 1943, and Fortnite is honestly a better Call of Duty game or a better Battlefield game than modern Battlefield or Call of Duty games. And that's sad.
Yeah.
That's actually tragic. And that game is a parody of like everything.
Fortnite is unironically less slop than modern Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's actually sad. That's what it's become, chat bros. That's why.
So, Colin, so sure, it's chasing trends, but it's chasing monetization. That is where brain drain leaves you, because they're not improving anything. All they're doing is sitting in the same marketing concept permanently now. It's like EA with FIFA and the player card stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking of brain drain, yeah. So it's funny about fucking sports games. I'm not up to date with the current ones, but last run I had, it wasn't very good, and that was like 2014 or 15. But
aren't they horrendously optimized as well?
Well, it's not even just that. So talking about brain drain, right? So for a while there was this PS2 football game or whatever where you play as like a college kid, you know, and then you actually have to get accepted and get you build up your career or something like that, and then you actually get into an actual team, and then you begin the tournament career and stuff like that. And it's like got this whole like career progression thing. That's actually really cool. Like
Yeah.
in general. And if you look at any of the games, did they take that idea and did they expand on it? No, that idea doesn't exist anymore. That was them trying to be like, okay, like you build a career, you're actually playing as a person and you're becoming a sports character and you're actually like evolving into an actual like professional like sports player for whatever game. In this case, it was football. And that was really cool to see, like going from like a college kid to like you actually getting accepted into one of the big teams for the country and then actually playing in the actual tournament. So, yeah, when it comes to a lot of sports games, they've also have brain drain to the point where they don't really innovate anymore. They just regurgitate. FIFA and
Yeah.
those games, it's just the same stuff, but with slightly updated rosters is what you're paying for. And that's how bad that has gotten. Because sports games used to be something that I remember playing and actually enjoying, even though I'm not really big into sports video games.
I liked a couple of sports video games. NBA Street was fun because you could play with like Bigfoot and fucking Alien and stuff like that. You could do the Toon Squad, I think, in one of them. And then I can't remember if it was NFL Blitz or something. It was like one of those where you just fucking demolish people by hitting them so hard that you can cause them to be permanently injured.
Oh yeah, you can make injuries and stuff.
Yeah.
That's like really cool. The concept of like, yeah, no, let's make sports games, but let's actually incorporate all these things and then go a step above. But that doesn't happen in car games. Oh my god, racing games. That
Need for Speed.
Need for Speed, Burnout, like
Need for
Flat Out. There's another one, Test Drive Unlimited, or the Test
Yeah.
Drive series. These car games were like super popular in 2000s and like 2005 and 6 and 7, and then they immediately start to fall off around that period because car games were fucking awesome. Now they
There's one called Split Second that was really fun. That's where you can do like tricks and stuff to build up your meter, and then you can change the map and like kill people while you're racing.
That's pretty cool. Man, whatever happened to all the really cool car racing games? What the actual fuck? That is another genre that suffered brain drain to the point where they stopped building. I remember they were making a new Carmageddon game, and that was the one thing I was excited for because it was like the first time I'd seen a car game I was looking forward to. And that game was like, it toted like the ability that the vehicles were hyper destructive. Like you could smash them and they'd bend and contort, pieces would snap off, and the metal would bend and break, and it would affect how you drive, and it was really cool. And then they fucking messed that up. I remember that.
Yeah, and I liked Twisted Metal is pretty good as well.
Yep, the action shooter fucking car games.
Mm-hmm.
Twisted Metal was
Those
great.
games are quite dark.
They were twisted and metal, perhaps.
Yeah.
There used to be so many racing games. Like the racing game genre had so much variety to choose from, down to sci-fi, down to literally fantasy, down to CTR fucking racing for Crash Bandicoot. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing games. Like party racing games. Oh my god. That's a genre that suffered so badly.
Do we even
it
have any
died.
good party racing games on PC?
No. The party racing games live on, but they only live on Nintendo.
Yeah, they're like
Correct.
Nintendo. Just Mario Kart, pretty much.
They're
Mario Kart has expanded itself grossly to the point where there's like 30 different wheel types in some of the racing games.
Fucking A. PGR Project Gotham Racing was my favorite. Oh, I've got that
Project
on Xbox.
Gotham, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old Xbox.
Oh, Kirby Air Ride, that was an interesting
I've
one.
got my entire dad's racing game collection for the Xbox.
I hated playing Project Gotham specifically because I had to use the Duke at that time.
You didn't buy? Why didn't you buy one of the? Because they did make the modernized version that wasn't the Duke in the United States after the initial release, if I remember right.
Yeah, but that time I don't think it we had it.
Okay, maybe we
You're
got our
asking
Xbox
me.
original late.
You're asking me why a thing from like 2000 or so, and why I didn't personally go buy a different one.
Because I do know they made the alternate controllers. Because the only version of the controls I have is not the Duke. I've got the slimmer one they made.
Why not?
Because when we bought our Xbox original from Media Play, that's what it had. Because there used to be the store way, way back when in St. Cloud called Media Play. And that's where we got all our video game stuff from. And movies and everything else. It's long gone.
Yeah.
Long gone now.
All right. Next up
we have is the Gears of War franchise, chat. What? Oh, this is a franchise. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. This franchise is amazing.
What you mean? I mean, they only made 3 games.
So
no, they made 4.
in order to talk about Brain Drain, we always have to go through the beginning, right? So the beginning, Gears of War is a dark sort of dark science fiction sort of like shooter game where it's got co-op themes and you got like branching paths and stuff you can choose, and it's a cover shooter, and it popularized the cover shooter genre. In fact, this sparked the cover shooter genre and made it almost oversaturated because there was a lot and they were sometimes really
You say
bad.
almost, but I think you're just
But a lot of good games were sparked by Gears of War, and Gears of War was really good. 2 basically polishes 1, just refines a lot of things about 1 did. 3 expands it to have more players and expands a lot of its game modes, and basically refines it to almost what I would call perfection. It was perfect. It was perfect.
perfect.
Ram Shadow is just an expansion, and Judgment is more or less just a repeat of 3, with really no notable differences, I think, evolution-wise. But then the franchise right there stops. It basically stops at 3, we could say, because Judgment more or less repeats what 3 did. So when 4 hits, and I guess you could say Judgment in 5, like you kind of realize that the brain drain has already started to hit pretty quickly. And because that's because a lot of people had also migrated and moved on, and I think also one of the main directors also isn't involved anymore for the new Gears stuff, right? Oh god, I can't remember their name. Can't remember their name, but I think they're also gone as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, chest high walls. Yes.
Chest high walls. Yeah, pretty much. You know, there's going to be a
Everywhere
big battle here.
just
Everybody
high walls.
remembers Yahtzee. Terrible.
Why are you so hateful? So
Because he
filled
had
with
zero
hate.
he had zero punctuation.
Oh, blah, 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 blah.
All right. So the big thing with Gears 4 is they completely reset everything. Basically, had been built up in 3, even
The
mechanically.
new locusts. Even the locusts are back after we killed them off.
Yeah. And so not only did the brain drain, basically they had no idea where to take it, right? So the original people basically leave the project. The people that inherit it are like, what are we going to do with this? Do we go and expand the maybe a different story arc that took place during the Locust invasion? Do we cover the Pendulum Wars that took place before? We can put them in the cutscene. Okay. We'll put one of the other things in the cutscene too. Okay, that's cool. And then we're going to mostly focus on regurgitating everything that had happened again.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And basically 4 and 5 and the current timeline is garbage. It's garbage because it's just a retelling of the same story, except with new characters that have no charisma.
Yep. Yeah, you have no attachment to them whatsoever either.
They have no charisma. The only reason why you're supposed to care is because they have a relationship with some of the previous characters and the fact that some of them are children of them.
You're related to Marcus?
Didn't you
I thought-
enjoy piloting a giant fucking mech at the end of 4?
No. I didn't.
I don't think I made it to 4. Or at the end of 4.
God, you didn't miss anything, I'll tell you that much.
I think I got to the city and then that stopped it.
You're just like, I think I'm done.
Yeah.
Oh
A
my
chunk
god.
of the missions were literally just play horde mode for X amount of time.
Well,
Yep.
I think Gears of War 3 is where I only sat on horde mode there.
Gears 3 is like the pinnacle of the franchise. I think Judgment gets a lot of hate, but Judgment, I mean, considering what we know
I don't
now,
think Judgment deserves any of the hate, really. It's,
No,
it's just
Judgment's hate is entirely based on what they did on the multiplayer.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
What do
mostly
they do?
it's gets gear on gear, and there's a few other things.
Oh,
Like
that's
there's a
terrible.
scoreboard that pops up that's completely unnecessary. But the
They also
Judgment
apparently
as a
made
whole,
grenades are throwable.
Judgment as a whole
They
is
just-
basically just more of 3, and its expansion for Judgment is actually even better than the whole campaign of Judgment, because it
Mhm.
actually adds what Cole and Baird were doing at a certain point in the Gears 3 timeline and ties everything together in a really cool way. It should have been, honestly, an expansion to 3 rather than a standalone game, but because of how console games work, that would have been too big to be an expansion.
Yep.
Yeah, Gears 4 and 5 also started heavily trying to pander to different people and started losing a lot of seriousness with stuff they were doing, like with skins they started introducing.
Oh, God.
Mhm.
Not only that, but the story. Like, the story is just a joke, right? The story in 1, 2, and 3 takes itself very seriously. Like, yes, Baird is a comedic element, so is Coltrane. and they have comedic aspects, but it's very dark in what's happening. It's a very dark and very serious story about basically mankind being genocided by these monstrous abominations from underground, right? And then in 4,
Fucking
they
grubs.
kind of just turn it into a joke where like the one girl with the comically large mole on her face, who's hounding the main protagonist with her robots, is like, I'm a control freak. I'm gonna be making control freak things, and then everyone's gonna like meme on her and dab on her, and it's just like, okay, so she's just a like it's no longer serious because the original leader of humanity, like they had like this relationship in 2 where he gave a speech. Oh my God, Prescott's speech was amazing in 2, and then everything between 2 and 3, you like, oh Prescott, you fucking traitor, you bitch, you fucking ran away, you left us, you abandoned us, you know. And so the leader has this sort of serious role, versus the leader of mankind in 4 and 5 is a gag to be laughed at.
Yep.
Versus Prescott literally dies and gives his life. And even though the main character is mad at him and doesn't agree with a lot of things he did, Prescott still, in his best interest, was serving humanity to the best of his
Yeah.
ability.
Not only that, Prescott could have just taken the secret to his fucking grave.
He could have, but he didn't. He told him the truth, and that's admirable. That's what makes it so much more interesting, because Prescott's a character I like, and I can't remember the fucking leader of 4 and 5 for humanity, but I don't give a shit.
Just some bitch.
Some annoying bitch with a large mole on her face. Like, that's it. That's all I remember. Big mole.
Even like talking setting wise, like, okay, how does the coalition just have massive fucking robot armies now? How are they just not able to keep track that with these massive armies that, oh, our people are disappearing? We have no idea what's happening. How? You literally have a complete police state where you monitor everything. People are just disappearing, and you have no idea.
Apparently, it was all Baird's doing too. That Baird came
Yeah.
up with all of this technology out of
Yeah,
nowhere.
Baird basically is just like, oh, by the way, we just have insane levels of technology now.
Yeah, it's lost all sense of what it was about, lost its vision, lost its darkness, lost its story edge, lost its visual direction. Look at Hivebusters, a mode for Gears 5, right? Even the cover art of that.
Yeah.
Artistically, does that
anyone play
look
that?
the same? No, I didn't, but the art and the trailer for it looks so bad because it looks like it has nothing to do with Gears.
You know
So-
what?
Looks like a
Gibbs.
knockoff.
Hold on. You keep talking. I'm gonna go find it
Okay,
because
roger that.
you'll understand it.
I
What are
was,
you
I was
looking
gonna, I
for?
was gonna just explain.
No, he's gonna
Hivebusters.
go-
Carry on.
Yeah, you go. Keep
So-
carrying on. I'm gonna find it.
Go ahead, Chuma.
So as I say, so Hivebusters, its entire game, because like it is nothing like Gears. You're correct, more or less. The whole point of that is you play as characters, special people, who
Looks
let
special.
themselves get captured by whatever the fuck the not locusts are called. And then they get taken to the hives where they're turning people into the locust, basically.
Mhm.
And then you break out of the cocoon via bullshit, like you can just do that. And then you plant a bomb and run out. It just doesn't feel like Gears at all.
That sounds very arcadey.
It is.
Like
And you
in
have
not a
level
good
ups
way.
and power and like abilities. It's yeah.
It sort of sounds like more like a hero shooter the more you describe it. Like
I
a
don't
different
remember-
genre entirely.
All I remember is that there was some kind of levels to it for your characters, and characters were different with like what gear they had, and like it was interesting, but
This
it wasn't
sounds-
Gears.
Yeah, so Gears, everyone can equip any weapon and pick up anything, right? In your toolkit. You get 2 weapons that you have, right? Your primary and your secondary. And then that's kind of like the crux of how the game works, and then you have your grenades, right? This, what you just described, fundamentally changes that entirely. Instead of everyone having the base loadout and then picking out weapons, like picking long shot or picking up different weapons to play with, you just have your different class archetype heroes.
Hold on,
It sounds more like
as
a
far as
hero
if I'm,
shooter
unless I'm
design.
remembering it horribly wrong, but that's what I remember of it.
Yeah, so that's basically following more like hero shooter design, where everyone's got these unique abilities and is unique. Yeah, that doesn't really fit
All I
Gears
remember
because
is
you're
I
just
think
a
it's the-
soldier. That's
I
what
think the
it's
guy on the
supposed to be
left
about.
was an Irishman, and he was very rapey. That's all I really remember about the characters.
Very rapey.
There you go, Kibbs. I
He was
found it.
rapey.
All right, I'll pull it up.
Let me
Rape
just
here.
leave this one up top. It's the GIF.
Oh my god.
Looks fucking dumb.
It is tiny. What is that gif of? Why do I recognize that?
Well,
I feel like I've seen this not too long ago. It's super artifacted.
yeah.
Is that from the
That's the
parody movie
comedian.
where they got Tropic Thunder?
Yeah, Tropic Thunder. 1,
Yeah, it is.
2, 3, 4. All parts.
And then
Yeah,
it's the
making fun of the action hero style movies.
hold on. It's fucking. It's Tug Speedman, man.
Tug Spigman.
Speedman, yeah. Tug Speedman, yeah. So that's what that fucking that DLC fucking reminds me of. Is the fucking Scorcher movies.
It's like he's a superhero with all the fucking babies he's saving.
Because in Scorcher 5, he was carrying a child. In Scorcher 6, the Global Meltdown, he's carrying 2 children and 2 guns.
Tiberius says that they did change it so that you can just equip any equipment later on, but on launch, I guess it was like that.
So yeah, this is the Tropic Thunder is a really good example of things just losing their way.
Don't lose your way. It basically sums up what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the Gears franchise. The games.
Yeah, that high busters is what I'm using for the GIF.
No,
the fucking background.
What's gonna be interesting is so they know that 4 and 5 nobody cares about. They're still making 6, which they should abandon, but studios refuse to ever acknowledge failure and will instead double down, only compiling the. Oh my god, that's another thing.
I mean, if they just retcon the entire story in 4 and 5 with 6, it'd probably be okay. If
No,
they basically restart everything.
Like the big problem is it's built on bad rocky foundation. They've already lost faith. So again, if you want to course correct this particular part of the brain drain problem, you need to go back to Gears of War 3, where everyone was happy, and then restart from there. Don't restart the franchise. That's wrong, because now you're erasing what came before. Restart where it's a writing. There's a writing phrase for this. If you fuck up when writing, basically, to paraphrase this quote, you go back until the part where you lost the spot or you lost like the beat, and then you rewrite everything from there. You do not try to salvage that other shit. You take that shit out, you cut it, you put it in the bin, and then you rewrite from the spot you lost track. And then that's how you fix your writing mistakes.
That's
it's the
what I was
best
saying
method to do it usually. Yeah, but by doing 6 by retconning things, retconning is just not the way to do it.
No, basically not retconning the story, but basically making 6 as if 4 and 5 didn't happen.
Well, they should. That's again, we're getting down to semantics, but you shouldn't make 6. The only way to correctly handle this is to remake Gears of War 4. That's the correct way you should actually word that, because it's not 6 at this point. It's 4.
They
should also make it Gears of War instead of Gears again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just that. Speaking of losing your way and losing identity,
so
dropping the of war part in 5 helps to really just sort of spell out that they are not wanting to be like the original.
So the reason they did that is they're like, oh, whenever we're talking about Gears of War, right, we just always abbreviate it to Gears. So we decided, well, why don't we just go with that? Like, we don't need the Gears of War because we just refer to it as Gears. So we just cut the of war.
That's dumb. You're losing. That's like you're losing.
Not only did they lose the Gears, like the Gears of War part of it, they don't even show the fucking gear anymore.
Yeah, notice how it's focused on
the actual icon for the series.
It's focused on big, powerful female character, which is what they were doing in this one, because she was always being set up to replace him. This title here is what we call misleading, because it's actually about empowered female. This is again subversion that's basically happening here, because the focus, even when it's on Marcus, is Marcus is there, right? But it's actually not really about just Marcus. It's about the war, and he's in his armor. Here he's holding the cog tags of all his dead comrades and friends as they're launching a massive counterattack. And then here he's looking a little bit more like, not necessarily at peace, but I guess you could say like almost like not grieving, but it's like a different type of emotion it's trying to convey. Like this is the end of a great journey.
He's tired.
Death has donated $5, kids.
He says there's only one series I think had brain gain. Well, actually, there's quite a few. We've talked about a couple, where they what's the word?
Regenerated.
I think that's a
Regenerate their
mistype,
state.
Gibbs.
Yeah. I think I had brain gain.
Yeah.
Brain
keep going.
gain.
I
Brain
think
gain. Brain gain.
as in he meant
Keep-
gain. Then its brain was ripped out with a claw hammer, which is the Saints Row series. Hashtag Gibbs Choice. Saints
Yeah.
Row is another game that lost its way, and that comes from the fact that it was specifically due to the fact that the studio that had made Saints Row has already been defunct, and the studio that picked it up later didn't really know what the other guys were doing or care, and made their own little thing, completely disjointed from the main line.
It stopped taking itself seriously in 3.
Yep.
Saints Row became a parody of itself, and I think in a way lost itself in 3, yes. Because 3 is actually the beginning of the end. People like 3 and people like the other one and Get Out of Hell and stuff, and people enjoyed those things. Again, when you stop taking yourself seriously, you start to lose the plot. Like Borderlands did this with 2. It became a joke of itself, and then immediately afterwards, every time you become a joke, nobody cares.
Yeah. I think only one game joked on itself, and that was Blood Dragon.
Blood Dragon was unironically kind of good though, because the other franchise
Yeah.
part of the franchise is stagnant.
Yes.
Far Cry is similar to Assassin's Creed in that it has no idea what it wants to be and sort of just recycles itself ad nauseum. Like almost every Far Cry game is just a recycling of itself again. And there's different aspects that they build on top of certain things, but the problem is the climbing tower trope became a trope because of Far Cry. Got to climb a radio tower so I can expand my map so I can see all this stuff. And so it became formulaic to a point where it almost, in a way, became a joke in of itself. Blood Dragon was
the
like
Eagle Dive in fucking Assassin's Creed.
Yes. Where it's like, okay, there's so many funny parodies of that.
Just
it's actually
slam, crack,
a bunch
dead.
of rocks. Oh my god. But yes, brain drain is something that affects almost anything that's been going on for too long that people have left, right? And there's a lot of things to cover because anything that's old has already probably suffered from brain drain or is suffering from it now. Some things have started to recover. The next topic we have isn't so much as an individual game as it is an entire studio. And this entire
From
studio
the beginning
has suffered from brain drain from its very origins. And that's because it has massive fall off with actually its own creators. Like, save for like Todd Howard, many of the people that envisioned various games in this studio immediately were basically like disenfranchised by the studio in the sense that they were completely cut out or removed entirely from the project. And so their visions died in the games they made.
Yes. There's a great documentation on the difference between, what was it, Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim's different quest designs that goes like multi-hours and how shit some of them are in Skyrim compared to Morrowind.
Which is funny because Morrowind's incredibly dated and archaic. Yeah. But it goes to show how bad things have gotten there.
And your quest design isn't better than a game made, 30 years ago?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, the differences in between Daggerfall and Morrowind are staggering, right? And the difference between Morrowind and Skyrim or Oblivion is even more staggering. And the Oblivion and Skyrim are kind of like stagnant because they sort of like plateau there. They stop switching directions, but that's also because the internal fighting is over. Todd Howard has secured power, and now his vision will predominantly remain the vision of everything.
He's become the God Howard of Bethesda Studios.
Oakview has donated $5 and says, "What you gonna do when Squealy comes for you?"
Blast him.
Why?
Put a box on top of him.
You don't know what I'm there
Trapped forever.
for. You're just gonna kill me? What the fuck?
Why
Since
not?
Squealy's a little kitten, just put a little box on top of him.
Oh,
God Howard, who can do no wrong. So yeah, to quickly let's get into this, right? So, Squealy, tell us about the first Elder Scrolls game, just briefly, right? What was it about?
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Well, Elder Scrolls Arena was supposed to be an adaptation of a tabletop their group of friends made. into an actual video game.
Mhm.
And that was essentially just GURPS with a couple extra steps,
Mhm.
where you fought in an arena. That's what you did. The entire game was just you fight in a dungeon and an arena.
Now,
You left
what's
click, and that's it.
so how did it evolve going forward into the next game?
Going to Daggerfall, they actually created a very large open world that's procedurally generated. And the idea of that was that it'd be an infinite game where you'd have procedural generation essentially handle every dungeon and quest that you'd be offered besides the main quest. Well, it still practically had the exact same mechanics in the story, not story beats, but gameplay.
Okay, so it sounds like they almost did a genre swap there, but at the same time, the other one was incredibly simple, so they just expanded on it because it still has the same gameplay and combat and systems for the most part. Correct?
For the most part, yes. A little more advanced, but
Yeah, more polishment, more refinement. Again, it's expanding. It's marching forward, which is a good thing. Now, we don't need to worry about the spin-offs, by the way. Now, what's the next
I'm
game?
not talking about this.
I know, because there are spin-offs. What's the next game
Morrowind
in the
came out,
series? Okay.
and then that's when a good chunk of people left because Todd wanted to take the game series to a more linear. When I say linear, I mean like less procedurally generated route. So they would handcraft the entire world, which would be the island of Morrowind, and you would have the essentially the main quest and handmade side quests. They would remove quite a lot of features like climbing, fucking mounts, wear forms weren't a thing until Blood Moon came out. So they had to remove a lot of things just so they can make this game functional. It was also the one game in the that was actually able to save Bethesda from going under at the time. So despite everything, it is still a monolith of a game that actually saved Bethesda from dying in the first place, even though it is also an example of extreme brain drain in that people left over this game.
Yep, so we've lost a lot of personnel and the creation of Morrowind. We've also seen a massive shift from the direction. Instead of expanding, it's actually shrunk. The overall world and scope and what you can do has shrunk and been reduced.
Yeah, spell crafting is nowhere to be seen.
It's not in Skyrim. It's in Oblivion, but it's barely there.
Now, marching forward from Morrowind to Oblivion, what happens next after this massive brain drain
Into
happens?
Oblivion?
Yeah.
It becomes Todd Howard's show. He does whatever he goddamn wants, to be honest.
Yep,
He
and what did we
removes
lose?
almost any customization regarding spelling. Magic. And you got a far more streamlined narrative and gameplay.
So instead of playing a role-playing game, you're playing you're just playing an action hero basically on a set storyline.
Yep. You are the hero of Kvatch. That's all you are, and that's all you ever will be. You are the champion of Cyrodiil. That's all you got. You cannot roleplay a character outside of that.
So, the RPG elements have been stripped away. Well, no. The sandbox elements, because RPG is a broad definition.
Yeah.
We need to get more specific here. Broad.
Yeah.
We can't be broad here.
You can still RP. It's just that it's completely on your end because you have stripped down almost all of the dialogue system in the game.
I mean, you can role play in any game. The big difference is that you can't freely create a character that can do a variety of varied story arcs. This particular RPG is what we call a more linear-based RPG. And so it has now completely shifted from its sandbox focus and origins to a very linear and focused experience, which has betrayed its original foundations. You can see that the brain drain has completely devolved, or no, not necessarily devolved, but changed what type of game it is into something it isn't or wasn't originally supposed to be. Because the original creators sounded like they wanted a more sandbox, like a great simulated world in the Elder Scrolls universe, in Tamriel, where you could live out whatever experience you wanted, right?
Yes.
Now you're going to live out a specific story arc instead.
Yep.
So this is
And
it's like it's completely lost sense of what it was at this point.
however, the oddity of it though is that the community around Oblivion is that they like to believe that the fact that they haven't completed the main story is a mark of honor. Like the game's so good that they didn't even fucking play the main story.
Wait, as in the main story's not completable?
No, as in like they don't bother completing it. They don't bother playing it. They just play the all the side content in Oblivion instead.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't really count though. That's community things. What the
I
community
know,
does
it's
is
just
irrelevant. So the most important part is what the studio is doing with the overall direction of the game. Because from here, we can very see, because this is where my actual experience with Elder Scrolls appears, finally.
Mhm.
My experience of
Got it.
Skyrim is that it was just kind of like this sort of open worldy, like there's a main quest thing and it's not really interesting, and then there's the side quests which are slightly more interesting, and that's
Yeah.
kind of it.
Not only that, they tear away almost everything magic based.
Yeah, magic kind
Making
of
magic.
sucks in vanilla.
Yes, correct. It's because I don't think Todd Howard liked magic.
Yeah, I don't think he does either, because like
So
magic is, we had to mod it, because when I played it the first time, I tried to do like a conjurer, and it was incredibly boring, and there was barely anything to do, and it was kind of unoptimal. And when I tried melee stuff, like it was so much better, right? Like anything bow, whatever, as long as it didn't have anything to do with magic, it's better. And then
Yep.
when you guys showed me some mods that make magic actually viable, you really start to see that no, it's not an engine limitation. It's definitely a lack of imagination, or because they don't want that as a focus. And so now it's like watching a fucking game slowly cut away parts of itself each time they iterate on it. Because I wasn't there for the originals, but when you actually look back at what the originals had compared to what the new ones have, it's like watching
Mhm.
something get smaller. That's a
Gibbs,
Gibbs.
you're describing the entirety of a very specific, battle simulator game.
This is like Total War.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
you just made me think of Total War, and I was about to grab a image for it.
Total War. Total War started. Oh my god, we'll talk about that one later.
Attila.
Yeah, I'll throw an image for him in.
We'll talk about that one later, because that one I could go on all day at length
Yep.
of expanding and then plateauing and then flatlining and then having severe brain drain. So yeah,
Oh, you wanted that? You wanted that piece of gameplay? Well, we'll just sell it back to you in DLC. Don't
we'll
worry.
sell it back, or worse, here we added it. It wasn't very good. We cut it out of the game now. We deleted it. Like they actually deleted settlement battles. Actually deleted them. They actually deleted them.
we figured that saying no one liked it and we're too lazy to actually make it good, we're just gonna remove it altogether.
Oh, naval combat kind of sucks. Oh, we'll just stop making it then. It's like, no, fix it, make it good. Oh, you don't like settlement battles? Okay, we deleted that. They're in the game's code and they're there, but we deleted them. Oh, you don't like siege battles? Well, guess you'll just get a wall. Guess you'll just get. What you want improvements? I guess we'll just cut out whatever you complain about until you shut the fuck up. Until you shut the fuck
Don't complain, bitch.
That's basically that franchise in a nutshell. Anytime people complain about something sucking, they just cut it out of the game.
Yeah.
Just
Warhammer
All right.
was
All right.
back to
Yeah.
Bethesda though,
Back to
because
Bethesda.
Bethesda
Yeah,
is there's a lot to go through here with Bethesda.
Yeah, chat. I want to understand. Todd Howard gave almost no care about magic, so much so that pulling your bowstring back and then with almost no like heavy bow firing, like you just spam the shooting button, you'll just insta fucking paralyze an enemy, like a dragon that's flying in the air, have it crash to the ground and die. Like just from the mechanic of it paralyze, like the end of the bow tree causes enemies to get paralyzed from being aimed at while you're firing. It doesn't matter if the arrow doesn't hit them or come near them. It's just in the line of sight of your reticle.
Yep.
And magic gets nothing anywhere close to that level of fuckery.
Oh my
And
god!
It's because it's become easier to just remove magic features that were in the previous. Take for example, levitation. You can fucking fly in Morrowind and Daggerfall. However, the reason why they removed that was so that they could render things easier for consoles.
Yeah.
Because the game engine that Bethesda uses is so fucking dog shit that having more than 12 NPCs in a cell will cause the game to shit itself.
Yeah, Gamebryo is the core engine. All they've done is strap shit to it.
Just duct tape it to
Yeah.
It now has flying enemies. We already did flying enemies. Just make it a little more complex. Okay.
Oh,
Make
God.
it a
Is
little-
that the fucking Fallout 76 having the fucking dragon
Dragons.
code in the fucking data is fucking hilarious.
Look, it's a giant moth.
It's
Oh,
just a
twig.
dragon.
It's
It's just a dragon.
We added new things to Fallout lore. You did? Why do they look like Elder Scrolls things? They even have the same
But think
names.
about
They even have the same-
It's
The only
Fallout
thing they
with
changed is the models.
Yeah, it's Skyrim with guns.
The
That's
thing
the
is,
funniest part
that
because I
phrase
played
is
Skyrim.
true.
Because I played Skyrim before I played any other Fallout games. Like I went immediately into Fallout 4,
Mhm.
and I was like, "Oh, this is just Skyrim with guns. Nice."
Yes. Oh my god. So you brings up Fallout. Now Fallout was originally made by Black Isle and their Interplay, right? And I think it switched hands to somebody else for 2. I don't remember. But either way, it doesn't matter. So 1 and 2 are sort of tactics role-playing games using the GURP system, which is one thing it shares in common with the Elder Scrolls series also being a big user of the GURP system. And that's one of the problems with a lot of RPGs because they got very samey once GURPS got made. But the big thing is that they use the GURP system to make their system, and it's a turn-based tactical role-playing game. And it's sort of an accident because the first game was sort of made and Interplay was like, I'm not greenlighting that. And they made it on
Not green.
their spare time, more or less, until they got a little bit of funding for it. And then it took off, and then the second one got a lot more funding because Interplay smelled money. Now, ignoring Interplay's mismanagement and mishandling of many things and their drama, which led to their collapse because they're the EA before EA became EA the way it is now. Interplay's collapse basically saw the IP shift hands into Bethesda because Bethesda acquires the Fallout license. And the original idea for Fallout 3 is that it's going to be very much in line with the original idea of Fallout. However, at some point during the line changes. And they're like, nah, let's just use the Gamebryo engine and let's make it so that it's just like first person and completely genre swaps what Fallout was. Now, due to the fact that Fallout was a niche and the games industry was very niche at that point still, and the games industry and community was expanding, many people, when Fallout 3 was announced, didn't really know a lot about Fallout 1 or 2. They knew it existed, but it wasn't like super common knowledge to everyone. So a lot of people were able to buy it and were just getting into gaming at the time. And if they had no prior experience with the Fallout series, they had no idea that it was never supposed to be a first-person game. And so it more or less was accepted the way it was. And one of the big things I remember seeing at the time when Fallout 3 was released is people called it Elder Scrolls with guns. Oblivion with guns was, I think, the actual phrase. Because that was a negative connotation because all it really was Oblivion in a sense, but painted with Fallout. And that's one of the problems with Fallout 3. It's just not very in line with the rest of the Fallout. So much so that even the lore is reset. They don't even, when the brain drain, when we talk about brain drain, this is called brain stop. This literally has nothing to do with Fallout 1 or 2 for the most part, and is loosely connected because it's in the same universe. It's set on the other side of the country, on the East Coast instead of the West Coast, where the originals are set. And not only has it done that, but it also resets the timeline of the entire setting, in the sense that, while it is technically, I think, forward in time, basically on the East Coast, it's back to tribalism and basically like feralism, in the sense that there's no like civilizations being established, because the original narrative goal of Fallout was the reconstruction of civilization throughout the ruins of a decayed one, and then the repeating of those failures because, you know, the cycle of man, you know, blah blah blah, was the core thought process. And the problem is Fallout 3 is just post-apocalypse. And while eventually New Vegas we're not going to count because it's a spin-off made by a different studio, Obsidian Entertainment, Fallout 4, again under Bethesda's watch, suffers from the same problem. Instead of doing what the Fallout 1 had done, where it's apocalypse, but then immediately turns into civilization with the second one, where the story is progressing forward, they move the game to being set so far away from the other place, and you can't even go there because, again, it's set piece focused, versus in the original Fallout, you could travel across like state lines even to other cities and places. So you could go to a variety of different locations in a large area that spanned, hundreds and hundreds of miles. Now you can only stay in a little tiny box, just like Fallout 3. And so in 4, you move further down the coastline to Boston, I think, right? Is it Boston? I don't remember where it's set.
It is Boston.
Fallout 4?
Yeah,
it's Boston. Okay.
Fallout 4 is the Commonwealth, yeah.
Yeah, Commonwealth of Boston. All right, so it moves to Boston. And instead of it progressing the timeline forward, they do introduce like the Institute, but they do this in a way where it's like there's an advanced faction. It's like, okay, so they surely have built a civilization to the south, right? Because they seed their idea in 3. And then it's revealed that no, they don't have like a city or anything. They're underground and they're hyper isolationists. And actually everywhere around them and above them is completely unaffected by them, so much so that they're all destitute and savages, just like they were in 3. And so instead of the world progressing forward, it's plateaued. And because of the brain drain, because they didn't respect the previous lore that the other ones had made for the West Coast, they don't know where to take the setting. They just keep recycling post-apocalypse. This has gotten so bad that when we talk about multimedia, or transmedia is the technical term, I believe, the movie or TV show adaptation of Fallout adheres to the same philosophy. So much so that it's set on the West Coast, and it's set after Fallout 2, which means civilizations prospered more, but instead they have re-downgraded the entirety of the New California Republic civilization to the point where it's basically borderline a tribe. And so
by
they've
nuking it.
They've regressed, because Shady Sands is nuked, despite the fact that the NCR encompasses more than Shady Sands. But as far as the writers were concerned, Shady Sands was the only place where the NCR was, and so therefore the entire state, which they basically are, has been defunct to the point where they're basically just a small band of ragtag survivors. And so the TV show follows in line with the Lost thing, and so the entire narrative has brain drained to the point where the setting is regressed and degenerated into post-apocalypse the setting. And that's it.
Yeah.
Which isn't what Fallout was ever about. It is set in a post-apocalypse, but it's not just post-apocalypse.
So my biggest thing is I feel like the reason Fallout 4 is set so far to the east is because of Todd Howard's embarrassment with Fallout New Vegas.
Oh, he was super upset about New Vegas. Because New Vegas one-upped him, and that's why they never let Obsidian touch the IP again.
Yeah, and the fact that they couldn't make anything in the West without everybody bitching about why there's no interaction with New Vegas whatsoever in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so he ran away from it, skipping the entirety of the middle of the country to go so far away that theoretically they wouldn't interact, even though they obviously could.
Because there are trade caravans, and they established
the fucking institutes all the way in the West already.
Yes, they have contact. There are people that travel. Yes, it takes time, but they do travel across the country. There is trade. Sorry, there is trade. Excuse me. But that's just something that they just don't understand with the setting at all. That they aren't savages. They aren't like just locked to little tiny villages. And that many of them have begun to actually rebuild new cities using the technology from the vaults. Because while the vaults, yes, were an experiment by Vault Tech, narratively, they still used the Get Creation Kit to regrow vegetation and recolonize the land because they were re-terraforming Earth back to being habitable again.
Yeah, that's true. Vertibirds exist. Like, literally, they would get there. Because what's the range of vertibirds? Like a fucking multi-states.
Yeah, one vertibird would let's say the vertibirds on the West Coast, it would at least get about to the middle of the country, about. And so if it could get to the middle,
that's its attack range.
Yeah, that's
so it could go
range.
there and back.
Yep, if it wanted to, it could push itself all the way to the East Coast, but it would run out of fuel.
Yeah, it would have to land there.
And what's funny is in the old lore, they actually established that the Brotherhood of Steel made giant blimps to traverse the entirety of North
Predwins.
America. So that's how they got over there to begin with, because they even established that the Brotherhood of Steel has offshoots and expeditions that they've sent to basically explore the rest of the country and basically try to recover technology from the rest of it, because the Brotherhood of Steel is no longer locked to their small region of California. They have now expanded outwards and is now encompassing the entire country.
Yeah.
It's just completely dumb. It's just completely,
Yeah.
just no idea.
So the
where to take
answer,
it.
Chad, is the reason why Bethesda is classified as brain drain is not for any other reason other than the people who made the game first, the
Are
IP
gone.
first, are far better than the people who took it over and ran into the fucking ground.
Yep. The jealousy syndrome that appeared with the creation of New Vegas is rather funny. Most because Fallout 3 had come out, right? And 3 was not received particularly well. It wasn't hated, but it wasn't good. And then New Vegas comes out and completely, despite being limited to the Gamebryo engine, which is shit, by the way, manages to upend and basically take the narrative of the Fallout setting and carry it forward. New Vegas is actually Fallout 3 in my eyes. It takes the story of Fallout 1 and 2 and advances the story further. Versus Fallout 3 does not advance the storyline at all. The thing you did about fixing the water and like the area
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Like, do they ever talk about water coming like everywhere? Like, oh, the water situation's not fully solved. Radiation is not nearly as much problem. People aren't turning into ghouls that much. No. There are just as many ghouls as there were before, if not more. There's just as many people dying from radiation, if not more.
I can't remember.
They're an iconic enemy type. That's why they can't get rid of them.
The thing I wanted to point out, though, was that the water for Fallout wasn't always radioactive. Like, there was radioactive pools of water, sure.
Yes.
But not every fucking drinkable source of water is going to be radioactive.
Like, if you had, like, water next to, like, an old, like, nuclear power plant, yeah, it would probably be irradiated in Fallout. But there were streams where it's like, no, you could use this safely. Like, literally, that was, like, what the Water Barons thing was in the earlier Fallouts. They can safely get water.
Mm-hmm. And Jano's right. There has been no brain in the company for the last 20 years. That is why almost all of Bethesda jank, all of Todd Slop, has required fucking modders to come in and fix their game.
Yep, because all of the people with vision were pushed out during the Morrowind debacle. The only reason why Morrowind is remotely considered in any positive light was because they still had some influence over the project, and some of their ideas made it in. It was not Todd's vision that made it good, because Todd will claim credit for it. Do not let him do that. But in reality, the only reason why Morrowind is considered in a positive light, despite the fact that I can't stand it because it's too old, is because the original creators were involved with the development and some of their vision survived, but only some. And after they left the studio, it went downwards.
He did write, I think, a couple storylines, but of the storylines he wrote, they're, like, universally considered the worst storylines out of all the quest lines in the game.
They show a blatant misunderstanding of what the setting is and what the factions are.
Mm-hmm. And yes, Stone Age, that is true. I just said I did not like Morrowind. However, I don't like any of the Elder Scrolls games. I've never played Daggerfall, but I don't like how they're designed. Never hid that. But without a fact, it's irrefutable that Morrowind is the best Elder Scrolls game. It's not even up for debate. Well, no, not the best. It's the best one under Todd's supervision once he seizes control.
Leadership.
Yes. But the issue is that it's not good because of Todd's leadership. It's good in spite of his leadership. And mostly, I think the Daggerfall direction was a better direction to take the franchise.
Which is funny, because they're basically going back to it.
Well, yeah, there's literally developers who are actually working. The original developers of Daggerfall are currently working on a new project called Wayward Realms. And that actually looks more in my alley. And that's actually in line with the original vision for Daggerfall going forward. So if you're interested in seeing Brain Drain reversed, It does get reversed sometimes, but in the form of alternate projects by alternative studios formed by the people who got ousted. So we'll have to wait and see, because at the time of this particular stream, it wasn't out yet, and we had yet to know that we were lied to. If
Yeah,
that
it doesn't
happened.
even have a release date yet.
Yep. But at the current date of this stream, 1/11/2025, the reverse brain drain of this particular issue is coming into play through an alternative studio that has been crowdsourced for a game called Wayward Realms. So it'll be interesting to see, but the other issue is that those developers that they're going to face, right? They've been out of the game for so long that like getting back in the loop of game making and then understanding like the benefits of modern game design, because the benefits come in the form of like simple autosaves, quality of life features, the ability to adjust your audio and have separate audio tracks, because that is a relatively modern thing. So many games did not have that.
It was just a part of the sound level.
You're gonna
You just
adjust your
adjusted
audio.
everything.
Here's a master volume control, but I want to make the voices louder. Nope.
No.
Subtitle functionality? Nope.
No.
No.
That requires us to increase
don't
the size
worry.
of the game.
The wildlife sound effects are not tied to this volume control.
Oh yeah, they're tied to
Mm.
music for some reason. Oh god, yeah, that's some games do.
Or they're
Or
not
you
tied
just,
to
or you
anything.
just, yeah, they're just always gonna be loud, no matter what. You can't change it.
Yep.
Chat, I need you to understand the physics engines needs to be tied to your FPS.
Jeez.
Oh, do you remember certain games, right?
Dark Souls 2.
They actually increase your fucking volume of your computer to a standard level. So it just gets louder and louder every time you move to a new scene.
Yes, because there are certain benefits of modern game design, but it usually comes in the terms of quality of life functionality. Simple autosave functions, the ability to have multiple rotating autosaves is a nice thing. I really wish more games would
Yeah.
have that. Autosave
Like,
rotates.
it always sucked playing those old games, and it's just like, oh, to fix this issue, I would have had to go back like at least like an hour and a half, and your last autosave was from the door you just entered.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
God.
chat, I want to let you know, it is actually detrimental to play Fallout 4 on a high-end PC.
Isn't that because of how it runs, if I remember right?
So if you have too many like your graphics card has is too good and it gets like 200 frames per second, like
Oh, the physics.
the dialogue, not just the physics, the dialogue becomes desynced from the actions of the character models.
Because that was back when developers were like, yeah, we can tie things to the frame rate of the game. Oh, I hate that era. Making those games run is always a nightmare.
Yep.
Modern PCs.
So I had to lock my fucking FPS to 60 or below.
Or it's gonna fuck up everything.
Yes.
My favorite's when they tie
Fallout
the
4
physics
specifically.
system to your frame rate.
Yep.
I remember
Because the thing is, back in the day, like, no one just thought about that.
They'll
you
never be
could have a
faster.
process.
You don't need more than
literally,
30
like,
frames
they
per
never
second.
thought- they thought
I
it just
remember
wasn't
playing-
physically possible.
there's actually a game I played with a friend that was a 2D side scroller, like spaceship game. You would move faster if you had higher frames.
Jesus. It's terrible. But also funny as
Now-
fuck.
Random Nobody on Rumble donated $1. Thoughts on the video? Do gamers know what they like? By Timothy Kane, the creator of Fallout. Have you seen that video?
Timothy Kane, he's one of the former developers. I've got some. Oh, okay. I was like, why did he call him Random Nobody? That's a bit mean. But
What do
it's
we-
actually
His
his
name is Random Nobody.
Thank you for the
You
donation.
probably should have clarified that
So
that was
yes,
his name.
Timothy Kane. If you're actually interested, and yes, as a developer, I actually look at a lot of his stuff, and I'm actually subscribed to his channel because it's important to see insight from older developers because they have a lot of knowledge. I've got some personal grievances and disagreements with like his certain philosophies and how he views the modern interpretation of things. I think he's gotten soft with age, which is regrettable, but it is what it is. He's definitely a lot of insight to be had from Timothy Kane. And yes, he's the original creator.
But
Thoughts on the video? Do gamers know what they like? I haven't seen that particular video. The thing is,
that the one.
Um,
go
I'm
ahead.
I'm familiar with the concept though, because as a developer, this is something that you have to understand. It's like this. How to explain this? Let's use an example. of a developer out of touch so much with their own gamers that they don't know what their gamers want. Relic,
Veilguard.
Veilguard, BioWare is absolutely out of touch. Relic is, where they are like, okay, what do our players want?
Diablo mobile.
A MOBA RTS. Fucking genius. That's what our tactics RTS lovers like. Or in the case of Veilguard, what do our players really like? I know, high fantasy with like obscene like fucking amounts of Reddit tier humor and jokes.
Just fucking forgetting about that the OG setting was like, for lack of a
Bleak.
better word, like almost borderline grimdark when you look into the lore.
It's very bleak. It's very dark fantasy. And so they're
Yes.
completely out of touch with that. Because this is an issue that goes both ways, right? Some gamers do not know what they want, but some do. And when it comes to it, I guess it depends on the education of the person in question. If you ask somebody like, wouldn't you think, how would I put this? Wouldn't you think it'd be cool in Star Wars Battlefront if you could like fight on a planet and in a spaceship and also go to another planet and fight on it? And they're like, yeah, that'd be cool. Let's
I
have
don't
that.
know.
Because this
I don't know
hold
if I
on.
would say education.
It's not necessarily education, but it's like on paper, right? So when you hear something said to you on paper, you're like, oh, yeah, that sounds awesome. But it's like practicality. Is that possible? Yes, but what would it cost you? Everything.
No, I get what you're saying. I just don't know if I would use the word education to try to describe what you're trying to describe.
Yeah, video games is education. Absolutely.
No. As in, it's as you were saying, like you don't know if like a person would be
Yes,
educated.
but let's
I
not
don't
get
know if I would
let's
say-
not get muddled in semantics. Because the big thing is, every one of you has played video games for the most part. I like to believe you guys are gamers, right? You're not
I
just
haven't.
Shut the fuck up.
Against
Every game you play gives you experience, and you learn something from that experience. Even as a gamer, even if
Yeah.
you're not a developer, right? And so the more shooters you play, the better you understand shooters. And you're going to be like, okay, how do you like shotguns? Do you like it when your shotgun has to be fired point blank? Or do you like it when your shotgun actually has a realistic spread? Most people are going to answer they like the realistic spread over the video game shotgun. And you're going to lean on certain gunplay. You're going to lean on certain weapon types. You're going to lean on certain aesthetics. Because as you formulate your own opinion, as you formulate your own ideas and your own vision, you will naturally want certain things. And as this grows, you will grow too into what you like and what you don't like. Now, do gamers know what they like? I wish I knew what this specific topic was going into detail about because I wish I had seen that. But I do believe that, yes, gamers do know what they like without a fucking doubt. But the big thing is they may not be able to verbalize it. That's the big thing. People will say they want this and that, but they'll react differently. And the best way to do that as a developer...
Revealed preference is definitely a thing, yes.
Yes. The best way to test this as a developer is you don't really tell them when you're doing testing for a game. You release a patch, or not a patch, but you release a build for testing to your testers, and you don't tell them much about it other than what they absolutely need to know. And everything else you just shut the fuck up about. And you just wait till they play it, and then you listen to their feedback. And you don't say anything because you do not muddy the water in this process. You just listen and accept their feedback. Whether you do what you do with it is up to you. But that is all you need. That's the extent of that relationship from a tester. What you do there.
Janos donated some money.
Jano donates 25 generous Polish bucks and says you got it wrong. Because answer from Veilguard developers was obviously our audience likes dicks. Sockfun, Star Sector, Sandwich. This, again, thank you for the donation, very generous, is an example of a developer out of touch with their player base. This happens a lot, and this can lead to what we call a anti-player bias. Anti-player biases form when the developer thinks that they know better than their players to such a degree that they develop a sort of superiority complex. And this happens to certain studios. One most notable independent studio is a company by the name of Games Labs, where they develop such an anti-player bias that they only listen to the high-end players and only design their games for the professional side. And so when you start to do that, the common player is left behind. And so the
Because
game
they
is
just don't have the skill
brutally
to get there.
hard. You'll see this especially in certain mods where modders are incredibly out of touch because
Like that StarCraft mod that you and Bubs played.
yes, because the mod is good in what it does, but it is designed for high levels of play that are professional level.
Unironically, borderline pros are basically what the mod was designed for.
Yes,
Or
and
people that have near
so the
pro skill.
balances of certain things are designed specifically to tailor it for professionals. But the developer or the modder believes that this is obviously something everyone can do. And The reality is that's not the case, because when you're designing a game, you need to design it with a different level of thought, right? There needs to be
Yeah.
the core experience of what you want people to play, and then there's the higher difficulty for people who want a challenge. And then you try to balance the higher difficulty. They don't do this most of the time, but the higher difficulty should take mechanics that existed, that were introduced in the base difficulty, and expand on the sense that you're going to have to engage with all the mechanics if you're going to do better. And the highest difficulty, you need to be an expert in the use of those mechanics to execute and perform adequately. Most games don't do that. Most games just increase the health bar of the enemy and decrease the amount of health you have, or increase the
And
amount of
double the
damage output.
damage.
Yep, which is bad game design. It's lazy. It's the weakest way to design difficulty.
Failguard was so fucking funny with that.
Oh my god.
Quick question,
It's
Gibbs.
so goddamn dramatic. How much the HP
spongy.
changed.
Their health pools got so massive.
You went from normal mode to easy mode just so you can kill things within a fucking minute.
Quick question, Gibbs. Did you loop the music?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
Wow.
Or sometimes it's not even that they're
We have a
necessarily
specially
trying
composed
to.
track. We're going to use it.
Sometimes it's not even necessarily the fact that they're just trying to cater towards the high end, but basically the balancers or just the studio in general did not like how people were playing the game. So it's like, okay, you guys are doing this, fine. We're gonna tweak some things so that doesn't work anymore.
Ultimate General.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's the ult.
They
that's
did that.
the anti-player. Like, you have to play the game exactly how I want you to, otherwise, like, you're just not allowed to play it.
See, like, exploits in a game do happen. And so long as it's not a competitive exploit and it's a single player exploit, depending on if it ruins the experience of the game, because this is as a developer what you need to ask yourself: does this bug affect the gameplay or affect the experience? If it's yes, and it's in a negative way, remove it. But if it's like a bug, like, oh, if players fucking run in a circle here and like twist and then jump, they can like snap out of the map. Okay, and they can like sprint to the next section. Like that's for speedrunners, I guess. We can just leave that. Doesn't
Just
really
imagine getting penalized for
Doesn't matter.
trying to sneak the tank through Delta Halo in Halo 2 because you wanted it in the later ends of the map.
See, what's funny is the developers, while they intended for you not to do that and designed the levels not to, they didn't actually go out of the way for Halo 1, 2,
They
or
didn't
3.
prevent you from doing
Yeah,
it.
they didn't do that. But in 4, when 343 Industries took over, they actually created what we call a vehicle wall, which will actually bounce the vehicle back. And people didn't believe me until we streamed it. Like, no, they didn't. You're making that up. And then I showed them, and the vehicle just bounces off an invisible wall. And I'm like, yeah, no, you can't bring it here. They put invisible walls here to bounce you back.
Shall not pass.
I know what they did. They created this box. It probably looks like a rectangle. It's transparent, so you can walk through it. But anytime a vehicle or any sort of thing tries to pass through that's
There's
tagged as
collision.
vehicle, it's tagged as a collision object and means it will not pass. That's lame. That's
My favorite thing with devs that demand you to play a specific way is when they do that for RPGs.
you have to play this class because the other classes are all inefficient.
Mhm.
Or no, maybe it's not even necessarily that, but it's like, this is how you have to do every single encounter, because if you don't do it, you're just not going to have the resources to finish the area.
But yeah. Oh, before I move past that $1 donation, thank you very much, Random Nobody. And don't forget to join the Discord if you want access to the back end for the Chamber of Squeakrits, because any donators always receive back access to the Chamber of Squeakrits where we post stuff early. So you can see behind the scenes stuff there.
Yeah.
As well as, that's a good question. And Timothy Kane, if you're looking for developers who actually are actively talking, Timothy Kane is one of those such developers. You can find him on YouTube. He's got some interesting insight if you're an indie developer or if you're just curious about game making in general. He's got some older ideas, so you're going to have to brace yourselves for certain things. But he's generally pretty good at most things. The one thing I just don't like is his acceptance of Bethesda's version of lore. I just don't care for. Because I'm much more in line with the New Vegas writer, who is adamantly against the new lore. I think Timothy Kane is too
Yeah.
soft. Because the old writer for New Vegas is vehement, if I remember right, is the guy who's really against the lore changes. And I'm much more in agreement with him than Kane over the ideas of what they've done to the setting. He thinks it's shit. And I agree with that.
Yeah, no, so if some of the chat doesn't know that one of the quick things that I always point to is according to new lore now, ghouls that maintain their mind have to take a serum every single day for them to actually be sane.
Which isn't how that works. I know.
It's how
That's dumb.
It's how it's never how it worked, but that's according to the new lore. That is the case going forward.
I'm partial to the Twitter lore that was added to Fallout.
Oh, you're talking
where
about
they
one of
made the
Fallout 4
protagonist
writers
from
for
Fallout
Bethesda.
4 is a
War
they made
criminal.
the
No,
protagonist
a
of
war
Fallout 4 into a
criminal.
war criminal.
So that is an example of high incompetence. So that is a writer who has inherited someone else's work and is totally totally ready to just revise or retcon things just to stay relevant. And so he revised a part of the lore from Fallout 1's intro. I believe it's 1 or 2, where there's an American
second intro.
There's an American powered armored soldier, anyways, who executes a Canadian POW, right? And then they waves at the screen.
And laugh.
Yep. They laugh and then they wave at the camera like, hey, and stuff like that. And what's funny is the director or the new writer or whatever was like, yeah, no, that's exactly what he's actually canon, and that's actually Nathan, the guy who played Fallout 4, and it's all connected because the writers love to do this shit, and I hate it when they do that.
If you're playing the father,
yep.
If you're playing the mother, it doesn't count. But the male in Fallout 4, the writer said, yeah, no, that's the same guy.
Yep, and
Even though it
because he
doesn't
said
line
that,
up.
the big problem with that is that doesn't really make any sense. Not everything has to be connected. Like, it just
even if
feels
it did,
tacky.
He is unironically a war criminal.
And then he also retroactively changed that later. It just shows a high level of incompetence, and it shows that he doesn't give a damn about the setting. He was just doing it for social credit.
Mm-hmm.
It's disgusting behavior.
Matrix.
Look, we did research. He's actually this guy.
The Matrix did that, Gibbs. Fucking funny.
I didn't see the new Matrix movie. All right, let's hear it.
No. The Matrix. Oh, everything was about coming out as
revisionist writers from the original. Yes. So
it took you a second.
yeah. So the revisionisms. Oh god,
Mhm.
this is another thing that could be its own fucking topic. But to basically cover it a little bit. In the case of Matrix, the original creators, the something twins. We'll just use that word so I don't get in trouble.
the Russo brothers.
Catches on fire.
They're sisters.
I'm just not super acquainted with this YouTube. Just don't get mad at me. So the big thing is that either way, when it comes to this sort of thing, like, yeah, they revised and said in the lore later that, well, because this. It's basically what I call the George Lucas effect, where they had more success, they change their mind about something, and then they try to revise it halfway through. And it's a high level of incompetence. It shows low commitment, and it also demonstrates low drive, meaning that they're not working actively on the setting, and they're only really doing it when they kind of have to. George Lucas is that way with Star Wars, because he did that a lot.
No, yeah, okay.
They're Polish.
Of course you would know that because they're sure, at least Polish adjacent.
I always knew
Mike
fanboys ran in their
Wazowski.
blood.
Well, yes, I'm Polish. How do you know?
Is wearing a
Dress.
No, the joke is the nameplate that's like 3 inches long.
All right, let's see. I don't mind the aesthetic of the T60 power armor. That's what we're talking about. Shut up, Ragnarok. Quit fucking coming with random stuff. Throw rocks at him. In the show, it's hinted to be Radaway. In the old lore, their brain is always slowly degrading. Radiation speeds it up, but also helps them heal fast. Yes. And the old lore, the tragic fate of a ghoul in the original lore is that they will eventually
Go
become
insane.
feral. Slowly, bit by bit, they're going to lose more and more of themselves, and that's no way to reverse that. That's just what's going to happen.
It's just physics.
In Fallout 4, this is very specifically shown in the Nuka World DLC.
The one DLC I never played. No, you have to explain.
The Nuka Road DLC was literally just a a theme park.
Yep.
with bandits. That's
Yep.
it. Yeah, Tarzan reference too.
No, I meant like even in terms of like design, it's like the theme park design.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, you
It
see
wasn't
this?
very good.
Okay,
No, it wasn't.
so now that we've wrapped up Bethesda, it's time to move on to the next thing. Things that suffer from what we call, I almost said brain damage.
There's brain damage here.
Brain drain, right? Another franchise, and a very popular one, that immediately suffered from brain drain. So let's go through the history of this real quickly. Originally, this project was started as sort of like a college's project. I don't remember the exact story behind it.
It was
It was
just
like
something he did in his spare time.
It was a
I
passion
want to say,
project for
yeah,
the
I want
most
to say
part.
passion project would be how I remember
Yep,
it.
and started with Notch under the company Mojang, and then Mojang was relatively quickly, as soon as it blew up, bought by Microsoft for an exorbitant amount of money.
Over $1 billion.
Yes, and it was purchased, and basically Microsoft has done nothing with this. Like, they've made a couple spin-off games, but as far as evolution, this game was hit with what we call the brain drain, but the brain stop. So, as soon as it was bought, they didn't build on pretty much anything, and
They
they
just
only
monetized it.
introduced like new animals. Like, here's a frog, here's this other creature. It creates an item, and this item, what does it do mechanically? It just sort of does the same thing that item
It does practically nothing.
And so it's just a side grade item, and it's like, so nothing
It's a
really is
cosmetic.
changing with these things.
You're
As
bas-
one point of defense, I will say that the Caves and Cliffs update was actually really cool, considering they did something with the world generation.
Yep,
But
map
they haven't done anything with
But
that
everything's-
since.
Everything's plateaued mechanically, though. Mechanically,
Yeah.
the game is dead. This game has been dead, and it's been under Microsoft version of Mojang's watch for many years. Now, it's debatable whether Notch had vision for where else to take Minecraft after the features they implemented, but it's definitely apparent that the game is plateaued incredibly badly, because anytime they implement things, it takes them years to implement something, and then when they do, it's like, here's some fucking bees. Like,
Yeah.
some fucking-
And it's
Goes back
rainbow
to jerking
colored.
off in the office.
So here's the funny part, Gibbs. After Microsoft bought Mojang and Minecraft, it took them over 4-5 years for them to fix the fucking Enderman to actually open his mouth.
Yep. Because they were broken.
Oh yeah, they moved it to they moved it from Java to a different engine, and they called it Bedrock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bedrock Edition.
It's a unique engine for.
There's like 3 or 4 different versions of Minecraft that each one you can buy separately.
Yep, and the Microsoft version of
Understood
the engine
code.
is actually the inferior one because it's not
Understood code.
moddable. It's actually hyper restrictive.
Mhm.
Yes, and they do that intentionally because the entire point
Because
is they want to
Mojang's
monetize it.
or Notch's original version is far more flexible and far more moddable and versatile. And the Microsoft version is actually inferior.
It's heavily restricted, and they even try to censor what you can type on signs.
Yep. Censorious, and they're trying to control you. Like, they've completely, again, the brain drain. This, in this case, is brain stop, because the people that were originally in possession of the IP and the project have now completely been removed, and the new people who have taken over have no idea what to do with this. They bought something they didn't earn, that they didn't inherit, that they didn't work for.
Or respect.
Yep, and they don't have any idea what to do with this. They add some bees, they add some maybe new plant thing, but like when you actually look at what it does mechanically, it does either something that something already in the game does anyways, or fuck all.
Mhm. You know, Frederick was saying that you just have to buy one, you get all of them now. At least there's that.
Oh yeah, at least there's
Well,
that.
that's because they're
The
at the
bare
extent of
minimum.
their. That's just the
Yep.
extent of their monetization, where they monetize something for so long that there's nothing really more they can get out of it other than bundling things.
Actually, on your comment on if Notch had any plans for future stuff, didn't
Just
he announce
announced-
recently that he's gonna try to start work on a Minecraft too?
Yes.
Well, I mean, he can. It's not going to be called Minecraft.
He can say
2,
that.
but it's going to be called something else because of legal reasons.
Minecraft
But I
2.
know what he means. He's going to basically try to pick up where Minecraft left off, because it's very clear that he's not going to be getting any competition from Minecraft itself, because this game is stuck. The only
not
way
going
to
anywhere.
experience Minecraft in the modern day is, if you haven't played it before and you want something fresh, is the mods. There are mods that
Yeah.
do incredible things with this game, but for whatever reason, the developers themselves do fucking nothing, and they don't even take inspiration from the mods. They don't even steal from the modders. They're so lazy, they don't do anything. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Because their big thing, if I remember right, is basically just selling you
Skins.
skins.
Skins,
But
cosmetic
that
packs.
they're
It was
tricking.
the realms. It was the realm. Yeah, that's right. That's what they called it. The realms.
Realms
just basically
server hosting.
Servers.
Yep.
Yeah, their
the,
servers.
The
That's
server
basically
selling
the big
and the
monetization.
skins, because the big thing is that they know that most kids don't know how to host private servers, and 2, they also know that kids don't know how to mod custom skins, and so they can easily get them to purchase them. And so they're after mom and dad's money, is what they're after.
They did do a couple. They tried to do a couple spin-off games, but yeah, Minecraft itself, they just kind of pretty much untouched it.
Yep, it's just stuck in limbo. Because when we revisited it last time, just to see if it was different at all on stream, all we found was that it was the same. Like
nothing's real changed.
Like
Instead of Minecraft 2, we should call it
let's do a comparison, right? Because technically they're treating this game as a live service game in the sense that they're constantly patching with new stuff, right? Occasionally, very interspersed. Compare this to something like Helldivers 2 that came out this year. How is Helldivers 2 now compared to its launch? It hasn't even been a full year since it's out. Has it changed at all?
Radically.
Yes. Yeah. How has Minecraft changed in the span of years it's had?
Like Bedrock.
Yes. Gone a couple of enemies, and they extended the world size a little bit.
It hasn't moved.
They added a new boss that drops nothing.
Wow, a new boss! Ooh, I'm so excited.
That drops nothing.
And it's also funny because honestly, the big draw of Minecraft,
they added a beast.
Wasn't the fucking boss fights.
The combat in Minecraft is absolutely abysmal.
Unironically, the big thing with
Minecraft... about the PvPers are amazing, Kibbs.
Is exploring and then building. Those are the two things that I thought Minecraft did reasonably well.
Okay, hold up.
It's the Minecraft of video games.
Redstone,
fucking retarded kid. Oh,
Redstone autism is one of the greatest things I ever watched.
Redstone is impressive.
I'm including Redstone in building.
Okay,
because you unironically have to, if you wanted to, in Minecraft with Redstone, you can program a computer in Minecraft.
You can also order a pizza.
People have created the Minecraft game in Minecraft.
Yep.
Using Redstone.
That's pretty impressive, I'm not going to lie. But the big thing that Minecraft did when it came out, its big pivotal claim to success, is it did what Lego did to toys. Unironically.
Yes, unironically. Yep. And that's why I said it's basically building and then exploring. But like building is the big thing.
It allows you to express your imagination and creativity in a way that I've never seen before. The first time in forever, this game made it so that I could talk to my fucking aunts and uncles about video games because they actually understood video games. I remember talking to them about Minecraft because they were asking me, like, you know lots about video games. And I basically, when it was, in high school, I think at this point, I basically said that, yeah, no, it's basically Legos. Like, the big reason why everybody connects with this game is it's just a Lego video game. And Legos didn't even fucking copy that right. They can't even...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, chat, I want to say that Helldivers is dramatically changed because when we initially started out, people were struggling. The weapons weren't that great to take on the enemies we already had. The enemies weren't even that didn't have a large variety.
There was just a shit ton of them, and then sprinkled in were the elites, which they wanted you to use stratagem call-ins to deal with.
Yeah. And so when you look at it now, it really looks like an action game. It really feels like you're fighting in a war.
It also constantly has moments that basically look like you're out of just an action movie.
Yep. When you look at random clips of that game, it's one of the few games that has managed to give the feeling when you look at it or watch it. It's like, oh my god, this is like some epic scene in some epic last stand or some epic assault. Like, they've managed to capture those moments precisely. That everything always feels like it's grandiose. That game is going places. Now, whether or not it's affected by brain drain and time, that'll be interesting to see. Because so long as the people at the helm remain to be the Arrowhead Studios people, and Arrowhead Studios maintains its philosophy internally. Because if brain drain starts to play effect there, and brain drain can happen to people... Okay, so real quickly, there's an author by the name of Brandon Sanderson who made like a bunch of fantasy books, a very famous American author, right? But he is affected by brain drain as an individual, and that's because he became radicalized by political ideologies, which basically drove him from thinking about fantasy settings to being an activist. And so he lost his own way just by himself. So it can happen to individual creators as well as video games.
Yeah.
It's massive.
Next one.
The next video game we got is Veilguard, which we briefly talked about, and fortunately we have talked about at the point where I'm not going to talk about it too much, thank God, because I fucking hate this game.
I honestly, I think the big TLDR with Veilguard is that a lot of people that didn't really have any talent were just allowed to work on a Dragon Age game.
Didn't have any talent or respect at all for the setting.
So here, chat. Here's the easiest way to break it down. The brain drain happened when they changed Dreadwolf to Veilguard.
That probably was around that point, but you could see elements of brain drain and BioWare happening as early as Mass Effect 1 from the or not Mass Effect 1, but Mass Effect 2. Well, I don't agree 1 because 1 started to lose its RPG
One
sense.
started it, but 2 there were already people leaving the company. I will always cite the Dark Matter dropped plot line as like one of the big changes in writing
and
staff.
You also saw this across the board with all their projects. Dragon Age was also affected by this rapidly. Dragon Age 1 to 2, vastly different games.
Mm-hmm.
And so BioWare was degrading even way before Veilguard's release. It's just so bastardized now. BioWare's become nothing like what it was. Because if you look at Dragon Age 1 and 2, as well as Inquisition, you can still sort of see that it's intact, just like you can look at Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, and even Andromeda to a degree, and still see relatively that, despite Andromeda being the black duck of the thing, is that it's actually relatively still Mass Effect in spirit. But Veilguard is on a whole other level. Veilguard isn't in spirit. It has nothing to do with Dragon Age. It is so far removed as a game and as a story that it has not the same art style. It has not the same visual, like not the same sound and portrayal, like the scenes, the dialogue, the characters, the world. It just feels completely out of place. Like it does not belong here.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a return to form. Yeah, I'm sure they wanted to say whatever just to make us buy it, right?
That's what it was advertised as.
Return to form.
And
ass.
The brain drain was so heavy in Veilguard that its own fucking studio wants to distance itself from it.
Yes.
As soon as it got out the door, and it's like, okay, it's time for the wolves to take
specifically the other team. So there's a team currently working on Mass Effect 4, right? And Mass Effect 4 is probably going to be shit. There's a good chance it's going to be bad. But Mass Effect 4, specifically, the creative writer, immediately, I forget what he said exactly, but he immediately threw these people under the bus. In a subtle but not so subtle way, by saying that, do not worry, Mass Effect will have no similarities to what Veilguard did, in regards to its maintaining its style. It's not going to be like that at all. And it's like, wow, just after the Veilguard team had said that they were a return to form, so there's clearly an internal conflict going on inside BioWare. Now, regardless of the conflict or whoever wins, I think Mass Effect 4 is going to probably be bad. I'm going to look at it with an open mind, but I'm going to assume it's garbage because its promotional material tells me it's garbage. And I know you're like, what promotional material? It's just the one outfit of the guy wearing that jacket, because that jacket is just a fashion show thing.
It's a cyberpunk.
Yep, it looks nothing like, it's just,
It's not even artistically the same,
like Mass
Effect. The
Effect.
thing I would say is that the issue is BioWare has burned so many of their players at this point. At this point, it is just the safe option to wait and see.
Oh, they burned them long before fucking Veilguard.
No shit. I'm saying they've done it for so long. It's like, why would I believe that any product you put out is going to be
surprised
worthwhile?
BioWare. Honestly, what I really kind of wish EA had done, if they're good at one thing, it's killing studios.
Kill BioWare.
Like kill BioWare.
Put them out of their misery.
Like put it down. You did that to Westwood when things got ugly. You at least have the kindness, the one thing that when it's so bad, it's like an insult to look at, that you put the pillow over their face and snuff them out. Like that's normally what you do, EA. Why haven't you done it yet? Fucking snuff them out.
Kill them. Kill me.
All right. Speaking of fucking betrayals and things that did not belong or did not need to happen, Command & Conquer 4. the franchise killer. This is one of the early franchise killers and examples of brain drain. So over the years, Command & Conquer under EA's stewardship originally saw massive success and actually benefited from EA massively. Not only did it save Westwood from going under, but it enabled Red Alert 2 to be made, as well as it had also enabled Generals to accidentally be made, because it was an accident. Weird. It also enabled the fact that the CNC franchise didn't die out, and also enabled EA, or not EA, sorry, the Victory Games devs, which are the Westwood guys basically under EA, to continue working on Command & Conquer style games, and even making a Command & Conquer spin-off called Battle for Middle-earth for Lord of the Rings franchise. And it enabled a lot of great things. All in all, being under EA at that point was a golden age, because that was EA's golden age. But very quickly, that began to change. As Command & Conquer started to stagnate and not quite explode in the way EA was wanting, because EA was wanting more and more profits, they're like, okay, because they'd done this before. They made the original Westwood make Renegade, which basically caused Renegade to implode on itself so they could easily absorb them. Renegade was an arena shooter themed in Command & Conquer. Now, everyone knows that Command & Conquer RTS arena shooter, that's just not really the same game, is it? Very different genre. And so, as time goes on, basically what happens is the Command & Conquer franchise kind of returns to form with Red Alert 3. It actually refines itself and basically reestablishes itself relatively successfully, which is strange, because immediately after Red Alert 3, what happens next absolutely kills the studio. They're sent to make a game that has nothing to do with Command & Conquer, but EA wants to make an RTS for Command & Conquer, or strategy game, but not for the West, but just for the East as a little spin-off game to release for Korea, Japan, and China. It is a MOBA game that was originally called, I forget its project name, but that's what CNC4 Twilight was. But as EA was meddling, because this is when they were meddling with Dead Space 3 and everything else, everything started to nosedive at this point, by the way. They started to meddle. And as they meddled, they basically well, also, we want to maximize sales in the West. And the developers I thought this was meant for the East, not the West. And yeah, but maybe we should tie it into the main for a Western release too, and bring in some of the live action actors. And okay, I guess we can do that. And also, put a 4 on it. And the studio looks at them and goes excuse me? A 4? This isn't a Command & Conquer game. Put a 4 on it. It'll sell more. It'll sell more. It's the continuation. And you know what else? Make it the conclusion to the story. But we're not ready to make it the conclusion. And that's what they did. They did it. It's the big epic conclusion to the Command & Conquer. That's what it was marketed in the West. I remember my dad and I being excited for this game. And we're like, oh my god, the big epic conclusion to the Tiberium Wars. That's so fucking cool. And they're doing this big release. It's got all this stuff. And then we play it and we look at each other. And I remember the visible disappointment on my dad's face as he played this game. The little furrowed brow, the upturned little expression on his face. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. It was bad. Not only was the story bad, but everything about this game reeked. It was not by extent, as a game on its own, a bad game, by the way. For what it is, people actually still play this today and enjoy it. But these people who play this aren't actually fans of CNC. They're actually mostly in Russia and in Asia, where the game was originally, tailored for the Eastern market. And the people in the West that do like it weren't a big fan of Command & Conquer. And maybe some people did like it, but the thing is, this game bombed so goddamn hard it killed the franchise. All that Command & Conquer got after this was the studio being axed, of Facebook game being made that actually got ported to Steam somehow. It's on Steam it's called Tiberium Alliances, and it still has an ongoing mobile game that apparently is doing incredibly well in the East, because what they did is they effectively, and didn't do brain drain here, but they brain stopped. They killed the Western Command & Conquer team and have effectively replaced the entire franchise to be only themed for the Eastern market since this disaster. They no longer try to make anything for the Western market, and they only make it for Asia or mobile stuff. It's completely themed for them. It has nothing to do with anything else.
So another thing is, for an example for people who don't play CNC, it's the equivalent of, because this is what the final culmination of the Tiberium Wars, is like having Halo 3 bomb.
Yeah, unironically,
It was that bad.
like that description is basically the exact reaction. Imagine Halo 3 coming out, right? This is going to be the epic moment. Like Cain is going to enact his final plan. The great war that has ravaged the earth is going to come to a conclusion, and we're finally going to get an ending to this epic saga that has been only just pure gold up until this point.
Instead, what happens? Kane phone home.
And then it turns out that Cain just wants to go home. He's actually an alien, and he's an immortal, and he doesn't want to be here, and he doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants to go home. And it's like, hold up. This guy who's committed mass genocide, who's orchestrated the Third World War, like, he was behind that.
Who unironically has, like, the equivalent of, like, Death Guard level zealot troops that will murder anyone in his name without question, just because Kane says it.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is like, actually, I just want to go home.
Like, he's theorized to literally be Cain from the Bible because he's that old. Like, he's basically an immortal with, like, these powers and of influence, and he is basically trying to guide humanity on a different path, but like his own evolution of mankind, about the changing us from a carbon-based life form into a Tiberium-based life form, because that is the way humanity will survive the coming storm, the invasion of the Skrin, and all this fucking shit, and all this cool, crazy shit that's going on, and the terraforming of our world. And then it turns out he just wants to go home. That was such a letdown. It'd be like the equivalent of Halo 3, where you get to the Ark, and as it turns out, like, the Ark isn't actually the Ark.
The prophets are just misunderstood.
The prophets
actually hate humanity.
The prophets
actually like humanity.
The prophets are the good guys, and actually the rings don't when they fire, they actually help you, and you become happy.
Tiberius is like, everything your father went through there, I felt then. I just felt it again. Thanks.
Yeah, because he went through it, and I remember, because we would always buy games and together, right? Because I was little. Well, he bought my games. And so we played Dawn of War together, we played Company Heroes together, we played Command & Conquer together, we played all these games because he had motion sickness, so he could only play RTSs. Age of Empires, all these RTS games. And we were so stoked because Command & Conquer 4 had co-op. For the first time in forever, I could play the entire campaign, just like I did with Red Alert 3, with my dad again. And I was so looking forward to that. And our experience was abysmal. I just remember the awkward silence as we had nothing to say about the game in a positive light. Other than that, it sucked.
Unless is defending it.
And that was about it. The disappointment was horrible. He's not defending. He's saying it was always hinted, but that's not what I'm talking about. Yinglis isn't, as usual, as is atypical of Yinglis. He's not listening to what I'm saying at all.
Nobody would go that
He's
far.
He's arguing with me for some reason.
Hyper loyal cult of followers, only to want to just go home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they literally believe in him as literally the Messiah. They believe in his second coming. They think he's dead after the first Tiberium War. Then it turns out he's not dead, and him coming back and he's like, Cain lives, is like such a powerful moment, because now he's back in the field, and you thought the ending in the first one, and it's the only time he ever does that, because after that, like, it's just like, okay, that's really cool. And then EA just fucking drops the ball with the entire story. Because that moment was so cool. It's basically like the equivalent of Master Chief, like, dying at the end of Halo 1. And then it turns out, in a badass scene, that there's some usurper that's taken his place, like Locke. He's like, I'm the new guy, and you gotta deal with it. And then Master Chief showing up and snapping his neck. And then everyone cheered. That's what happened. That's what happened in Command & Conquer. Because in Command & Conquer, he gets replaced by this guy, and he's just an asshole, and nobody likes him. But in the story, a couple missions in, like, Cain shows up, and he's like, Cain lives, and then they slit his fucking throat, and the usurper falls to the ground dead, and everyone cheers in the game, and you're like, oh my god, this is cool. This is so cool. Fuck, I hate that. I hate the fact that it's so good and that they ruined this goddamn thing. So yeah. An example of brain drain here is more like, this is what happens when brain drain is implemented by executives meddling in a studio's project because they had ideas on where to take it. They knew what they were doing, but they got strong-armed because they didn't have any executive control into making something that killed themselves. What a waste. What a tragic waste. Now, we kind of talked about this one already.
I mean, I would say we did, really.
Yeah.
And it comes up with the Veilguard situation.
So we can
It's
move
all
on from
BioWare.
this one.
It's all
Yep.
bio.
Now, this one, on the other hand, we haven't really touched up on. The Battlefield
dice.
franchise. So, yet again, we need to begin from the beginning. Battlefield starts off with Battlefield 1942, I think, is the name of it. And basically, it's like a shooter game where you can run around with armies and you can play as a pilot. You can fly planes. You can fly pilot boats. You can drive tanks. You can be an infantryman. You can be a sniper. And there's these massive battles that take place. And it's really fucking cool. And Battlefield series had some ups and downs, right? Because Battlefield Vietnam, not a good look. That was kind of embarrassing. But then Battlefield 2 hits, and the game's recovering. You know, the franchise is back on its roots. It's expanding. It's adding this thing like Commander Mode. 2142 added like spaceships you could board and added all sorts of cool stuff there. And so they're constantly expanding the ideas. Then comes Battlefield Bad Company. And then, the first time forever, the fucking franchise actually has a single-player campaign that's funny, it's good, it's quippy, and it's got this great
Fun
multiplayer
characters.
and destructibility system. Terrain can deform. And then Bad Company 2 just polishes this into perfecting it more, which is good. And then we get Battlefield 3. And Battlefield 3's campaign was kind of
Fucking
a
hated
letdown.
it. I fucking hate Battlefield 3. I thought it was fucking Battlefield Bad Company 3. That's what I was looking for.
The Battlefield 3 campaign really sucked. But the multiplayer was considered pretty positive, and everything around it, they're still kind of like polishing and improving things, right? And then 4 comes out, a little bit of a mixed reception, bad campaign. You can see some things kind of stagnating, but they add things like Levolution. They're experimenting. They're still expanding their horizons, trying to do new stuff. The franchise isn't dead. It's struggling a little bit. And then we get Battlefield 1. And Battlefield 1's campaign suffers, again, the same issues. It's floundering. It has strong points, and it has weak points, just like the other campaigns. And the multiplayer starts off pretty weak, but then gets stronger over time. And they finally, at this point, they decide to eventually release the Revolution update and kill map packs as an ideology. Because map packs were killing the game's player base. But
I think that Battlefield 1 actually suffers from brain drain.
It does.
Specifically because they couldn't figure out a way to make it entertaining without adding in every fucking experimental SMG known to man.
yes, so this does suffer from brain drain because they don't figure out a way to make World War I work. Rather, they do keep it historically authentic in one aspect. Again, they use this term authentic in
All those weapons and vehicles were technically designed.
They did exist. They
in that
did
time
get designed. They were tested, and yes, some of them were even used.
Not all of them were made, but they were like designs on paper. Like that's all true. Like that was stuff that was being developed.
But the big thing is that most of these things didn't see wide main use at all. They were experimental.
Or it was just like deemed too expensive to pursue at the time.
Yep. And so you can see right now, Battlefield now has basically kind of hit a wall. Because Battlefield 1 is kind of like the plateau mark, is what we'll call it. They've got some cool ideas. They're trying, but they're struggling. Their tires are starting to spin in the mud. It's not a bad game, but it's struggling to realize itself. And that's not good.
Well, they went with Battlefield LA. Was that right? The cop one?
that was
forget.
next
Hardline.
Hardline.
I keep forgetting
That was
that
under
one that
Visceral as a spin-off, if I remember right, wasn't it?
Didn't even have a main menu.
Chumba, check Battlefield Hardline's developers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
I know DICE might have been involved because it was using the Frostbite engine, but I do know, I do believe that Visceral was actually responsible, which is weird because they're the Dead Space devs.
Yep. Visceral.
What a weird choice to put them in charge of that. Fucking weird. Like,
Mhm.
talk
How it
about,
is.
it feels like EA's really trying to kill off that studio.
I feel like they were trying to give Visceral experience
chance.
with the Frostbite engine.
Because they wanted them to transition to it? Probably.
Use it. No, it sucks. Use
Yeah,
it.
that makes more sense because Hardline didn't feel like they punished Visceral too much for its existence. I felt like Dead Space 3 is what EA grabbed them and snapped their neck over. It's like,
You made a bypass for the fucking loot box mechanic?
they didn't snap their necks over that. They snapped over the fact that it didn't reach their sales numbers.
Which were just unrealistic to begin with.
Dead Space 3, if I
I
remember right, was a success, but it wasn't a commercial success from EA's point of view.
Yep.
And so that wasn't good.
I
You
will
only
always-
sold a couple million. We want
I
a
will
billion.
always point this out, whether people believe this or not, but like actual horror is a niche genre, and most people actually don't like
So
horror stuff.
one thing I will add to that real quickly is that the Resident Evil franchise is the reason why they wanted Visceral to make horror games. This is a little bit unrelated, but that's why, because Resident Evil franchise actually outsells Dead Space. I think it does circles
Oh yeah,
around
yeah.
it.
The thing is, like, it's not like.
But
I would
that's a
say
different
that's
theory
more-
we'll talk about later, because this is segueing a little too far from the topic.
Yeah.
So yeah, back to Battlefield. Battlefield 1, right? Not doing so good. Battlefield 5. Battlefield 5 really hits the plateau mark. And there are things people like about it, I know. But Battlefield 5 ultimately fails. And unlike 1, it doesn't get to the point where it receives all its content and ends its life cycle in peace. It gets dropped. It's the first mainline Battlefield game to be abandoned in development. It didn't get an Eastern Front campaign. It didn't have any finished content. The only thing it got was a Pacific expansion that people liked, and that was it. They dropped it.
Hunt. I still love it. It's like we are the developers known for our authentic designs and dedication, and then fucking chick with a
Battlefield 1.
prosthetic arm,
Prosthetic leg arm.
samurai sword, fucking what looked like a fucking undead tank with shit strapped to it.
They also
Yeah.
did the whole, if you don't like it, don't buy it.
Yep.
They really shouldn't have
Arrogance.
advertised it the way. Yeah.
This is what
like,
we
it was
call
just poor
anti-player
marketing.
bias, because it's still anti-player. They're
Chud.
actively now fighting their own community, insulting their own
chud.
community. Stop.
So-
Chud.
My favorite thing regarding the if you don't like it, don't buy it, is it bites them in the ass every goddamn time. So I don't know why people keep fucking doing it.
Because
think
they
it's
think
just-
a
it's-
small. They think it's a small group of people that just won't buy it.
I think
That's
it's
why.
because it's different people every time saying it.
But
And-
Do they not
and
learn? Because
No.
They're in their
The
own
answer is
world.
no. Why would you ask a question?
that
You already know the answer.
person gets fired, right? And then
Yeah.
and then
The
the
next
new
one
person
comes
just
up.
does it
And
too.
it says the same thing.
That's the funny part. I don't think that person actually gets fired at all. I don't think they ever get fired.
I don't think they work for EA anymore, as far as I know. I think the trailer should have been shown as a multiplayer trailer. It would have gone.
That
a
would
lot
have
better.
made things better because
It's
they were
still
trying
bad
to.
because the problem
Yes.
is that okay, customizing your soldier was something Call of Duty was doing to get a one up on Battlefield, and Battlefield noticed that people really liking the trooper customizations from COD, and so they were trying to keep up and keep their game up with them. And so in response to that, they're like, okay, you can customize your trooper too. Look, you can turn them into a whammon even. And
The issue is they tied that when they were talking about historical stuff, which rubbed people the wrong way.
yes, and it's like, okay, well, like you're trying to keep up with COD with customization stuff, but at the same time you're also losing touch with yourself, because now instead of making your own thing, you're now looking at Call of Duty and being like, oh well, they did that, we got to copy that. That is brain drain already in effect, because now they're not thinking creatively and building for themselves, they're building because somebody else did something.
So so I wanted to save this for a little bit, but I also think that brain drain is a generational failure.
This failure to pass on the knowledge in general.
Not just pass on knowledge, pass on like the ethos, the
just,
cultural soul of a fucking studio.
Yes,
sure. Yeah, I can believe
absolutely,
that.
because so many studios, when Bucky says that, they're gone. Like Relic Studios, Creative Assembly,
Like, yeah.
any ones that are still
Bungie.
kicking, Bungie.
Theseus's company.
These studios, there's so many. There are so many. But all of these studios, all of them. The issue is that with the people that work there, like Blizzard, for example, that had passion, that had drive, didn't pass that passion or drive on, and failed to prepare the next generation of developers. They did. They failed them. They failed them as teachers. They failed them as mentors. You failed your studio's legacy. And because you failed to pass on that knowledge to a worthy successor, your legacy
have to
is
relearn it.
now being muddied and tarnished because they failed.
And the current generation basically has to relearn what they learned like 25 years ago.
Yep, we have to
Again, from scratch.
We have game developers, because like when we mentioned this, like DICE, Frostbite Engine, they have such a bad fall off with their programmers, for example, because we mentioned this earlier, that they're running out of people in the studio that knows how Frostbite even works to actually make stuff with it. And so they have a actual shortage of people on hand that have been trained how to use the engine because they lost so many of the people that were key to the engine. You don't just see that with this game, you see this with other games too. Creative Assembly has so much brain drain that actually they don't even know how the old
just move over to the fucking Creative Assembly one.
I'm just using all of these things. It's like there's so many like companies that don't know how these engines work for the games they're inheriting that they switch. Halo switched over to Unreal. That is not a good thing. That is a bad thing. That's embarrassing. You're switching over to Unreal. Unreal used to be an engine to look forward to. Now it's just the shit that we have to get stuck with when we have incompetent developers who don't know how to use or make their own shit. And so now we're getting this game that's made in Unreal, right? And so if we see this happen with DICE, if we see this happen with EA, because this could, as they lose people that work on the Frostbite stuff, will they actually figure out how to make it work and function? Or is EA going to eventually try to abandon Frostbite and switch to Unreal? Could you imagine that? Having to, oh my god, that's awful. The Unreal Engine just cannot do a lot of the things that Frostbite can do well or effectively. These engines, like, the problem with engines, right, is they're like
They're
made
expensive.
They're expensive, and they're made to do like a certain specific amount of things, and like they're specialized for certain things. Like when EA forced developers to try to make games for the Frostbite engine, it had so many problems, right? Command and Conquer didn't technically die with 4. It technically died with another project that was called Generals 2, but it was so short-lived and so bad that it was dead because they already lost faith in the studio. So they made them try to make an RTS with Frostbite, and it was abysmal. I was an alpha tester for the actual game. I played it. It was fucking awful. It lagged, it couldn't run well, the stability was terrible. It just didn't function at the time correctly. The sound and audio was really good. It's definitely DICE levels, but Jesus Christ, it was terrible. Then they tried to make Mass Effect Andromeda use this too, with a B-Team studio that had no experience with making their own game. And the B-Team studio kind of had a bad track record of making kind of subpar DLC.
And then, not only that, they, they contracted out their Q&A testing to an outside studio.
Yes. Like, what the... Now you're adding bureaucracy on top of this? On top of already giving them a 1 year, or was it a year and a half deadline to produce a AAA budget game? When minimum, like 3 years development time for a AAA game is considered short. Then you add in, like, you know, because they only had a year to work on Mass Effect Andromeda. The writing didn't actually happen until, like, the last quarter of the year, if I remember right. Because it's so rushed. And then they outsourced all the fucking effects of the animations of the faces to another studio. And so when they ported it in, they didn't actually have time to fix it. And so the bugs were just massive.
My face is tired.
Yes, Frostbite was built from the ground up for Battlefield games. And that's why the Frostbite engine excels at running large battlefields.
Except 2042.
2042, I don't know what the hell was wrong with that. 2042 killed a lot of games to be made. 2042 is the reason why Battlefront 2 EA got its life support pulled. Right when it was recovering. When it was actually recovering.
Didn't Battlefield...
Go ahead.
Didn't they try to introduce, like, heroes?
Yes, it was going to be a hero shooter.
Yep, that's why there's so many like heroes that do different things. That's why they were experimenting with the tiny droids. That's why they were experimenting with like the Ewok characters and stuff like that, so they can get an idea for different types of heroes that you could use.
No, that's not what happened with Battlefield. That's a different thing. Battlefield was going to be just a straight up hero shooter. It wasn't that they were experimenting there. That was just intentional.
So the big thing about Battlefield 2042 is that for some reason the physics around the characters they just liquefy onto the fucking ground. Like all of their skeletal meshing just falls apart randomly.
Oh my god, God, this game also been rushed. I know because I played it during its beta, but it was really bad. So bad that I actually didn't even end up buying this.
So
and if I did, I
Chad,
didn't play it. That's
if
for
you
sure.
think about the Helldivers glitch where your fucking body surfing on the ground everywhere, it's like that, except your body is like fucking made of jello and like rubber. It's like Mr. Fantastic when he loses control of his body,
Oh,
and you're holding a gun. Yeah,
You're just food on the ground.
yeah. And then you just see that one, and I had to go find the images for that, but they're fucking funny.
Oh my god. But yeah, when it comes to Battlefield's brain drain, it's hit so bad, and I feel like it's not necessarily the studio in this case. With most EA products, it's usually the brain drain comes from the fact that it's more like brain chains, because they put the actual creatives in so many chains and restrictions. Like, it needs to have this, it needs to have that, it needs to have this, it needs to have that. It's like, but they don't want to make that, and not only do they not want to make that, but when they try to, they're not experienced with it. Like making a studio that makes RTSs make a shooter. Like, they have no experience making shooters. They don't know what they're doing. And they didn't try that once, by the way. They tried that twice with the other shooter that got canceled. That one, at least they knew to pull the plug on it. Because they tried to make the Command & Conquer devs make a shooter again. Like, but shooters sell more. Make those. Make those. Oh my god.
Look at it, Kibs.
What? Did you post something? What? You
Look
did.
at the fucking streamer.
I'm gonna pull it up for chat, bros. Oh my fuck. I remember that. Chat, you gotta see this. Hold on. This is good shit. This is good shit.
I like the PS2 era graphics for Battlefield 2042.
Honestly, that one's an improvement.
That they pulled that. I bet you they pulled it from 2142. Yeah, that far ago.
Yeah, so here's an example of how poorly, like, and EA started to develop a reputation of shoving games out way before they were ready. Not only with Andromeda, but with Anthem and with Battlefield. Because they kept pushing games out when they weren't ready for launch. Even their FIFA titles, incredibly buggy, unoptimized, and then just abandoning them and moving on. Their reputation has definitely been muddied because of this. But yeah, like, talk about an immersion breaker. Well, it is funny, and it is funny as fuck.
It really takes you out of it, especially if you're trying to get in the zone of playing.
It completely ruins the immersion and the excitement. Because, yeah, sure, we can giggle at this, right? But you want me to pay a premium of $60 for this? And not only that...
No, they want 70.
Yeah, not only that, but studios also are charging $70 now. $70.
You don't have $70.
Fucking ridiculous.
And if you want a beta test, that's $90. That's another $20.
Mm-hmm. If not
Please,
more.
30.
I just can't. This whole shit just gets out of hand. These studios need to be held back.
Look at the... When you get in cars, you drive off, your fucking model just sits there.
You posted something else. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Chatfish don't need this in their lives. They're just little guys.
So there was a common glitch where when people would hop into their fucking vehicles and drive off, their character model doesn't go away. It fucking just sits there where the car originally was.
Gonna take damage.
And so it shows him as being,
Just floating.
Yep, just floating there.
He's just built different.
Talk about not, like, the beta was not even ready. The beta, oh my god, the beta was terrible. The beta was so bad. It's like, this is not a beta, this is an alpha. Oh well, it's time to move on from Battlefield though. What are we on next?
Destiny 2.
The Destiny.
Bungie.
The game I am thankfully unfamiliar with.
Now, before we talk about Destiny 2, the first thing we need to address is the immediate brain drain the studio got hit by. So Bungie basically had their studio split when they left Microsoft, because 343 Industries, some people stayed behind for Halo, if I remember right, but there were a lot of people that went with Bungie. But when you take a studio and you have this split thing that happens, that's never a good sign, because you're going to have all sorts of people that just left, and now the studio is going to lose a little bit of its soul. Because studios are families. They are families.
That is true, but it also fucks with their workflow, because those are people they've been working with for a while. And now all of a sudden, the people that come in, they basically have to train them back up to where they were. And even then, that same workflow, it might not work the same with the new people.
And they have different ideas.
Yeah. Well, not only that, the issue is that once you have a scenario where you got like a fallout between all of your studio coworkers, now you have new people coming in. They're going to get paid a lot less, and now they're a threat if you train them, because now they're worth more to the company if you can train them up to your standard, because they don't have to pay them nearly as much.
But relatively for them, they're getting paid more. So yeah.
Yep.
So there's a lot of negative incentives in why things don't get taught. Like, I don't teach people my job for a reason.
Yep, because if you teach them your job, you're just going to be supplanted by them.
Yep.
That's why it's always like one of those things when we have your studio members train up the next generation, right? That you treat them fairly, and you don't treat your studio members like trash. So if they're trained up to be on the same skill level, yeah, they're going to make a little less, but you don't fire them because you need loyalty. And the big thing is that these people don't have loyalty to these studios because internally these studios are ran incredibly poorly. Most studios don't have that familial bond anymore. That familial bond was integral in the early ages of the game industry, and it still is today with indies. When you see good small companies producing good games, it's mostly because the studio has a familial bond. And this bond is sacred. When you break that bond and you break that trust, the studio members no longer care about the project. They're no longer passionate about it. And not only is that that case, but they're not going to go above and beyond the call to do the best they can. And so when it comes down to their actions, you can expect low effort, low results, or basically the bog standard, because they're not invested. You don't care that much about them. They might be passionate about the thing they're working on, but as far as the greater project is concerned, they're only going to be passionate about their specific piece rather than excited for what the entire team is. And as somebody who's a part of an indie team, that kind of mentality, like when you see that internally, is very motivating. It's like you see somebody working hard and they're passionate about it, and you share that excitement and enthusiasm for the thing they're working on, and you share that together. That is something that's truly special and truly unique. And I know from a lot of people that have worked in the AAA industry, because I've worked with them too, you don't get that. It's not as passionate. Like the guy making pots and pans, nobody goes over there and is like, oh man, these fucking look really like accurate to the culture. Can you imagine like all the different like ways we can decorate environments and how this is going to tailor the mood? No, nobody talks like that. It's like, good job, pot and pans, done. Next up is chairs.
It's just the job.
It's like there's no excitement. There's no interest. Like, oh, dude, you're working on the fucking, like, this is literally what their culture. You're defining the culture of this people. It's, I'm making pot, pan, plate number 6. Variation cracked. Variation cracked. It becomes methodic, it becomes soulless, and it loses its heart and passion. It's not good, Chet. It's bad. It's bad. This kind of mentality is why you see games get very samey. And anytime there is focus on anything, it's usually because an artist made something that was a cosmetic DLC. And so therefore it can be sold, and so now it gets highlighted, right? Here, pay 30 premium bucks to earn this item, right? Okay, that gets a lot more things. But what about the environmental detail work? Well, usually that begins to fall off, right? And that's what you notice in certain things, because they don't care. The biggest case of this is Elder Scrolls. The environments are super stagnant. Skyrim. The level design is good, but like the actual, like, what do you call it? Items?
The level design of Skyrim?
Some of it is.
Not sure where you got the idea that was good, but I suppose.
No, certain parts are actually decent.
They have very good environment
Specifically
design.
with the environmental designs. But the things that we're not talking about is like, oh, you know, Whiterun has 2 fucking windmills for its grain processing. And where are the fields? There are no fields. How do these people get food?
Don't think about it.
There's no farmlands anywhere. This world isn't thought out. They're starving to death.
No. There are some farmland in Skyrim. It's just near.
It's like little. They're not even farmlands.
Yeah.
It's like a half a field.
It's like a patch, maybe enough to feed like a person.
A farmer. A farmer. That's it.
There's no farmlands. There's no like massive rolling hills of tilled land and cattle grazing. Oh,
Holy cow.
No Brahmin fields.
the other thing we haven't really talked about when it comes to brain drain is outsourcing. This is something that we should have talked about when we were doing the Ubisoft covering section. So I'm going to get to that real quickly. Outsourcing is another massive aspect of brain drain, where a studio is completely outsourced by another studio because their artwork and the art team is cheaper. And they might be technically skilled, but because they're cheaper, like hiring artists from India or hiring artists from other third world nations where they're much cheaper, they're not as interested or as invested in the project. And so what you're going to get is lower results, especially if it's an outsourced art team, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to be like, oh god, because there are entire studios dedicated that I could hire as well if I wanted to, or music and sound teams. Like I know a few. I'm not going to name them because I do like some of the people that work there, but where you can hire them and they'll take care of all the sound effects, all the voice work, all the music. They will handle everything when it comes to audio. You will have it taken care of. But the issue with that is that because you didn't do it in-house, it's very hard to direct things, right? It's like if you didn't have your own art team on board, then a lot of the art you're going to have to kind of settle for. You can make course corrections, but course corrections cost money. And if you can't work directly with an artist, every course correction you take delays the game and also costs more money.
Because you have to play that dumb game of telephone between like 3 or 4 different people.
Yep, because bureaucracy. And so you got to work with a representative to ask for changes. And because you're not working directly with the artist, this means that now you're disconnected. It's like when you have an art director on team and on staff. You can work with the art director to convey your idea and vision, and when you are on the same page, everything clicks, and then everything that's handed down to the artists that are subordinate to that director are now also in sync. Because he's doing a good job of managing and commanding all the other artists to produce the same thing because he understands what you want. That is incredibly important, and that also shortens the amount of development time it takes to get something done. Now, having in-house artists is always going to be more expensive because, they're on board, right? This is why brain drain is something that actually happens to begin with, because studios don't have a rationale to keep these people on board the team, and so they end up losing art directors, they end up losing writers. And when they lose the writer or the art director because they go to work on something else so they can actually feed their family, that means they have to hire a different writer. In the case of Mass Effect, they hired somebody else who didn't really know what to do with Mass Effect. And so that's why Mass Effect 3's plot's all weird. Or Mass Effect Andromeda, they hired the writers at the last fucking minute of the game's development. All right, here's the levels we've made. Here's the stuff we have. Make it have a story. And the writer's like, okay. And you have a month to do it. Actually, I think they had less. But it's either way. It's pretty bad. And so they had to write things in like a week or like a couple weeks, and there's no proofreading. It's just whatever they can spout out and a quick haze. And so you get really dumb lines, poorly thought out ideas, and things that didn't cook. Because the big thing when it comes to art or writing is you need to cook on ideas. Cook on ideas is basically letting something sit and digest. Basically, when I convey an idea to an artist, we need to let that digest in the artist's mind. And so I'm going to make him read that document. I know he's tired and I know he doesn't want to, but he's going to read this document. And once he's read it and he sleeps on it, he's going to develop new ideas in his sleep state. Because as his brain processes this information, as he REMs, he's going to come up with new ideas the next day. And so it's important to put that seed in his mind before he goes to sleep or she goes to sleep, etc. And so there are certain techniques and ways to do things like that. That's a bit more in the creative sphere, but it's important to note because when it comes to brain drain, the big problem with a lot of these studios is that they don't practice that at all. This is actually like a lost art when it comes to AAA. They don't do that. In fact, no studio does that to my knowledge, what I just described. It is a lost art. And those that do it normally do it because they're invested in a passion project. And this is something that we need to see return into use. The guy who makes pots and pans should know what he's making the pots and pans for. Not that he's just making pots and pans. It's part of a bigger picture. And he should know what that part of that picture he plays. Because regardless, those pots and pans are important. They're part of the environment. They're part of the immersion. No matter how small the item, it's always important. Assets are assets, and they should all be treated with equal value. Important. But yes, little side tangent aside, it's connected to brain drain, but only tangentially so. The next game we have to talk about when it comes to brain drain is World of Warcraft. Now, this is a game that has had brain drain pretty much in its inception. Because you could argue that certain aspects of it have improved in terms of quality of life, but they've completely stagnated and basically flatlined as early as basically Wrath of the Lich King. And even before then. Narratively, this game's brain dead. This game has no narrative. It has story and it attempts to do so, but it's so inconsistently and poorly executed through every expansion that we might as well just not talk about it. And so that's what we're going to do.
Story is only there to perpetuate the game itself. That's it. That's all it's doing.
Yep. The story
It's
is
not
mostly
actually telling a
referential
story.
and parody, as any unique stories it had that were actually in a setting basically ended in the first game and went nowhere. So narratively, it flatlines after the first game before Burning Crusades even launch. And then, to make matters worse, the game also starts to stagnate relatively rapidly. Because while it does get new classes and new abilities and new things, it also flatlines in terms of its direction because a lot of people begin to leave after the acquisition by Activision. Bear in mind that we need to talk about the development history really quickly. This game was made as a spin-off of actually a other game called Warcraft, RTS, and this is an MMO experience set in the world of Azeroth, which takes place in this RTS. And so it being a spin-off is not brain drain at all. It's just a spin-off. It immediately admits that when it says World of Warcraft. And so that is not a spin-off, so that doesn't take points away from it. But pretty much as soon as the acquisition of Activision took place, this game flatlined in terms of innovation. But not instantly. It was sort of gradually, because there was already like motions in movement, but it was mostly like, oh, okay, this is how this class will play, or this is how this will play, or this is how this dungeon will feel. And then oh, go ahead.
So my big issue with that is that when did Shadowlands Squealy?
He's dead.
Okay. Who else here played
Real
WoWs?
star.
Me.
Okay. What
What
was
about-
the Shadow expansion?
You talking about the one where Sylvanas takes over?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Shadowlands, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So that one was just a I from what I've been told, a reskin version of other content, which is Shadow Forms. Is that true?
Shadow Forms?
Yeah.
I need context.
Okay. I'm not equipped to. All I know is they ran out of ideas.
Oh, we're talking about the story.
Yeah.
Okay, because the story, yes. Okay, so narratively, all right, this is a problem where the brain drain is pretty bad because Warcraft 1 and 2 were basically kind of level-headed. Yes, there were big wars happening, but they were all building to a great cataclysmic event that happened in Warcraft 3. That being basically the titular sort of end of the world scenario, basically. The reign of chaos, the invasion of the Burning Legion, and the extermination of all life on Terrestria, basically. Or Terrestria. My brain! Azeroth! My brain dumb. And so basically the Azeroth thing. So they kept it at like end time level threat, and then World of Warcraft tried to calm that down with like just like little factions interactions. But then Burning Crusade comes out and is like, oh, here's Illidan, big bad boss, ending world scenario, right? And then you're like, oh, we gotta stop Illidan, he's evil now, gotta kill him. And then you stop him, right? Then Wrath Lich King, oh, the Lich King arc, he's gonna wipe out all life because he's part of the Scourge and he's evil. And so it's like, okay, we need to get rid of the Lich King so he doesn't make the world undead. And so it's like, okay, you get rid of him. Next expansion. Dragon, ending the world. The end of the world cult is starting. Okay, we stop them. Mists of Pandaria. Oh my god, emotions ending the world. It's like, what? And then after that, they're like, oh, next one. What was it? The time traveling Iron Horde from other timeline ending the world. Okay, and everyone hated that. And then they're like, oh, Burning Legion's returning. They're coming back. End of the world thing. And it's like, oh my god. It's end of the world this, end of the world that. The story never has peaks and valleys. It's just constant at... It's actually plateaued at literally Mount Everest. And is staying there. It's always end of the world this, end of the world that, battle for Azeroth, the planet's dying, blah, blah, blah. The demons from the Black Empire are coming back, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it turns out that the Shadowlands expansion, oh no, the Spirit Plane's open, oh my god, it's gonna like tear up the planet and do bad things to the Spirit Realm, oh god, help us. Oh, I gotta stop that. And the next expansion after that's like fucking, what was the one we played?
War Within.
War Within. Oh, bad stuff on the planet. Oh, that could definitely lead to the end of the world. We gotta stop it. We gotta stop.
Wasn't also the issue just at this time? not just with
Everything's
World
end
of
of the world,
Warcraft,
basically.
But yeah, like just with Blizzard products in general, that was just always the story arc at that point.
Well, in StarCraft, the story ended.
Uh.
At least for that arc, because like the war's over and the bad guys have been bad guyed. There's nowhere to take StarCraft anymore. StarCraft doesn't have anywhere to go.
But it's like for their final thing, it was basically the similar beats that you were just talking about, where it's like, oh, big end of the world threat, and they're basically just doing the same stuff, but in StarCraft.
Not quite, because it wasn't the end of the world, because technically humanity, like the Corpulu sector, is actually a prison colony. And the human empire over there is just a bunch of prisoners. Not the end of the world if they all get wiped out.
Sure, but like for the
But
people
let's stay
that you
focused
care
on
about
World of
this time.
Warcraft. Because the big thing here is that when it comes to World of Warcraft, the big focus here is that they've never calmed down with the story. It's always the end of everything. And if this bad thing happens, it's the end. GG no re. And so that's like the big problem. Because the thing with StarCraft, to touch on it briefly before we move away, StarCraft didn't do that all the time. It just seeded that idea in 1, Brood War, and then 2 started to actually act on what it had seeded, and then basically ended the story once the crisis was over. It wasn't each game was a crisis. It was more like each game was building towards the invasion of the Xel'Naga from the very get-go, because they were seeded in the beginning. It's just the execution of them was dumb because the Xel'Naga turned out to be space whales, which is ironic because everything in sci-fi seems to be space whales. Like Mass Effect 3, the Leviathan deals with space whale. So space whales seem to be like the ultimate, penultimate fucking form a species takes. For some ungodly reason, they become whales.
It'd be a space crab, honestly.
But yeah, so it doesn't really have the same issue because it actually ends. It's very much its own issue. The problem with World of Warcraft is it's forever stuck on dial 11, and they never really calmed it down. Because the big thing is what I thought. What was the expansion called, Squilly, where it was about orcs and humans on the cover art again? War for Azeroth, right? Or Battle for Azeroth.
Battle for Azeroth was Sylvanas and Anduin.
Yeah, but it was
I think
actually
you're
about the
thinking
Black
of-
Empire, because the Black Empire was the big bad in that, and they were going to end the world. Because because they're literally the world ending.
that cover art. Yeah, it was that one.
Yeah, because they're in Battle for Azeroth too, and so every expansion has some sort of world-ending threat, always. And because they do that, the story never has its points where it's lowered or does anything or progresses. And so the story has brain drain because the Horde and Alliance, for some reason, are at war, despite not having any proper reasons to wage war against one another. Nor do the Horde and Alliance have reasons to maintain the Horde and Alliance alliances when, geopolitically speaking, they should actually reshift alliances more correctly based on geopolitics rather than anything else. But because of how the story is set up, it's just dumb. It's like
you get Kalimdor, we get the Eastern Kingdoms. Then we stay on our sides of the fucking ocean.
Yet they just constantly bonk each other. Like, why did the humans ally with the Night Elves? That's only going to drag them into war with the Orcs. Or why did the Orcs ally with the fucking Forsaken? That's only going to drag them into war with the Orcs.
So here's what you should do to progress the series into Warcraft 2, right? You genocide the Forsaken, you genocide the Night Elves,
And there's
you
world
let
peace.
it go back to, then
World
you'll have
peace.
peace.
World peace. Get rid of the night elves. Get rid of the
I
undead.
will say,
world
to be
peace.
fair, wasn't it that the night elves joined the alliance because they got attacked?
They had fears of the horde destroying their forest.
Which, to be fair,
That's why
accurate.
Ashen Vale is a fucking war zone. Also, why I think it was Arathi Basin. No, that's not Arathi Basin. It's a
The Rothy Islands.
Warsong Gulch. Warsong Gulch is one of the initial PvP maps,
Mhm.
and that takes place in Ashen Vale.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. Okay. I was
Arathi
mixing up the
Basin
other
is in the Arathi Highlands. And then
Yep.
Altar Valley is right next to Lordaeron.
Because the big thing that doesn't make sense for World of Warcraft is that geopolitically speaking, there's no reason for their alliances to have formed the way they formed. It's more like it's preserving the RTS factions because the RTS factions, and they're
Yes.
iconic, and because they do that, it just doesn't make sense narratively. And so when it comes to Brain Train narratively, they have no idea where to take the story. Like after they made Frozen Thrones expansion for Warcraft 3, they had no idea. No idea. World of Warcraft does not know what it wants to do with the setting.
I
It's just
really
stuck.
thought they ran out of ideas with Cataclysm. I thought that's why they destroyed everything.
Cataclysm is a way of doing that, but it's also them trying to refresh the world and be like, okay, let's do something new. But it's like, okay,
That
do
was
something
the
new, and then they didn't.
Funniest shit, because they tried to do multiverse shit with fucking Warlords of Draenor, and that just
That was ass.
blew up in their goddamn face.
Thank God. Thank God. But the big thing is that what Cataclysm fucked up is it actually didn't do anything. Like
Nope.
narratively, it did fucking nothing. All it did was just change the quest zone appearance so that it was slightly less like half-baked looking. And then leave it that way. And not only did it not do anything, but what Cataclysm really should have done what they should have done, if we could wind back the clock and reverse the brain drain, Cataclysm should have actually shattered the Alliance and Horde as factions. And instead, the various kingdoms now need to form new alliances that are more sensible to based on the regions. Like maybe the humans and dwarves actually have a rivalry because of their location, because they're relatively close and they share a border. Maybe the blood elves, really don't like the Forsaken, like because they possess a lot of their land, and so they're going to want to expel them instead of working with them. Maybe the Forsaken want to, try to carve out their own little kingdom.
No, the human and dwarves ones, I think that's actually a bad example. I think the
that's most
orcs
likely.
and trolls is the better example, because
Yeah,
they're actually having a civil war in the horde side.
yeah, because
so I
they're
want to say, from
culturally
what I
incompatible.
understand,
And the Tauren are
from what I
like
underst-
neutral. They don't even want anything to do with anything. They're just like, we
No,
like our
they're just hanging out because they like the orcs and the trolls.
I was gonna say, like, for like the humans versus dwarves, like I thought that was like one of the most like steadfast alliances they had.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to throw in an
For
example there,
example.
but I should have said the Iron Dwarves,
Okay, yeah, no, that's more fair
because they're a
if I
bit more
remember right-
aggressive.
Because I remember right, you only are allying with the what was it, the gold dwarves or bronze?
The
dwarves?
no,
Bronzebeard tribe.
Dunmurrow
clan.
or Murrow. I forget
Dunmurrow.
the land. Dunmurrow.
I
the
know it's a
land.
specific group of dwarves, technically out of the 3 that they all like are derived from, or something like that.
There are 3 different groups. There's the Dunmurrow dwarves, I think, and then there are the Iron Dwarves, the Black Iron Dwarves, which are the Firebeard dudes, and then there are the something clan to the north, and they have the little
A
hawk things. Wildhammer clan, yeah.
They ride griffins and they're cool. And they allow you to be shaman dwarves. that's why they're relevant now.
So World of Warcraft narratively has stagnated. Now, the big thing is gameplay-wise, it's actually improved its gameplay and polished things when it comes to its playability. But again, this is going to be one of those issues where it's going to get messy the more you talk about it. And so we're not going to really dive into that. So narratively, World of Warcraft suffers from brain drain. It does in other areas too. But it's going to be a little bit more of a hot topic because this is the thing that's actively being debated to this day. But definitely story-wise. Without a doubt, the story is absolutely fucking brain drained to the point where they have no clue of what to do. They had an idea, and they did poor executions of those ideas, like dealing with, the Lich King, because he was the big threat, but dealing with him in this game was a bad idea. He should have had his own RTS game, not been in the MMO. Should have been referenced in the MMO, but the MMO should not be about that. In retrospect.
You can go to Northrend and hang out in Ice Crown Citadel, and he's just like, "Hey, how are you? Get off it."
Yeah, I'm cool now. By the way, I don't want to hurt nobody.
I
just
want
wanna
to fight
go
the
home.
Legion. You guys fought the Legion already and won in TBC. Fuck.
Yeah, that was like one of his angles that he wanted to do. And so his story arc, yeah, no, so the MMO just fucks up everything. Like his arc is about like, yeah, I'm gonna stop the Burning Legion. That's why I'm gonna make the Scourge big. And it's like or not the Scourge, yeah, the Legion. And then the Legion gets defeated before he even gets to do anything. And so he's like, I guess I'm just gonna kill everybody or something because I'm mad now. My story arc got halted, and I had to wait. It's like, what? My God, it is just ass. It's just ass. It's ass.
And then with the Legion expansion, the second time they do TBC, essentially,
And it's like,
they
invade
realized they
again.
fucked up with Illidan being the villain, so they just redid everything and said, "Hey, we're gonna kill off your faction leaders, and then we're gonna go kill the big Titan guy that's fucking everything up."
They did, because the first Legion invasion, you kill Illidan, and it's like, but I thought he was like a quasi good guy. That's kind of weird.
He is a good guy. He's just Night Elf Batman. That's what he is.
Yeah, and then it's like, and then like, oh fuck, we forgot our own story. He's actually good, and he's not dead. You didn't kill him, despite his dead body over there.
He's a demon. Don't worry about it. He's a demon.
He came back. He's nobody's ever really gone.
He got
Yeah.
better.
So basically, to surmise this, it's a story. And let's move on because the brain rot can only last so fucking much in my skull. So,
Oh, new brain rot. Yeah.
oh god,
Woo.
Wolfenstein.
Also
Yeah.
Bethesda
How do
and
you know
Arcane
what?
Studios.
I've talked too much. Let's hear somebody else. Somebody else. Let's hear the history of Wolfenstein as a franchise. This one's easy.
It was a pretty solid FPS that it made a long time back, and it eventually developed into, instead of being a Wolfenstein series, into the Doom series. However, they didn't really know what to do with so they just kept making different games every couple of years that followed the general flow of kill evil Nazis that use occult sciences or occult magic.
And if you're lucky, you fight Mecha Hitler.
Yeah. Fucking Mecha Hitler. They didn't even give us Mecha Hitler in fucking Wolfenstein, the new trilogy. The new shitty trilogy. So the first game of this new Wolfenstein series, not even called Castle Wolfenstein anymore, by the way. But in the new series, you play as BJ Blazkowicz, Blowjob himself. And you wake up after not really wake up, but you're essentially coming to a future that was taken over by the Nazis because they won World War II using super science they stole from space Jews.
He's not joking, by the way.
Yeah,
That was one of the
pretty much.
craziest storylines I ever heard, by the way.
Unironically, like the way they explain it is the reason.
that is crazy, yeah.
The reason that these particular groups of people, I'm wording it like that just so you don't say the word too much, is because they believed that the more they created, they were basically acting in the manner that God did by creating things, and so that's why they were super advanced. It was really weird.
Basically, their entire religion was to worship. You have to create things. And it doesn't matter what the thing is. It could be a super weapon. It's just the act of creating is all that matters.
Merely the act of doing it means like you are basically trying to imitate the big G himself, and that's the most flattering form of worship, according to them, is just creation.
And therefore, they made insane technology.
They made death weapons that
A
can
lot
destroy
of
the
death
world.
weapons.
Yeah,
For some reason.
a disturbing amount of like death weapons when you really think about it.
You
Like,
think God likes destroying the world?
It's like
Big
I think these people were subconsciously thinking about different things when they were creating this arsenal of death weapons. But continue.
Well, so you defeat essentially Death's Head, the higher strata of the military in Wolfenstein 1. Wolfenstein 2, you are still fighting them, even though you've kicked their ass already.
And now you're in a wheelchair.
But now you're a little bit older, and you get decapitated, and you get revived like twice in this game. You get like a mech suit armor because they couldn't drive the Power Fantasy home anymore, and they kept fucking up the story by adding in like modern day politics to half the fucking conversations you have with the side characters.
Yeah, like the Empire State one, the City of Ghosts or whatever the fuck.
Oh god, that was so cringe. That's where I quit. I couldn't handle it. Cow eyes over there fucking staring at me. Oh.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. The communist.
The communist
Where-
Afro revolutionary
Black
woman
Panther leader.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's just like, what? This is
who hates the white man but was fucking some white dude and had a child with him.
Don't think about it.
Never
talk about balls.
ask a racist black woman the color of her
Yeah.
child. Color of her
At least you can
child.
go even more general. Don't ask a racist what their partner is.
What race their partner is? Yeah. It was funny. She's also the same character. So she's modeled off the same
Actress.
woman that nobody seems to be able to accurately
Model.
3D model.
For whatever fucking
Because
reason.
they keep giving her giant fucking bug
Bulge,
eyes.
yeah, bulging eyes. Yeah.
She doesn't have those, by the way. She's not
No.
ugly.
I don't know
I
why they
keep
do
doing
that.
I've seen either people refer to like cow eyes, fish eyes, just like anything with like eyes bulging out.
I feel so bad for that lady.
Like
'cause
they
she-
treat her like she's a chatfish. Like they just bulge out like. Fucking-
My favorite depiction of her is in Star Wars.
That one was really bad.
Oh god, she's in there too, and it zooms in close to her eyes always.
Yep.
I don't know
They want
why
you-
they do that in every
They want
game.
you to know.
Different studios that use her likeness will zoom into her eyes and be like, "Wow, look at how big those are." It's like, yeah, those are big. Thank you for showing me. Like,
We should just have her face and it'll zoom in constantly.
I am expecting the
Just
developer to
everywhere.
whisper to me like, "Those are pretty big, aren't they?" And like those, look at those golf balls. Look at
Yeah.
those golf.
Now for the artist poorly disguised fetish.
I like big eyes. I like big.
And so basically, it's like not only are they going over the top with like, here's what like BJ is doing to the Nazi. It's like, eventually it gets to the point where it's like, well, he did all he could, so now we're going to go to his daughters, which are just also over the top, and it's like, but why?
His daughter, didn't that game just have the
Oh.
writing was just completely abysmal with the dialogue?
It was pretty bad. It was so bad that it killed the franchise, and thank God. Just fucking held it underwater, so
No,
it just
new-
drowned.
New Colossus had many, many problems, but it clearly was infected with modern politics
Yep, and
pretty
so
much right
the
away.
brain drain came in the form of political. So this is not something we've talked about too much, but basically, I mentioned the Brandon Sanderson author because it's relevant for this. Because basically, you have a writer who's affected by brain drain, but it's them themselves, and they're affected because they're radicalized, and as they radicalize, they turn everything they create instead of into an art, they turn it into a talking point, a soapbox point, and
Propaganda.
so it loses any actual creative art value it had and becomes detritus,
Mhm.
garbage, garbaggio, as I like to
So
say.
I think that didn't New Colossus have BJ going to fucking Venus?
You go to the moon
No, he went to the moon.
and you
Oh.
meet Hitler, and he
You
pisses
meet-
in a bucket in front of
You're
you.
not allowed. You're not allowed to kill him.
Hold on. No. It is New Order is the one where which one is the one he wakes up in a wheelchair?
That's
Oh,
New
that's the
Colossus.
first one.
No,
No, that's the first one.
well, no,
Okay.
he wakes up. No, you're in a wheelchair at the start of New Colossus.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So you're
Yeah, yeah.
crippled at. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you're crippled
yeah.
at the
You're
end
killing
of the
Nazis in a wheelchair.
at the
Yes,
tanker. Yeah, I forgot
correct.
about that.
So that one, they don't go to the moon. They go to like Venus.
I usually
and
see
the-
people saying Venus is what you
It
go
was
to.
Pretty
Venus.
damn sure it was the moon.
Yeah, he went to Venus for the
The,
audition.
the moon was the first one because that's where like
Yeah.
a secret Nazi, well, not so secret.
Oh yeah, you got a moon in the first one. Venus, New Colossus.
I'm right because he has auditions to play himself.
Why
Yep.
go to Venus? That's the first
Because
thing I
that's
said.
You're right.
that's nowhere near the fucking supposedly Hitler's enemies are going to be that want to kill him. Because only the Nazis have the way to get there.
Yeah, BJ gets there. Forget about it.
The auditions is for his own role,
Yes.
What annoys
And
me,
and then they
Yeah.
just kill the
about
other
that-
actors.
What annoys me about that is that the way they handle the writing is not interesting. Like if you're gonna have a Hitler in your game, make him an interesting villain, right? Don't have him be like fucking dumb. They just treated him like a cartoon villain.
Well,
he-
he's like really, really old, and
And
syphilis really did its number on him at that point.
He's so
Mhm.
goddamn senile.
Syphilis, sorry. Yes.
It's not. He's not even funny. He's just kind of like annoying.
Yeah, they tried to
It-
make him like super pathetic and
Yeah,
cartoonish and just.
He
it's
should have
more
been a
pathetic
boss
than
you
anything.
fight. What a
Mecha
waste.
Hitler, man.
Again, they missed the opportunity for Mecha Hitler.
I don't even know why, because they like my problem with the new Wolfenstein is not only has it lost touch with itself, but the big thing is that in the older Wolfenstein they hint at a cult and then they start to explore that as the franchises move. So let's talk about the evolution of it, right? And so first Wolfenstein, sort of like a shooter, you're a captured operative, but there's like weird occult things and there's like a mecha Hitler in it. It's like, okay, that's weird.
Which was
And
just kind
then
of out of nowhere for the time.
Return
yeah.
to Castle Wolfenstein comes out, and Return to Castle Wolfenstein leans into the occult a lot more. And
Yes, you are fighting ghosts.
it does a lot better because of it, and it strengthens itself. It's a much better game. It's considered a classic. Then they make the third Wolfenstein game for, I believe, the Xbox 360 and PC, and that leans into the occult yet again, keeping the occult theme going on, and it's really nice. But if I remember right, the game's got a few problems. It's just like the boss was sucked at the end, and it felt like the game fell off. I forget at what point, pretty hard. Like it's like, oh, ran out of money. I could see it. But the big thing is that after that, there's a long pause, and then Wolfenstein's made again, but it's rebooted. And when they do the reboot, is already when the brain drain's in effect. Because the reboot, when you deal with Death's Head or whatever his name is, like it's just not as interesting. It's just like, okay, there's lots of robots and like tech stuff, but the occult stuff is gone. Then they make an expansion to try to bring it back. Then they completely ignore New Blood's expansion entirely and pretend it basically never happened with Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, and then its expansion, which goes with just like weird futurism. It just, they don't really know where to take it.
And then the sequel after that is BJ's kids, and they're just insufferable the entire way through.
I don't think anyone, like any articles or anything that I remember reading, besides like maybe like one or two, liked the daughters.
Yeah, no,
I'm pretty sure that game just got buried very quickly.
And it was again them trying to make like these empowered female characters and stuff like that. And the problem when you do that is if you want to write a female character and make her interesting and powerful, you need to write them as a female character that's powerful, not write them as a man. Because by doing that, you are undermining the entire point of what you're trying to do narratively. And so you are just making a woman into a man. Which is
The funny thing
wrong.
is, there's a number of stories from like World War II where like I fucking forget her name, but that French like underground resistance coordinator in France who basically did a bunch of shit to the point where like the German high command really wanted to get her. Like they didn't want to make anyone based off her or any of the other ones. No, it had to be specifically taking BJ's role in the franchise.
The politicization acted as the brain drain, basically sapping out any creativity and uniqueness in this game, to the point where it just became a watered-down parody of itself. And that's kind of unfortunate because the other Wolfensteins don't treat itself as a parody. But what's interesting is that with the first Wolfenstein of the reboot, it immediately treats itself as a parody of itself. Because it sort of jokes with it. It's like, oh, look at the Nazis, so cartoonishly evil, so like ridiculously dumb and goofy. And what's funny is, while Return to Castle Wolfenstein does this as well, they do it in a way that it takes itself seriously while doing so. Like, yeah, there's summoning eldritch abominations and basically ancient demons and spirits from the past to try to win World War II, and then it turns out that these powers they're summoning are so beyond their control that they get consumed by them. Really cool touch. I like it. It's very Indiana Jones. They want to destroy the old. They do. Hence why when they made Wolfenstein Reboot, they just called it Wolfenstein. Now, technically, you could argue the same thing for things like Dead Space, right? Because the new Dead Space remake is just called Dead Space. But they rebranded the original Dead Space to Dead Space 2008. If I remember right. Or 7 or whatever. Which is, I guess, a way to do it so that you can tell the distinction between that one and that one. But I don't think they did the same for Wolfenstein, did they? Let's actually take a quick perusery and see what the official designation of the original Wolfenstein is. Did they revise that in a similar light, or perhaps they didn't? Only typing in the name will tell. And I can say right now safely that the original actually had a very distinct name, so that kind of undermines my own point, doesn't it? But here, let's take a quick squeak peek. So here we have Wolfenstein. Oh god, they made like a VR thing. I bet that went really bad.
Cyber Pilot.
Yeah, so the original Wolfenstein wasn't just called Wolfenstein, it was called Wolfenstein 3D. Mostly due to the fact that, it was simulating 3D, and so it was like, wow, it's three-dimensional. A good selling point.
2.5D or something.
I mean, technically. Technically, it isn't even 3D, if I remember right. It just looks like it is.
Yeah.
It's the fake 3D that old boomer shooters had.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite
Wolfenstein.
2.5D. It just looks like it's 3D, convincingly. Just
I do love the new ones made in Unity that are literally 3D. They're just intentionally made to look 2D.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. And those are genuinely 2.5D because they're using 2.5, or not 2.5. They're using sprites with basically 3D environments.
Which, to be fair, it is more. It's a better way to run the game.
Yep. Because in Return to Castle Wolfenstein, you have a more occult vibe, and that feels
hate
very
those
distinct.
things.
Those things are annoying. Leather
Also,
nuts.
I like those things though. I like those.
Yeah, you see, those things are fine to look at, but when you give them guns, they're not.
And they have zombies.
Those things are funny.
Droggers.
Fine, pretty much.
He's got teeth. Chad loves teeth. Right, teeth.
Oh, Gibbs, what's the next one on our list?
Next up, we have is a comic.
Mhm.
The subversion
yes.
and brain drain of comics. This, in particular, Hulks don't like to lose, but a piece of shit can still manage to do the right thing now and then, especially when it involves doing a whole lot of wrong. Oh, that dialogue.
So, Chad, you may not understand this, but this isn't Bruce Banner, or Abdesh Show, or any male Hulk. This is She-Hulk.
Damn, I can't even tell the difference.
The
It's
hair.
Merp,
It's the hair.
Got ponytail. Yeah.
I guess. I mean,
Also the outfit.
Yeah.
Because the Hulk didn't give a fuck.
true.
Ripped up jeans were good enough for him. Or it wasn't even jeans.
As God intended.
God damn.
So, Chad, the whole point of She-Hulk was supposed to be to show off that she is a supermodel, and then she got everything Banner couldn't, because Banner's inner demons just wouldn't allow him to be happy. And so making She-Hulk into this monstrosity just erases. Yeah, there's the actual She-Hulk.
I posted the original design for She-Hulk in the stream room. Gibbs.
If I remember, she was actually happy in the comics when she found out, because she actually liked the look.
Oh yeah, she was tall, green, and hot.
Emphasis on green.
Yeah, very green. Broccoli lady.
God
It
damn.
was a psyop to get you to eat your vegetables.
I just, as you guys are talking, I'm just trying to look at like silhouette, right? So look at this with me,
Mhm.
Jeff. Look at the silhouette of this shape. Does anything
man.
about it strike you as female? Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like,
It's just a dude, like a really, really fucking buff
like
dude. in
it's
terms of-
drawn as a dude, and the only way I know it's a female is because, maybe the fact that
You
the
were
breasts
told.
are covered. Yeah, no, that's honestly it. Because honestly, I wasn't thinking it was female at all when we pulled this up.
Thing is, I figured it was a female just because I figured it was modern comics. So it's like, that's obviously a woman.
Like, it just,
Yeah.
it has no feminine characteristics whatsoever.
That's the whole point.
It's just a ma'am. It's ma'am.
It's ma'am.
I hate this.
Yeah. There's an even worse one where she looks really fucking. Oh yeah, I found it.
Oh god, let's see this. Go to my screen. Let's
And then
pull up
show the
reference.
original side by side.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, that's rancid. Oh God.
Look at what he's saying.
I looked at that first.
That is what the fuck.
Women are talking.
This was 6 years ago, by the way.
That one has more breasts than the other one.
Unironically.
But bigger
Uh,
arms, actually.
It's
Also, her eye is they're not.
yeah.
The
So
one
this
eye
is
looks higher than the other.
So this is from War of the Realms, War Scrolls, issue number 3.
I hate this. It upsets me. It upsets me because even now I'm looking at it and it doesn't look like a girl except for like the long hair, maybe. But men can have long
Yeah.
hair too, so like,
She vaguely has the outside, the outlines of tits.
like the artist can draw a feminine
But
face.
that could
This
just be
person right here
roids.
is feminine,
What?
right? That's a girl, right?
That looks like
I mean, compared to that, okay?
I am assuming it's a Valkyrie. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Anything looks feminine compared to that monstrosity.
That's true. No, I don't think people really buy this because I think this shit's going out of business as far as I know.
Yeah, no one buy it. That's why.
I-
Western
from-
comics are.
From
very
what I've
much
heard,
dead.
a lot of the new stuff coming out of like Marvel and DC in general is usually not liked.
Yeah, I hate this. I genuinely hate this.
Yep.
This is hideous.
So that's and that's why you see them slowly having to drag themselves back to less ugly shit.
yes, here. It's still wokeism, but the
To be
characters
fair,
aren't hideous.
I will at least say this: at least Harley's face is accurate for if someone heard what that guy just said.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
See, you can shoot Joker in the face, but it's much harder to shoot issues like homophobia or systemic
He's-
racism.
He's so like smug with what he's just said.
Also, considering this person's ideology, they're actually doing the exact same thing they preach to not do. This is misogynistic. He's putting a hand on arm around her, controlling her. So,
Telling her
by
about
their own-
systemic racism.
yep, and talking down to her. So this is, again, violating their own ideologies, flawed. This is the problem with this form of ideology. It's
Well,
retarded.
hey, that character doesn't seem to care about misogyny. It's mostly homophobia and racism
Yeah.
he cares about.
Systemic racism.
Misogyny he has no issue with.
Misogyny's fine. This bitch belongs in the kitchen.
But if she says it, but if it's anti-gay people, well, then we got all problem.
This is again, you can't play this kind of favoritism because no matter what you do, you're offending somebody. And so now by doing this, you've already offended the female crowd because this character is now being misogynistic. He is mansplaining to her. By their own definition and terminology.
So Kibbs,
Oh my god.
I have
His hand is
these.
tiny.
Do you
What?
see it, Kibbs?
You put it in the chat, didn't you, you little monkey?
Yeah.
Don't you yeah me, boy. Oh.
Oh,
I like how he didn't even put up the picture of the original She-Hulk.
I don't like this. No.
Yeah, but
Ew.
Because the
Ooh.
bottom one is
That's the worst.
yeah.
That is actually hideous, though. Like, what the fuck is this? What is this shit I'm
Right.
looking at?
my favorite part of the first one Bucky posted is Captain America.
Yeah, he looks like yeah.
This is obviously a man, but I know it's supposed to be a woman. It's terrible. I hate it. I actually hate it.
So again, hey, I'll actually I'll grab it from just so everybody can understand this. That is a real image.
They
Here's
do.
here's the fucking comic line.
I can just open it. Oh, my fucking god, that's so
Rancid.
bad. That's like
Fighting emu people in the background. I would
Yeah.
assume.
that is incredibly hideous.
This is the squirrel girl in the
This is
It's
brain
RPG,
drain.
by the way.
And then the fucking hold on. Because some people had the fucking audacity to pull this shit on people.
The fact that this is supposed to be a girl is what I find the most disgusting.
So here, Kibbs, I posted this. This is the most insidious drawing ever made.
Is that the cover
The
art?
newest one. No,
That's the
it's
cover. That's the cover art.
oh, that is the cover art. I thought
That's
that was fucking fan art.
incredibly misleading.
That's
So
what we call a bait and switch.
So what happened is in Japan they wouldn't fucking buy it,
Rightfully
Oh.
so.
and so
I'll be
they
right
made
back.
that cover art instead of the original.
And so they're gonna open it and see this shit inside?
Yeah,
To be fair, at that point, buyer beware. At least flip through it.
That's false advertisement. You should be sued, liable for suit for that.
people got really fucking mad about that.
Rightfully so. This is like going to a burger joint, right? And buying a juicy looking burger, like you see in the picture, right? And then the burger you get is fucking maggots in it. Unironically, this is equivalent. It's maggots, it's moldy, it's green, and it reeks.
Yeah, but the current Squirrel Girl is thick from Marvel Rivals.
He's a thick bimbo slut.
What?
Excuse
Thick
me?
bimbo
I-
slut.
Jesus.
Did you-
I think we're
Let's.
getting some insight into Reggie's mind.
Yeah.
You control yourself on stream.
Let's see here.
It's like
grab the squirrel girl. Let's see here.
when you just
Or
said
go
the
Marvel
thing, it's
Girl.
like, yeah, that tracks. It's like bimbo.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah,
really
yeah.
harsh, and then he says, "It's like I think you're reading into this, sir."
Actually, I know nothing about her. Outside of that, she sounds a little dumb.
Here, I got the image.
There's one image.
This is the better image. You have no idea how to. You have no idea to show it off. There you go.
Okay.
It's the next one down, Kibbs. There you go. That's
There
the
you go.
correct image to use. So
My
that's the
God.
current version now.
All right, chat, side by side. Okay, look at this. Look at that.
Ugh.
Look at this.
Doesn't do it for She-Hulk. Does it for Squirrel Girl.
Don't need to. This I think illustrates the point very effectively.
Yep. That is
I'm-
all you have to use to show off where comic book industry is at.
I may have zero interest in this Marvel game, but just from looking at this, if I had to choose between the two, I'm going for this.
Yeah.
Without a fucking doubt in my mind. An
There you go.
actual woman versus a thing that looks androgynous and looks like an abomination.
That didn't look androgynous, kids.
What is that? Is that a woman?
That's a dude. That's a dude.
It kind of looks like a dude. Looked like an
It's-
ugly dude.
Probably. Actually, what's the name of the author for that version of the?
I bet the author looks like that.
That's the problem because they usually do. They usually look exactly like the fucking character.
God, they're
Go find 'em.
abominations. In
I
personality.
don't really want
Fuck.
to. Just give me the author's name. I don't want to look at this shit. Where's the Starfire one? I've got a Starfire.
Not.
I'm not
not-
Starfire.
Oh no.
Where it's literally just the fucking teenage fantasy of the fucking writer unironically. There you go, Kim. I posted it
Where'd you post it, boy?
in the stream room as usual.
Just making sure, boy. Is it boy? Oh my fuck! Yes, this is really rancid.
Yeah, that one is the literally self-insert of Starfire's daughter.
And then it has Starfire facing away, and like walking away. So that's like, yeah, no, not important. Me important. Doesn't even look like she inherited any traits besides the green eyes.
It's even worse than that because she gets hot guys somehow.
But why?
Like the weirdest. Like, okay, here's the direct comparison.
The guy is playing the long con, not to be with the daughter, but to be with the mother.
He
That's
goes
the long
mom.
Yeah, that's the long con.
Okay, there's the direct comparison to the author.
God fucking help me. Oh my god, it is just a self-insert.
Go grab the Scooby-Doo one, Squirrely.
I don't
Scooby-Doo,
like
The Velma.
I hate it. Like, the thing what makes this person ugly is that they would do this. Your personality defines who and what you are. And this makes you rancid.
I'm not insulting your physical appearance. I'm insulting your moral character. You are morally disgusting.
There have been, the thing is, there are many people
are ugly.
There's many brave and, tragic tales about veterans who are horrifically scarred and deformed. And honestly, that's horrible that happened to them. But what makes them who they are and makes them beautiful in their own right is not what they look like, it is who they are on the inside. And this person inside that husk is a demonic creature. Ugh.
Opposed to the Velma one, you'll appreciate it.
We never go for low-hanging fruit, chat. We go for the thing that would stab a blade right through their soul, so they may die forever. So they may die.
To be fair, though, sometimes it is literally just the low-hanging fruit.
Oh my fucking god, it's just another self-insert!
That one also groomed a guy, by the way.
The fuck? That's sick.
She's a groomer.
I don't know why, but like for some reason grooming is looked at completely differently when women do it. Like if a guy does it, like people rightfully get very upset and deal with it. But when a woman does it, they seem to just get away with it.
No, while you continue this conversation, I'll be walking dogs. I'll be back in a bit.
Dogs walking the Discord kitten.
Yep. Yeah,
Kibbs, I
we're good.
believe this GIF accurately sums up the reason why it's fine.
So, I'm not saying it's a self-insert for the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. I think it might just be like Ryan North's wife.
Oh, inserting their own wives into it, yeah. Pussy whipped to the extreme.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not gonna like. She's just like a private person, so I'm not gonna like show anything on that. But yeah,
Well, yeah, throw out of the public strata. It's best to keep it out.
and she's not very attractive, by the way, in real life.
That's fair.
I won't post anything.
Does,
but by
okay,
God, I'll
the
say
only
it.
thing I'll ask is this depiction accurate?
She's a redhead.
It is accurate. Then.
She has short hair.
That's all we need to know. Thank you.
He has a big bushy tail.
I've heard enough. I
No.
don't need to hear more.
We only care about the public strata, so long as it doesn't, incriminate, drag people into things they don't need to be a part of.
All right,
Just because her
So-
husband's a moron and put her in it doesn't mean she wanted it.
but yeah, it's Chad. That anytime you see this is brain drain, because when brain drain happens, people get to insert in their personal projects into bullshit. Like,
Unironically, like approved fan fiction is how I would phrase it.
Oh my god, canon fan
Yep.
fiction stuff that happens all the time. Oh my god.
I only said it because
When you say that, I just want to rant about Dave Filoni for like 5 minutes, but like we'll just.
The reason I said it is because of what your cursor's hovering over right now.
Oh god.
Because that's basically
Alright,
what
before
the new
before I
stuff is.
click on it, what's up? In case it's related to this, Bucky. Bucky, what?
oh, I was gonna say Avatar: Legend of Korra.
That's fan fiction, yes. That's what happens when you lose your lead writer, and then the two other supporting writers, like, they have an idea of what to do, but they don't really know what and how to do it. So
But
like,
they didn't though.
They didn't know how to do it.
yeah,
They
true.
just wrote stuff that they knew would just make controversy. That's it.
It's like, also, she's a lesbian and a whore, and she cucks people. It's like, oh my fucking god, kill me.
Mhm.
Multiple people, actually.
All right,
We must carry
Now
on.
on to next thing.
Star Wars.
This
Brain,
brain drain.
this image alone is 100% all you have to see.
It just tells you everything of the decline.
The splooge on the chin.
God, no, fucking even notice that.
That's why I gave you the
Oh,
image.
it's just like they. I
He's
feel like
loving
the
it.
director
He's-
told
he's
him, like,
working
yeah,
that
let it,
bottle,
like,
kids.
like suck it and like get all milky and like.
He probably puts the straw in the back of his tongue.
Yeah. And
Makes it
then
easier to
swallows.
drink.
I fucking hate this. All right, so like Star Wars. Star Wars' brain drain begins pretty much as early as it's conceived. And this brain drain, so let's go through the history of Star Wars real quickly. Summarily, because it's massive. Star Wars basically is created by George Lucas for the first film, and it's a science fiction film, well, more like science fantasy, right? And it does really
Space
well.
opera.
It's a pretty standard sort of science fantasy. It's sort of like hero's journey and all that. Then the sequel comes out, and that's called Empire Strikes Back. Now the big thing is the reason why it blew up so big was because of its execution. It was incredibly competent for everything that had been coming out during that era. Because if you look at other sci-fi movies that come out around the same time period, not
Sci-fi was considered the garbage genre. So the fact that there was a competent sci-fi film with relatively decent production kind of blew people's minds.
because people always have wanted fantasy and science fiction. It's just there was never good content of it and high quality. And so the first time there's something that comes out that's mainstream and big quality, it is incredibly good. Then Empire Strikes Back comes out, and holy shit, Empire Strikes Back pretty much blows Star Wars out again into basically mainstream. It was already mainstream with the first one, but Empire Strikes Back is huge. After Empire Strikes Back, it basically establishes Star Wars as a franchise. It is established permanently. It solidified it. The fact that Empire Strikes Back did well did not matter if Return of the Jedi didn't do as well or whatever, or was received less critically successfully. It was a done deal. Return of the Jedi came out and was actually okay. It had its problems, but it was received again very well and solidified it as a trilogy of very good or very fun movies. Because there's debate in terms of certain writing things and certain things, but we'll not get into that. But all in all, it seems like it's going pretty well. Now, this is where the brain drain is going to begin, and it begins relatively soon. So George Lucas is going to be very lenient with the IP in terms of like he's going to only work on one particular era between certain time periods, and anyone can work on other things under LucasArts before or after or far away, basically, just not in his area where he's working. And so the extended universe is born. This is right where the brain drain begins. However, not initially, and it's not necessarily the extended universe that's the direct issue. Now, it had very little oversight in terms of its canonicity, but the other authors did communicate with one another, or sort of tried to sort of establish like a canon going forward. So there was some sort of continuity. You'd occasionally get some books that kind of contradicted certain things, but for the most part, it's like flowing forwards, and there's a lot of good stuff coming out. Like there's the Rogue Squadron books. I almost said trilogy, but it's not a trilogy. It's like 10 books in the series or something like that, 10 plus or whatever. It's fucking long. And so there's a lot of books and a lot of media, comics being produced, and as video games take off, there starts to be video games being made. And the video games are varying degrees of quality, but it doesn't really matter. We're talking about the franchise as a whole. All in all, things are going pretty good. But the brain drain really starts to set in when George Lucas's divorce happens. This is because he divorces his wife, or his wife divorced him, I can't really remember, but he needs money. And this sets the tone and the way things are going to be. And so that's what basically helped motivate, or what people theorize as to what motivated him to make the prequels, because it didn't seem like he wanted to do anything else with it. He was just happy to coast on the merchandising. So it seems like money was running low, time to make new movies and, refreshen that money, so to speak. And so he makes the prequels, and the prequels are received with varying degrees. Like they were not very well received upon their initial release, especially the first two. But the third one does very well word of mouth, right? And does well enough that it basically sort of redeems in the eyes of a lot of people the prequels. And as time goes on, people forgive the mistakes the prequels made, and they more or less learn to accept them, begrudgingly, but they do.
At the
accept
very
them.
least, they don't consider them not Star Wars.
Yep. So episodes 5, 3, and 4 in terms of the original release, or if you're talking about 1, 2, and 3 as they are called now, they're accepted. They're accepted by the greater community.
Yeah. People will say, like, I don't like them, but they still include them.
They'll include them as like like they're part of the family. Now, where things immediately begin to go bad here is that George Lucas has already got things going pretty well, but he's starting to get older. And as he's getting older, he's starting to care a little bit less, because he was never particularly big in terms of caring about Star Wars. At least from everything I've read and seen from interviews and stuff, he always was kind of aloof with it. not putting a lot of dedication as much as he should have into it, in my opinion, but that's just me. The big thing that you begin to notice is that other people are going to start appearing on scene that are going to start making things. And again, he starts another idea. He's thinking about doing another trilogy. He's also thinking about a new sort of spin-off series, establishing the prequels and trying to, in a way, redeem the prequels. This is called The Clone Wars. Now, The Clone Wars was inspired by a TV show made by Genndy to promote Revenge of the Sith, a two-part, two-season series that Genndy had produced. And Genndy's series did so well on Cartoon Network, so well, in fact, that the merchandising and toy sales from that alone were incredible. And so they didn't want this to slip. And so, like, let's do The Clone Wars, but let's do it as an expanded series. Not a short mini-series like we had created for the hype of Revenge of the Sith, but something huge. And so the Clone Wars movie is released. It's received with varying degrees. Some people, it's a little bit kiddie, but it has some mature things, and people are pretty excited. And so they're eagerly awaiting the new stuff. Now, the part where the brain drain immediately arrives is with the first movie. The first movie introduces a character named Ahsoka. And this is a part of brain drain. And the reason why it is because George Lucas is starting to not be, excuse me, as invested.
As stringent.
Yep, with the story as much. He's starting to let somebody by the name of Dave Filoni have more say. And as he lets him have more say and push his ideas into the setting, George Lucas is slowly kind of letting go of his setting, because he's kind of hoping that Dave Filoni will pick it up for him. And the problem with this, and not initially, by the way, because for many of the seasons he was brought on, but as an advisor, more or less. Or basically he would be basically like, this and this has to happen, and that'd be it. And that would be how he'd kind of lay things out. But the big thing here is that as Dave Filoni starts implementing more of his ideas and visions of Star Wars, it starts to drastically contrast, because he has a completely different view of it. Like, Anakin having a Padawan is a mistake. Period. It shouldn't have happened.
Unironically, it is. Though.
And I've always believed this, even when I saw it. Like, fundamentally, it undermines everything. And
it gives Anakin another anchor.
Yep, that's the big thing I've always said, the anchor point. Because he does not need anchors. He needs to be unstable for what he needs to do to make sense.
Yes, it's also called a touchstone.
Yep, a touchstone. It helps wind him back and make him not go too far. And so by giving him a Padawan, they've effectively undermined the story and narrative progression of this story. Because Anakin's fall to the dark side and committing atrocities now makes less and less sense. And what helps to compel and break things, because this isn't the only beginning of the brain drain. As the show goes on, as the TV show begins, Lucas starts having less and less involvement. And as the TV show starts to expand on the universe of Star Wars, it starts to do so in relatively negative ways by undermining many things. And it undermines a lot. Like, villains are turned into cartoon villains, like Count Dooku and General Grievous and Ventress, and things that had happened canonically before to various Jedi and characters, and Ventress's death as well, are completely undermined in the show by basically retconning and revising things. And basically a series of retcons and revisions would happen under Dave Filoni, that would basically, and with George Lucas doing stuff, because he's not innocent of this either. In fact, it's partially his fault, because bringing back Darth Maul, doing various other decisions where it's just like, no, don't do that. Like, you're making everything that happened before not matter anymore. Qui-Gon's sacrifice is ultimately pointless now, because the first movie, his death is pointless because he didn't do anything. Like, nothing was actually done in Phantom Menace to stop anything. It's completely pointless. The entire movie is pointless. Not even Maul died. No progress was actually made. And not only do these retcons and revisions begin to undermine with this brain drain, because as Lucas's original vision begins to deteriorate, he also is just like, yeah, I'll do this because of toy sales, merchandise sales. Darth Maul toys was the reason why bringing back Maul was the thing, so they could sell more toys of it, because he's a cool and popular character from Phantom Menace. And again, toy sales and merchandising is going to be the crux of everything going wrong. So, because if you're not familiar with Star Wars makes primarily most of its revenue from its merchandising sales. Yes, the movies make a shit ton of money, but the merchandising eclipses that by leagues.
Yeah.
The comics, the books, the fucking little TV show stuff, the fucking toys, underlined toys, big
Basically-
letter toys.
Because at this point, it's basically people that grew up with Star Wars buying Star Wars merch for their kids.
Yep. And so as these things are happening, right, the big problem is more revisions and retcons are happening, and it's undermining everything that Revenge of the Sith had set up. The biggest and most crucial issue, not only is Ahsoka's existence, but the chip retcon. And the reason why the chip retcon in of itself isn't bad in the TV show sense, because it makes sense because the clones are too attached and too human. The Jedi and clones have built up a relationship that is actually relatively positive, which is completely disconnected.
Especially if they...
Hold on, it's completely disconnected from the movies because the movies have a completely different view of that. The movies, they're generals leading their armies, and the Jedi don't
Apathetically.
really see them as the same level of people. They've become so distant and so disconnected with individuals that they see lives and loss of life as it's unfortunate it had to happen, but it had to happen, rather than trying to prevent these losses of life. So they become so
issue is-
apathetic.
Like when they were doing the Clone Wars show, you literally have Jedi where it's like, I thought we were expendable, not to me. And it's like, so you're like that's why in that show they kind of had to do the chip retcon, because why would clones that were literally
They would
told-
never do that now because their loyalties would be to the
unironically,
generals.
they
Yes.
would be loyal to him
Yep.
because they know that he would have their back.
Because the big thing is that there were competent generals, and the big thing in the extended universe is a lot of the clones didn't all go along with the Order and actually ended up joining either the Separatists or the Jedis who were surviving and helping them resist. And this was a big deal, but all this lore is completely irrelevant because of the chip retcon. So much of pre-established lore, and this was all under George Lucas, not Disney. So the chip retcon is just really bad. It's really bad all across the board because it makes the whole setup of like, the Jedi Order had lost its way, and it connected it to the extended universe because Luke Skywalker learns that the Jedi Order was bad, and he learns that, being this detached from relationships and love is the opposite. It's gone too far to the extreme. It's not balanced at all, because what they've done is they've effectively disconnected themselves to anything that has
They
meaning.
removed themselves from society.
Yep. And because they've done that, they've become not human, I guess you could say, or they don't view sentient life as sentient life. They don't care. This disconnection is not a good thing. Yes, it prevents them from falling to the dark side, but it also prevents them from living a life. And it leads to people like Anakin happening.
It allowed for, as you saw, like at least with the original idea, with the clones, it allowed Jedi to either enact or allow casual acts of cruelty, because it's like, like you said, clones died. That it's sad, but their life will return via force and all that jazz. But that's not how everyone else sees it.
Yep. And that's not
Also,
exactly.
Not only that, there's a lot of Master Jedi out there that were just treating their fucking clones as cannon fodder.
Yep. The TV show covered this once, but then they did the lame thing of
Where
making
he
it
was
so he's a
actually a
traitor.
bad guy, rather than I am a Jedi. You are tools to be
Yes,
used.
the Umbara arc was so good, and then the reveal where he's just like a pawn of Dooku was bad. Like if they
They
just
shouldn't have
kept
done
it where he is just that is how he is, because the Jedi Order has become this corrupt, this disillusioned. This makes sense because now it establishes the reason why the clones don't have a lot of them don't have issues with Order 66. Many of them dislike their Jedi generals because they have treated them poorly. They treat them like chaff. And so they have no issues when following the Order because, the Jedi themselves aren't viewed positively. They're not viewed as heroes. Many of the people in the galaxy don't view them as, heroes anymore. They've kind of viewed them as, this is kind of their fault. This is kind of...
But instead, that was just one little story arc. And the majority of the time, the Jedi are with the clones. The Jedi are at the very least neutral towards the clones. They aren't actively dismissive.
Yep, and the issue with that is that it's okay, well now they have to follow an order where it's the Jedi Order is betrayed. We need to put them down, but it's there's no evidence to suggest that. It doesn't really make any sense, and so they have to do the chip retcon to cover up this mistake. The chip retcon is basically issued and made to be canon because they fucked up with the TV show.
They made the clones' interactions with the Jedi too likable.
Yeah, the
For the
Umbar
most
arc
part.
is one of my favorite arcs, but it's also
It is great, but the
Yeah.
ending like ruins it so much.
most of the
it ruins
good
point.
arcs are in the early parts of the show, like anything to do with like the clone storylines are genuinely good, except for the Chip stuff.
Mhm. Also, Yoda, fucking awesome. Never trusted a single fucking clone.
I do love how
I mean,
in the
ultimately
movie,
he's right because of where the things end up. Ultimately,
I mean, it's not a bad idea because considering like Revenge of the Sith, like he just fucking killed those main characters. Those were all named characters, if I remember right. But
Yeah, he just fucked them up
yeah,
because they were his second in command of the armies.
yep,
Like-
and just immediately split second, just whoomp.
sliced his head right off.
Catch me
Um,
unawares, you will not.
Revenge of the Sith is one of my favorite prequel movies, and I think it will always be my favorite prequel movie. It's just
Well, hello there.
so good.
High ground.
It's just so good. It's got good memes, but I love the themes of betrayal and the darker tones. It's like why I like Empire Strikes Back. I wish Star Wars would embrace the brutality a bit more and stop being like happy all the time.
Part of the issue, though, is a lot of people didn't like the setup for it. It's where the opinion of no talking like dumb politics, like not like real life, but like in universe politics. It's where a lot of people got that view from.
The biggest problem with that
Oh.
is that the books for the prequels are better. I've listened to all three of the audiobooks. Revenge of the Sith being the best. The Revenge of the Sith fucking book is so good, chat. Oh my god. It explains so much as to why Anakin has no problem. Like, he doesn't want to be part of the Jedi Order. In fact, he sees himself leaving the Order, and oh my god. I can't get over it. Because the fucking, everything, down to Dooku's feelings and expressions upon being betrayed. Like, if you ever want to experience the prequels in a better way, the novelizations of the prequels are better. They actually have way more story to them. The movies kind of are inferior to the books interpretations, which is funny because the books were written as based off of the movies, which is funny. But if you're ever curious, they are actually really good, especially like Dooku's like downfall. Love that part.
But yeah, the big thing bringing this back out to a wider scale and tying it back into brain drain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically just people not understanding what they were given, and over time just kind of wrote their own stuff because, well, it's my turn to get the license now.
Yep.
Yep.
And so Disney inherits this, and Disney does something worse than almost anything I think I've ever seen, ever. So the extended universe was messy and needed cleaning and needed some things to be pruned and improved, without a doubt. But Disney doesn't just take this brain drain. They see the problem that the brain drain is doing to the setting, right? They pick it up after the TV show and like, oh, this is kind of messy. All right. None of it's canon. And it's like, what? It's like, okay, like you're gonna pick what's canon, right? And it's like, no,
Sure.
there's no canon. As far as we're concerned, we're gonna remake everything. And it's like, oh my
We
god,
have
that's,
nothing to work with, so we're just gonna make our own.
that's the worst response because now they're taking extended universe stories that were good,
Oh,
And then,
And then-
turning that.
redoing them, but they're bad now.
Like, for
Yes.
example, Thrawn in actual canon, according to Disney, is actually just incompetent.
He's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking
You're-
idiot.
no, it's unironically like Zinch levels of like 5D chess. You don't understand. It was a part of my plan to have
Oh
my
my
ass
God.
kicked this bad.
Oh my god, I never want to watch that show again. You have no idea how triggered I got at that. Oh my god, because I've read the books. The fucking part where he's like, yes, her wiping out our entire fucking detachment of elite troops is exactly as I foreseen. All is going to plan. Ah, yes, her escaping and getting Ahsoka escaping and basically doing all the things she and just not dying is actually irrelevant to my plan. As he's losing every confrontation strategically with Ahsoka. It's not even funny. It infuriates me to a degree I can't even fucking express.
Also, at this point, just further letting Filoni just write his OC to be even more
yes.
important.
So the biggest problem is that now that George Lucas is out of the picture, Dave Filoni was, and thankfully isn't, he was viewed as the savior of Star Wars. Yeah, he's not. He's not. he writes these goofy little fanfics, and he's a fanfic writer who's somehow gotten into a position where he writes canon. Because most of his shit is fanficky. Like, he usually treats his characters as always better than all the other source things, and always they outshine the main characters at every conceivable opportunity. And he's got a weird, like, obsession with wearing, like, goofy ass hat, so you know something's not right upstairs. And he's a furry. He's a closet furry. I'm calling it now. Because of what he did to that one Clone Legion, where they're fucking like, it's a wolf.
Oh, that's his obsession with
wolves. Like, what the fuck is your what do you mean wolves? Like, are there wolves, like human, like Terran wolves in Star Wars? Because as far as I remember, like, there are like these wolf things, but they're not like
wolf-esque things, but they're not wolves.
Yeah, they're not like.
Sounds like a closet furry.
Yeah, it sounds like closet furry. I'm calling it.
What would they? Kinrath, I think, would be the closest equivalent to wolves. It would have to be the Kinrath. I'm sure there's like some Star Wars people that are way more autistic that would be able to say like what species would be closer, but to my mind, with just the video games, like Kinrath would be the closest thing that they should have called them if they wanted a wolf analogy in universe.
That would have been better. Yeah, I don't like it. It upsets me. It upsets me on a different level. Basically, the biggest problem is the brain drain gets so bad that Star Wars is effectively dead in terms of its identity. Because the story that it is completely decanonized. So whereas Command & Conquer, for example, ruins the story going forward, it still considers the previous games canon. This has where it takes whole sections of the story, decanonizes it, or whole different context from the movies and the originals and the prequels, and then retcons it to fit the new canon. And they're like, yeah, so like this is how that actually happened. Or like, you know, when Order 66 happened, it wasn't actually that bad. In fact, most Jedi actually survived and only like a handful died. Like, honestly, Order 66 didn't work. It basically just made things worse, honestly. It's like, oh my fucking god, kill me. Oh my god, kill me.
And now anything new Star Wars is basically just a skin suit at
No
best.
kids. I want you to understand that it's really fucking hard to come up with good stories nowadays. You know, we get to bring back Force Ghosts. That's like the epitome of the Force powers. And then you have some fucking witches come up and go power 1, power 2, power many, and fucking create children out of thin air.
The Witches of Dathomir. Don't bring that shit up. Oh. Brain drain. So the setting has established that the Force is like the magic, right? Except for the fucking Witches of Dathomir, who have bullshit magic, which is just Force magic, basically, but it isn't Force magic, but it's literally more powerful than everything Force users can do. It has the power of resurrection, it's got the power to heal, it's got the power to fucking, like, change people's memories and to completely different things, and it's so absurdly powerful, it can just do everything. It can even reach across galaxies instantaneously. It is
the most powerful Sith ever, Palpatine. So in our known movie universe,
sticking to the movies, not the extended.
only made a child Anakin with Force bullshit
by accident.
By accident. And yet these fucking witches are like, you know what? We can one up this guy. We can make 2 elite fucking Force users out of thin air.
Also, they have the ability to give people the power to access the Force somehow. Because if I remember right, when they take that fucking yellow dude with the spikes, and he doesn't have any Force powers, he's just a normal person. Then they like mess with him and make him drink that soupy stuff, and then all of a sudden he gets super buff, and he also gains access to the Force.
Those are midichlorians, by the way. That's what he's drinking.
They are not even the Dathomir witches' kibs, says Semper. The thing is, they took the idea of the Dathomir witches for them. So you may be technically correct.
I'm going by the brain drain effect of the actual fucking canon. So the Clone Wars TV show, they are the witches of Dathomir.
That's what I was getting.
They're from the planet Dathomir. They're literally from Dathomir. They literally live there. Witches got wiped out by droids, Clone Wars cartoon, which I think is still canon. No, they didn't. They actually survived. So
Some of them.
So they've already retconned that. I'm sorry, because
Even though that was the one cool thing the CIS had for them, that they managed to do that.
it's like the only they get like 2 scenes. General Grievous gets 2 scenes throughout the entire shit show where he does something competently. 1 is wiping out the Witches of Dathomir, and 2, he boards General Kenobi's ship one time, and they actually have to retreat. The one time. Every
Oh, what
other
about
time,
the hunting party where he kills a bunch of fucking Jedi and curb stomps the shit out of them?
we're talking about the original Clone Wars TV show, the
Yeah.
micro series. The micro series was fucking amazing. The micro series, okay, so that Genndy Tarkovsky had basically been told by George Lucas and his staff and team that General Grievous was going to be a competent general droid leader who would lead a daring raid on Coruscant itself, using a secret hyperspace lane to basically launch an all-out attack in a final gambit to end the Clone Wars and defeat the clones before they start overwhelming the droids, because I think the droids at this point were actually on the back pedal. And so they invested all their ships. And in the battle for Coruscant, General Grievous succeeds. He does the impossible. He not only attacks them and basically surprise attacks them, but he decimates the Republic Defense Forces and immediately is able to seize Chancellor Palpatine and defeats the entire Jedi escort that Palpatine has by himself as a droid, with his Magna Guards only showing up at the end just to delay one of them so he can actually get the Chancellor. And the big thing is that how Grievous has always been portrayed by Genndy is always as like, yeah, he may be a cyborg, but he is so driven because of what the Jedi had done to him that he is 100% justified in his own eyes and honorable in how he fights. You know, he doesn't kill everyone, always, but Disney changed that. He just murders. He just murders everyone.
He's just a murder hobo now.
Yep.
He's like Rapier.
He's an honorable warrior and a very skilled warrior who trained under Dooku. And Dooku, being one of the best duelists in the galaxy, by the way, literally taught him. So that is why he fights with such zeal and such vigor, because he is driven. He has a cause and a purpose to what he's doing. He knows, and in the comics, I think he talks about how he feels like he's been meddled with at some point, because he has. But either way, he's got like this whole vision of what he wants to do, right? And he's driven, and he's competent, and he's like super good. And then George Lucas, brain drain. He's part of the brain drain, unironically. He's like, no, I think that he should not be as competent. So instead of his white outlined and interior red cape, he's going to get a gray, sickly gray one with a sort of sickly red interior, like dim and dirty looking. He's going to be hunched and hurdled. And he's going to cough. And he's also a coward. And it's like, what? What happened to the honorable fucking warrior who was basically wronged by the Jedi and wants revenge for what they did to his people and his race? Because they sided with some corporatists instead. It was underlining the problem with the Jedi Order. The Jedi Order took the side of corporatists instead of actually helping people, because they became a tool for the Republic's enforcement, rather than enforcing outlandish laws by the Republic, rather than upholding their own ideals and values and traditions. It's so stupid. I fucking hate it so goddamn
The
much.
Jedi were unironically more based when they weren't attached to the Republic, genociding the Sith.
Yes, the Jedi genocide of the Sith is back when they were based, because they were like, we can't let them live. Yeah, we have to kill them.
Existence is non-negotiable.
If we let you live, like, the cycle is just going to continue to repeat. We're going to wipe you out and exterminate you. And then they did. They tried.
Almost did. They almost did. And then Chancellor Valoran, the original OG Chancellor Valoran, tied them to the Republic.
Yep, tied them to the Republic so he could demilitarize things and so they could cut down on budgets. But the big problem by doing that is that they bound the Order to the Republic. And so the bureaucracy and corruption that the Republic would suffer from would eventually spill over and bleed into the Order itself. I really love that story arc. That's such a cool and nice twist. Because yes, governments and bureaucracies over time will bloat and inflate and get corrupted and need to be cleansed once in a while. Washed out like a little toilet.
All right, Kibbs. Next.
It's time to move on, yes. So we talked about the brain drain of Star Wars. It's a long story of Funko Pops. This is yours, Bucky.
So, chat, I want you to think back long ago when the ancient magics were written. And GameStop first opened its doors. It was an amazing place, full of games, wonderment.
Wait a minute,
consoles.
this is a GameStop?
Yes.
What the fuck?
You can tell by the wall paneling behind the Funko Pops.
Oh my god. I was starting to think about that. That paneling looks familiar. Go ahead.
And back then, they had things called Game Informer. You know, video
That
games are on the
ancient
rise. Yeah. Halo 3 is on the horizon. Gears being made. My god, everything was so awesome. And then GameStop got fucking greedy. The
Just a little
circle of life. And they couldn't keep up with the money. And so they became worse and worse at monetization by telling you the game you bought for $50 to $60 1 week ago that you just beat is worth $5.
That was even better. A personal story of that is I bought a game, and then with the plans of playing it with a friend, and he's like, "Nah, we're fucking dropping this." So I go back. I shit you not, an hour later, and it was basically the same thing. Yeah, $5. It's like,
And-
Jesus Christ.
Yep. And so what
How
happened?
do they judge that?
It's called the circle of life.
Literally, a customer has touched it, therefore it's not new. That's how.
Yep.
Mm.
Open box. So, basically, what happened is that GameStop wanted more money, more revenue, and kept trying to charge out the ass. And this is about when we're hitting 2012, and ever since then, it was downhill. Games journalism crashed on the fucking ground. Nobody wanted to buy Game Informers anymore because they were more about non-game related information. Nobody was really excited about video games. Too many flops happening. And so GameStop was like, you know what? We don't need to cater to gamers anymore. Let's start putting Funko Pops on our shelves. And the problem is the fucking Nintendo people, the soy jacks, really loved Funko Pops. And so sometimes when you go into a GameStop, half the fucking building is Funko Pop selling.
This is horrible. What did we do? What did we do to deserve this? What did we do? GameStop used to be buying video games, not this.
It all
What did
started with a silly monkey.
What did we do? Nothing. They just wanted more money.
Oh my god! Why do I feel like somebody I know collects Funko Pops?
Because you
Probably
probably do know
because
somebody
you do.
that does.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
people in your
name
chat
them,
that
but I fear.
Green Branch, he collects Funko Pops.
Green Branch, no.
I can confirm
Yeah.
he showed me. He showed me his Funko Pop
Yeah.
collection.
Oh my god!
He's really proud of it,
why?
even.
Fuck.
That dumb kitten with the shades on his face. Yeah, they collect Funko Pops.
Yeah, that guy
Yeah.
too.
So there you go. So this is the brain rot. This is the brain drain going through where GameStop couldn't appeal to gamers anymore. GameStop stopped pushing for specialized consoles to be sold at their stores. Nothing of value. They just went for the highest.
He has some. That's you should not have said that. You should not have said that you have some.
Pardon me,
Jesus
you guys were-
Christ.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Green Branch.
Green
You
Branch.
should not have said that you had some. You fuck.
All right,
Green
hold
Branch
on.
did-
Let's have a poll.
I'm just gonna say this, Green Branch. You know how in the court of law, even if you personally feel bad about something, you never admit to it because it just looks bad? That's what you just did. You did the thing you're not supposed to do ever. You admitted to it. You see, Semper, he's doing it the right way. I have a friend who owns 5. That's how you do it. You lie.
All right, I'm making
You
a
say
poll.
that a friend did it.
So technically, I would have to answer I did have them because I got it gifted by my mom, but I don't because I got rid of it. It's like,
He's
It-
lying, chat.
it was
It's in
the
a
Doom guy
shrine.
one. It's gone. They just aren't cool. Like if I want a statue, I want it to look.
The issue
It
like
just
with
like takes
Funko
up
Pops
space.
is they all look the same
and they
by
look,
design.
They look bad.
Because the entire thing is they're supposed to be collectible, and it's not necessarily the design itself; it's the collectability of it.
I hate it. Oh no! Only 84% said no, never had them. Okay, one bit of good news: I haven't collected them is at 0%. There is hope for humanity.
Green Branch didn't vote yet.
Green Branch vote, because 1% says yes, I haven't. Answer that poll, chat. There's many chatfish here. Click on the poll and answer it. I want as many people to answer who can. If
There's
you're
a lot of you.
If you're driving or you're busy with something right now, or you're cooking, do not, because I know many of you
Good
are
job, Semper.
moving around and doing stuff.
Good job, Semper. You keep denying that you bought those 5. I'm just fucking with you. You couldn't tell. Or am I?
He's not.
God damn, Tiberius got $100 for yours. Mine just went into the garbage.
I collect Lego, not useless plastic, says Semper.
Hold up.
I mean, Lego's cool, but Lego at the same time has kind of become like
They're
If you-
doing similar stuff, but what they're doing more is like the idea of Lego sets rather than
Mhm.
like an individual item.
they've become.
If you think about it,
like that.
Bionicles are just Funko Pops for
Hold
boys.
on, Bunkles.
Bunkle,
Bionic-
Bungles.
Funko Pops.
Bunkles, Bionicles are unironically like a man's collectible. Okay, that's respectable.
Uh-huh.
I will hear none of
These
this.
things cost Lego money.
My
and they
parents
didn't
might
even
have thrown
know how
away my
expensive it was.
Bionicles, and I still have some in like storage, I think. But I swear to God, Bionicles are amazing. I will hear none of this chatfish nonsense.
Yeah, but the reason GameStop put in Funko Pops and kept expanding the shelving is because the Funko Pops have the highest margins for which people can sell them for.
Wait, what do you mean?
The price, the difference between the cost it is to buy them from the producer and sell them at retail, the margin between those two is revenue,
Oh, okay.
and that has the highest margin for GameStop, which is why they did that.
Yeah, versus
Speaking of
video games.
revenue, Green Branch, as I've sold some of them, had one that sold for $200.
Jesus Christ.
Like we're using them as fucking
It's the new gold.
if you're using them as gold, I guess that works, but fuck.
The fucking post-apocalypse only Funko Pops are
Not
currency
bottle,
now.
Economy.
Funko
not bottle
currency.
caps, Funko Pops.
Yeah.
They
That's
just
why
have
they're stocking
2% have and collect.
I'll give you this rare Funko Pop if you kill 7 Death
Kibbs,
Claws.
you have 2% of your audience that collect Funko Pops.
Chatfish, no. I mean, I appreciate your honesty, chat. You do not need to out yourselves. But do be honest when you do the poll.
Yeah, like Green Branch.
We'll make fun of you later. Make
And
you-
totally not Semper.
India says, imagine having Funkos when Netoroids exist.
Nendroids.
Nendroids.
Androids.
That's just a weeb Funko Pop.
Do they have their lewd bits modeled? Is that why he says that?
Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised. Bunks is our caps. I got it. Says Tiberius says he waddles to McDonald's and puts a Funko Pop on the Want to cheese?
India is
India's-
also apparently
he
left.
on your he left something for you on channel assets.
Yes, we have something to show you, chat bros. While we talk about
He
Funko
talks
Pops.
efficient.
Funko Pops! You didn't betray me, you betrayed yourself.
I love what you did, Indio, with Semper.
Yeah.
This is also the reason why he was asking about can he make Eric Brown.
Behold, chat bros. Temper Tantrum died in this artwork.
He's always dead. In the thumbnails.
I like how Egyptian Aerith just doesn't have a nose.
Yep, noseless.
Notice its
What?
behavior.
That's the nose is right there. It's
That's
just a
his
little
lines.
shadowing. You don't see that?
Yeah, I see it.
I just see lines.
I want you to take away the details and it's just a heck.
Indio has finished the Sid Meier's Civilization thumbnail. I can't believe I have to pay $100 to play that. Fucking blow my brains out.
I will assure you that the thumbnail's gonna be far better than the actual game.
Probably.
Interesting
As is,
choice where you
give me
put my
civilization.
chatfish. Indio.
You got titties. Simper got be a scarf.
So, Gibbs,
I mean, yes, mine is the better fate.
why do we have 4 cat girls and a normal chick?
I assume that her
Her
ears are
hidden.
inside the cap.
No, so it's like the idea that the Pope hat is actually meant for ears.
Yep.
There's too many Aeriths in one place.
What are you talking about?
There's 5 of them.
They also had different sized tits too.
I like variety in my Aeriths. I like variety. Wait,
Well, Gibbs, you'll have a lot of variety in you.
Jeffers are sad for Semper Tantrum. You could have had the Semper treatment. And just
I'm
be-
quite content where you put mine, Indio.
He is. Don't worry, he got the simper treatment.
Good work on the thumbnail. As always, chat, remember there are thumbnails currently with available slots for purchase. Be sure to buy as many as you can, like Funko Pops. Just like,
They stopped
So
donating.
what you're saying
started
is the
buying Funko
thumbnails
Pops.
are NFTs.
I put pride in Chatfish because I think Chatfish are unironically superior because they're custom tailored, not regurgitated schlop mass printed.
Uh-huh.
We put soul into our work.
Yeah, they're mass drawn.
Yeah,
Task
that's
force.
exactly.
They're not. If they were, they'd
The whole-
be done. Indio.
The whole point
They'd
of
all be
the
done.
the whole point of the chatfish is that they're grown in large vats.
My God, they're clone fish.
Yep. All right, what's the next one, Gibbs?
All right, so the next video game or movie we have to cover, or item, is Brain Rot and D&D.
You mean brain drain?
Oh, Brain Drain. I mean,
Brain
It's-
rot
it's
is
kind of-
also
Brain drain
accurate.
these
caused
concepts
by-
are merging together into one thing, honestly. The more we investigate Brain Drain, the more I want to call it Brain Rot.
So this is one of the clearest examples of losing one's identity in a fucking IP.
They're just Mexican.
They're not even green.
No, they're not.
gray.
It's like they're trying to change them into being a different race, like humans.
They are.
Yeah, they're gray elves, Gibbs. Look at that. Look at their ears.
They're also ugly. They still have tusks.
That's a fat woman on the left.
Yeah, I'm surprised that
You-
fucking outcropping is holding her up. She's gonna crush that person underneath it.
You have to understand mechanically. In D&D, orcs are just supposed to be like bigger, more intimidating goblins. That's what they are. Like they're
uh,
supposed to be an enemy that you kill.
Wrong. That's a bugbear.
It's a bugbear. Bugbears are also chinny.
Bugbears are the more intimidating goblins because they're militarized and they're mercenaries. They have armor.
D&D orcs
what are,
have
then what
never
are
been
orcs
green.
then? Because orcs, have also.
Orcs are scarier than bugbears.
Shut the fuck up.
Should grab some of the other new art where it's just fantasy characters being baristas.
Yeah, it's like most of it is just the fucking detritus that Marvel's gone into, where they have all these characters just being normal people. By normal people, I mean liberal majors and going to get a fucking coffee
Yeah.
every other fucking issue.
So, chat, I want you to understand. This is brain drain because nobody knows how to write good characters anymore. And so now they're just going for representation. And so they took what they perceived to be a racist stereotype and then made an actual racist stereotype.
Which only insane people thought orcs were a racist stereotype.
Yeah.
See, when I was a kid, I thought about orcs. I never thought that there were any other group of people on Earth because they're orcs. They're not
They're
human.
literally a fantasy
Right.
race.
They're monsters.
I thought they were
They're not
Slavs.
people.
Slobs. They don't do enough like squatting and drinking.
Yep.
They're too civilized for that.
That's fair.
This is kind of dumb. I hate this.
Now, what about the next image? 'Cause
Next
she's
image
saying-
is really- I don't
Is
know
it the
if-
one I think it? Yes, it is.
It's like the goblin with the
Hey, it's the
fucking-
start of Wolfenstein New Colossus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening here?
It's a combat wheelchair, Kibbs.
They're climbing
with
a
pulley
tower.
system.
Yeah,
And-
like I'm looking at
Chat.
that. So these aren't shields, these are wheels, and that's the little grip for the wheelchair.
Look, Kibbs, the legs, they end in nubs.
Chat, it is your duty, if you're a healer, to cast heal upon these people in campaign.
Chaotic good healer.
Lesser
Yes.
restoration.
You will not be crippled on my team.
I heal
Yeah.
you against your will.
I hate this. I hate everything
So,
we're
Kibbs,
covering.
look at the pants. They end the little nubs.
Yeah, they're tied,
Oh,
the little
they're tied.
nubs.
So her name
Yeah.
is Nubs, right?
Yeah, Nubs the goblin. Yeah.
Nub nub.
I hate this.
And it is just because people like it's a fucking fantasy setting. You could be whatever the fuck you want, and you choose to be a cripple.
So I'm in
Non-
this-
Dublin.
Stubblins.
I can heal your
That's good,
legs.
Blake.
No. Don't
You know what,
fucking
we-
be an
we need to
aimless
make-
I will
around me.
heal your legs.
We need to make Shoblin into a Stublin.
Stublin.
I agree.
Take from her legs. No.
God fucking damn it, chat bros.
Yeah, but chat, this is brain drain right here. Because no thought whatsoever went into the universe for needing these.
Yep. This exists despite the entire setting.
Yep.
Not even understand.
A universe where miracles literally exist.
Thank
Yeah,
God.
I cast basic heal. Your spine is
Level
not
1.
fixed.
So the Demon King who's been raping and murdering people. Well, it turns out he made his dungeon accessible for wheelchairs, so he's not that bad.
Also, not only that, the
Nice
thing that-
ramps.
the thing that fucking kind
Nice
of
ramps.
irritates me about like
They've been sold last week.
orcs in the D&D setting, like in the earlier editions, like you couldn't do like full on orc, you could only do half orc. But the thing is, in the description, it talks about how even half orcs had to deal with just the blind rage that they inherited from their orc parent.
Yep, it's an instinct.
And it's like the best thing you could do is direct it. You couldn't control it. Like it was just a part of being a half orc in the earlier editions. Like they were just always on like the edge of just exploding at someone or something. And they had to actively take steps to either direct that violence or control it.
Mhm.
So, you know what's funny? Ragnarok is actually one of our chatfish, right? Who actually is wheelchair bound. How do you how do you feel about do you like this representation?
Do you feel
I
represented?
think his last statement sums up how he feels.
What brain dead fool wouldn't want to go to the nearest healer to get their legs fucking fixed complete? Yeah, I think we know what his opinions are on it.
Yeah. Listen, Ragnarok, you just don't understand what it's like to be in a wheelchair. You want to be represented in the
Yeah,
game.
you don't want to walk Ragnarok. You know?
Yeah, that's just fine.
He's like, there's about to be some equality in their height.
No jumping for you, sir. You get to roll around. You get to roll.
No. That wheelchair's special. It can jump.
I fucking
Got
hate
it's
it.
sprint loaded.
Cool it, Hot Wheels. That kind of-
Yeah. Don't. Yeah.
I love my nicknames for him.
Yeah.
No,
Watch
you
that
stole
language,
that from
Hot Wheels.
You fucking stole that from Transformers, don't you fucking
I
lie.
got it from somewhere, but I have no idea where.
No, I fucking wonder where.
Fucking Tink Tink.
Oh my god.
Captain
Next.
Ironsides.
Yes, we should move on from this detritus. So next up, we have something that I fucking despise, and I'm glad
John
it's
I liked
Halo.
it better when it
low-res.
was tiny.
It's the
It's
Halo
John
TV
Halo.
show. The Halo franchise as a whole suffers from brain drain.
Captain, Master Cheeks.
Master Cheeks. Like, it shows a level of, like, okay, this is what happens when you don't even have people that are even disseminating or even told the information of what Halo is. The Halo TV
they
show.
actively didn't care.
The Halo TV show has nothing to do with Halo whatsoever. It has characters that share the name. It has characters that wear similar outfits and even have similar, like, things in, like, what the concepts of
The
these things are.
unexpected.
But that's
done with
it.
Money.
Oh my god, donation?
Look in your stream of
Stream elements, probably.
He said he did.
What's always funny is Bunchcast never normally pull that much. It's just funny. It's funny. I find it hilarious. Anonymous donates which anonymous, it's fucking posted $2 said posted a stupid comic that kind of summarizes the stupidity of making the exceptions the norm for a species. Has no words though. Well, I can't pull it up and just in case. Stock fun.
I've seen this comic.
Crookie, Kib's choice. Thank you for the generous donation. Really appreciate it. All right, let's see. So yeah, so back to the Halo thing, and thank you for your donation. The fucking whole thing about this gosh darn TV show is that it's just bad.
It's not a Halo. It's a
that comic's probably okay.
It isn't.
It's a space drama, disguised as Halo, for the sole purpose of they couldn't get their own space drama greenlit, so they had to take the moniker of Halo.
Yep.
And then
They
why?
just sped ran half the
And
fucking shit
they literally
wanted to do.
immediately announced that it's not canon to the Halo set and it's a spin-off.
Yep.
The big problem with this in terms of brain drain is this represents what happens when you have, and we've talked about this before, people who have no respect for the setting, no respect for the fans, no respect
They
for anything.
just want to hijack it.
They just want to hijack it and use it for their own ends. And so the brain that existed was simply not there. It was removed entirely.
The part that actually makes me angry is they legitimately thought that their story would make Halo fans more interested in their stuff than the fact that they disrespected Halo.
Yep.
That's the part that actually makes me angry.
It's bad.
Pablo
But-
Schreiber.
Just
Why?
show aside, the Halo franchise as a whole has massive brain drain.
Why do they hate it? We dumped $200 million into this.
Because you dumped $200 million into trash. It's still garbage. It's still garbage.
And here's
It's
the
slightly
funny
more
thing.
expensive garbage.
They literally just randomly changed characters, like races, right? When they literally have one of the most popular Halo characters being Sergeant Johnson, and they don't they don't have him be like one of the main focuses if they wanted to do something like that in the Halo setting.
Look, I don't know why you're bitching, okay? Humans are supposed to be leading the Covenant faction as a
You
a
know, you're right.
representative.
Humans do deserve to leave the Covenant.
I'm glad it got canceled.
So dumb.
Imagine just human hating fucking humans in the Covenant.
No.
destroy
So,
humanity.
you know how some people have such an outgroup preference, right? That's actually the Covenant. So when they see the humans, it's like, no, humans need to be in charge of our society. That's what
Yeah.
should happen.
And then humans we need to destroy humanity. What the fuck?
The fuck?
The fact that the Pillar of Autumn never escaped with Chief on it. Or Cortana.
There was no pillar.
Or the Cortana's
There's no-
unironically puppeting a chief corpse at the end of season 1.
Yep.
Oh, we gotta hate this show. I'm glad it's dead. I'm hoping that.
I got a second season, but
No, it's dead. They canceled
I
it.
hope it's not dead. I want another season.
I've seen the second season, Hans. It's canceled.
We need a third one though.
Cancel.
But a full movie though. this time
Cancel,
around.
chat. Cancel.
Yeah, do the Serenity route. Just make a movie to end the series.
Now,
Yeah.
again, this is another thing that suffers from the exact same detritus. And this is from the Cowboy Bebop live action show. So when it comes to TV shows, they also suffer from the exact same thing when it comes to brain drain in terms of creativity. This particular case, I was blessed with not actually having watched this detritus like the other shit. That's one
I
highlight.
remember just hearing that they wanted to do a live action thing based off of an anime, and it's like, I'm just not interested, because here's the thing. I think a lot of scenes in anime, when you actually translate them to live action, just don't work.
Yeah, but this
One-
is no
one
part
translate-
of. There's nothing a part of this scene being depicted or was ever part of the fucking anime.
No, I understand that, but I just mean, for me, that type of story is best in the anime format, and I don't believe that type of stuff translates that well. To be fair, they didn't do a good showing of it, period, from what I've heard.
No,
Even
like,
just-
the show's terrible. But to go on
Still-
fucking Hans' point, I want you to imagine the fucking light scene from Death Note, where he's talking about he's gonna kill people while fucking pretending to study, and then he's gonna take a potato chip and eat it.
I
Yeah.
couldn't.
You want to try and take that scene fucking seriously in live action?
I tried to watch the live action Death Note. I got maybe 5 seconds into it, and it's like, I'm done. I can't.
So I've
I
never
wasn't even
seen.
Death Note.
I've never
It's just
seen
bullshit.
either.
So-
The issue with that is that it's all down to action, right? Because I've seen the clips.
Mm-hmm.
So when he strikes the note, he's like striking a sword when it's done in the animation, and so it looks like
Mhm.
that because animations can exaggerate it. In live action, reality
can't.
doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
The best you can
Also-
do is an exaggerated stroke.
Anyways, so back to the topic. For Cowboy Bebop's live action, okay, Jet in the actual anime was the most stabilizing force in the entire group, and was literally the only thing keeping them all together.
Yeah, he was basically the dad of the group.
Yes, he even made food for them. He like piloted them. He helped them. He gave them like
Got jobs lined up.
he consoled them, gave them advice, dealt with their bullshit, and then they turned him into a deadbeat dad that hadn't seen his fucking kid in forever.
What the fuck?
And yeah,
They turned him into a stereotype. That's funny.
yes, he's not even black in the manga, by the way. He's like Okinawan. Tan.
I was gonna say it's either like white
So he
or
got
some flavor of
blackwashed
Asian.
and turned into a stereotype.
Yeah,
That's funny. That's so dumb.
but yeah. If anything that touches Netflix is lost its identity.
It's immediately got brain like Netflix is like the brain vampires. Like
Yep.
sucks it right.
But you know what? Go find Masters of the Universe. Cover
Oh,
art.
not you, Mustard. You mean the fucking
Yes,
Butch lady?
Masters of the Universe.
Oh my god. We did it. After this, we finally covered all the topics we prepared.
I mean, there's still plenty that could be
Netflix.
said about Halo.
I know.
Hold on, Gibbs.
It was
There's
4
one
hours and 40
bot-
and I'm just
bottom
saying.
right,
Oh yeah.
bottom in the stream room, Gibbs. There's
Oh.
another one.
Oh boy.
Oh, I know the one you want me to find. I'm trying to find it though. I'm only seeing
So there's two more for
stuff.
Regular Lane
Oh,
found the one
God.
I'm doing.
That's not just brain drain. That's like fucking subverted expectations.
Yeah, but there's
Because
also
it
the
was
one I
all
posted.
bullshit in the end. You betrayed yourself.
I remember seeing the trailer of this and actually going like, I don't know what fucking He-Man is about, but I want to see it.
Looks fucking sweet,
And
and
then-
then you realize it's a lie.
And then I didn't have time to watch it. And then I found out that it was absolutely ass. And I'm like, okay, well, I dodged a bullet.
There's nothing that needs to be said about this other than it was a fucking bait and switch.
Grab the other image, Keb.
You thought you'd get He-Man, but instead you got Butch Lesbian.
Because this
Mhm.
poster, I don't even know what He-Man's about. It just looks fucking baller.
Yeah.
Like it looks like an 80s fucking action post. And art-wise, it looks great. All right, time
Yeah.
to cover screen again. Let's see what-
Grab the one I posted right above it.
Oh, not that one. Oh, that looks bad. Oh god,
Bam. Bam.
that looks distinctly different. I don't like that she looks like a man. I know it's supposed to be a woman, the red hair. And the side haircut is absolutely horrific. Side haircuts like that do not look good on women.
The only thing I know about the new one is that He-Man literally died, and she pulled, I know you died, but I was the most affected.
She was
Yep.
like, He-Man is like confused why she's bitching him out as he's dead. He goes, "I died. What the fuck are you talking about?" And she turns to him, and goes, "Yeah, and some of us had to live with it."
Oh, boo-hoo, you had to live with me dead. Like, I'm dead. My life
He
ended.
literally died.
Rainbow.
They unironically pulled the man died, woman most affected.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She didn't even date him. That's the funny part.
She didn't even tinky his winky.
Who is this
It's
red-haired
nothing-
girl? I don't even recognize her.
She's the girl on the next image. Right, that's to the right of He-Man.
Yeah,
And
the
that-
one I
yeah,
posted is the
She-Ra?
original.
She's War Master's.
She's
War
that
Master's-
girl?
Battle Master's daughter. There you
Oh
go,
my
Battle
god, what
Master.
the fuck? They've messed up her character design. No wonder why she wasn't on the cover art. Her
go back to
redesign
the
is
cover art.
bad.
Look for it.
Yeah, that one.
Where is she, Gibbs?
She's not on the cover art.
Yeah, no shit.
They hid her because she looks like ass.
I want you to understand that
Complete bait and switch.
the
cover art.
studio that does this animation, that is very consistent with this. They'll do something really fucking cool, and then they'll just post a bunch of fucking, not just post, but the rest of the actual show will just be such fucking garbage.
It reminds me of the fucking Ark TV show, and it's like Ark sucks, or the Ark universe sucks. And not as the Ark universe suck, but it definitely its TV show sucks too. So it felt like it belonged together. So it felt
Let me grab
Yeah.
Netflix Castlevania because it's the same fucking studio, the same people.
Yeah.
this
They'll
art
do the
style
sickest-
isn't very good.
They'll do the sickest shit with the animation, and then they'll just jump into
I liked parts of Castlevania.
such garbage, such horrible garbage.
Animation was fine, but
The
decent-
writing was
yes,
Writing's bad,
mediocre to
writing's bad.
bad.
yeah, that's the
The
biggest
story is, once again, mediocre to bad. The animation's pretty good. The art style's alright.
Yeah, we just can ignore the raping scene.
issue. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
I mean, the scene where
Nope, didn't happen. Didn't happen.
Yeah,
Nope.
right. Squealy, we're ignoring it.
The
Stupid.
most beloved
I don't
character
acknowledge their barely disguised
in the
fetishes.
series.
They had one of them. What? They had Alucard get raped or something?
By two men.
No, one of them
Sorry,
was a
a
woman.
man and a woman.
Oh, okay.
And then they try to kill him, and then he kills them. And then
I'm
he
hearing a
cries.
lot of stuff that didn't
And then
happen.
he impales them.
Ignoring it.
This is dumb.
It's really it's really bad. It's really
Honestly,
fucking
all
bad.
this shit
And then
seems
next season,
bad.
a big boss lady like just orders him around, and he's like, "I'm okay with this."
My favorite part was when they had the subtitles ruin who a character was supposed to be because it just said their name.
I didn't
Or
waste
the
my time
entire
with
arc
this.
with the black guy and his building an army for reasons.
All right. I think
I think we can
enough.
move on.
Yeah.
I think we've completed all of the coverage. It's
We have done
time
everything,
to schedule the next stream. Whoa.
which is
Your mom.
will be Kim.
It is a community event.
It is. Chat.
For whom?
As we promised, we would play COD Ghost with you so that you can shoot Squealy and kill him over
In the face.
and over
Okay,
again.
but
I
have
don't
to
like
get
to
off
use
soon
guns.
we did so long. I think.
Squealy promises he'll play. He doesn't have to be in chat. He can just play.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be in chat. You just play video game.
Yeah.
I also need to make dinner because it's free for all tonight.
Guess what?
Okay.
You make dinner and you're gonna play a game.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not working, bitch.
Yeah,
You're
you
not
should
working.
you know what? You should preheat the oven and put a pizza in there. There you go. There's dinner.
That means I had to go buy.
Squealy.
And I didn't buy pizza.
What have I told you about
Bad
fighting
Discord
back,
kitten
you
noises.
little bitch? He's like, but I'm a little guy.
I don't have
Kill Squealy.
pizza-less. I had pizza yesterday.
Kill Squealy with
Meat
love
lovers
and
pizza.
compassion.
And it's beats of.
Put
meat
You
in
know
it.
what I
Squealy in
had?
the cardboard box.
Chat bought me a pickle.
You had garbage. I know.
A pickle sauerkraut pizza. You know what I'm gonna eat?
Yeah.
There
You know
was,
what I'm,
there
know what
was
I'm
other
gonna,
meat on it.
know what I'm gonna warm it. Know what I'm gonna get to eat? I'm gonna eat pickle sauerkraut pizza today while
That's
we stream
reheated.
Ghosts. Yeah, reheated.
And tomorrow. And probably the day after.
Was it good, Kibbs?
It was okay. It's not something I would ever order though. It's not like
What's
you
wrong
know
with
that
it?
scene from Metal Gear where it's like, I wouldn't eat a steak at a restaurant or anything. That's me. Like I'd eat it if I had to, but I wouldn't eat it at a restaurant.
Commander.
It's not my favorite food. It's not my favorite. Fucking writing that so ass. It's so good. What's the name of Call of Duty Ghosts? And how long ago did we play this? Bucky, you've been on vacation
a bit.
far too long.
About 3 weeks.
I wonder why I can't find when we streamed last. It feels like ages.
It has been ages. And that way you're bad at it again.
He was
Good.
good at it at some point.
Damn.
Damn, you hurt my feelings. I'm gonna have to start crying. Chatfish, you belong to me. Like, but we have rights. No. You've never had rights, Chat. You've always been my little slaves. Oh yeah, let's see what the poll says. I'm gonna conclude the poll. Let's see what it says. It says out of 65 people, 78% of them have never had a Funko Pop in their entire life. 13% says, yes, I have them, meaning they currently have them. And 6% says they did have them. And 1% says, yes, I have and collect them. Well, chat, I think some of our Funko... Now, don't bully that 1% Chatfish, okay? He's delicate.
Beat him.
Squealy.
Beat him.
Really?
I was hoping I was going to say 0% so I could be mean,
That's
but
D.
now I'm
No,
holding
D,
back.
sorry.
Now I'm holding back.
Green Branch. It's Green Branch. Go kill Green Branch.
Listen,
Yeah,
don't
but you should
project
just-
on the poor Green Branch. He uses
said
them
he
as an
has them.
investment.
He
As
said
an
it-
investment.
He says he has them, so it has to be him.
Yeah.
And
Kill.
Squealy.
Squealy answered yes.
Funko Pops.
Squealy
Do
always
you think
uses my money for
Do you
Funko
think
Pops.
I'm wealthy enough to buy Funko Pops?
You
think
are.
You
can-
buy cheap knockoff brands.
Squealy always uses. Squealy says, "I'm like Squealy." When he asks for like an advance sum of payment, it's because a new Funko Pop came out.
I've never asked for an advance.
Shut the fuck up! Don't fight back.
No, the best part is like, that he
Fuck
goes
up,
to his
don't-
I've
parents.
intentionally waited for the fucking first of the month.
No. I bet he goes to his like mom and dad and goes, "Mommy, Daddy, I need money for my toys."
See, Green Branch says I don't collect them, so it's just regular.
I knew
Damn, Reguline.
Funko line. It's the
How much
best
for
nickname
Funko
you're
line?
getting. Funko line.
Jesus, Reggie, it's you don't pay me enough.
Oh my god, how
Such
much?
missed
How much
opportunity.
to Funkify your profile picture? We'll call it Funkify.
to Funkify? $5,000.
5,000
See?
Vietnamese Dawn? Okay.
No, USD.
see,
Reguline
No.
counter
I think I'm
offer.
setting the prices. I think it's
Reguline
only. You
counter
know what I
offer.
think it
What
is?
if I just
I think it's $400 for like a month. That's what I think.
$400. It's less than the usual.
I know I want it to happen. That's why.
So, Gibbs, do you know why he's charging $5,000 to do it?
Because he doesn't want it to happen.
No, because he wants to buy more Funko Pops.
Oh my god, it's for his
You have to
Funko
feel the
Pop.
You
have
say it like I'll see a fucking cent of that.
To be fair, he's correct. He's going to spend
Hey,
literally
hold on.
all
You'll
the
see a
money on
you'll
Funko
see
Pops.
a sense of that. What do you think that
What?
money
No,
goes in
it's even
Muppet?
better. You're getting your own unique Funko
We don't
Pop.
adjust your pay. We just don't adjust. Keep it at level balance so that we actually generate profits. You little greedy line. Greedy line. Make him fat in that bun.
You know what, Gibbs?
Greedy.
We need to talk to Baffios.
What
You know,
are we gonna-
Funko
I
Pop of me.
feel like Baffios would charge double.
I
for
feel like
that.
we'd get sued.
I think-
Like,
we'd
Bappius,
get
can you make us a Funko Pop? And then he
Oh,
never talks
even
to
as
you
a
again.
joke, I remember the joke because I brought that up once. He said, never.
We gotta make
Bappius
it
was not
happen.
amused.
He probably had a bad experience at work where it's like we need to Funkify this model, and he just said like PTSD, like Vietnam.
He hung
flashbacks
himself.
working on it.
He's dead
Mhm.
now. That's how he died.
All right, Gibbs.
Where
Schedule.
He
The
put
next
so
stream.
much effort. Yeah, it's good.
All right,
He
chat.
put so much
We're going to
effort
raid
into
into
it.
the next stream. I'm going to warm up some pizza, and we're going to play some community event game today. So if you would like to join us, feel free. All Chatfish are welcome to join. Remember, my Discord is in the description, as well as my Steam profile ID appears in the upper right-hand corner during streams, and so you can always add me there. So we'll see you over there, chat. Be good, behave, and wiggle away. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Next
See
day.
ya.
Bum, 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 bum.